our team, and then we'll get on the call tonight. We'll welcome in our team in just a moment, but it is, as we mentioned, the 17th place Richmond, who trying to bounce back after a tough loss to the Dogs last week with a fresh Crows off the bye, who sit 5th on the ladder. Before we get to our team today, we won't. We'll welcome in our team, and then we'll get
it's the presence that the place has. But look, we got a surprise last night, didn't we? So we got a game where we had no expectation of West Coast coming in, and they made a game of it and made Collingwood earn it, and that was first v 18th. So this is 5th v 17th, and Richmond have actually got a pretty good record over Adelaide for the last couple of years. They've won the last 2. So, you never know what might happen on any given Sunday, and maybe we'll get a cracker here today, fingers crossed.
Absolutely. Adelaide have lost 11 and drawn 1 of their last 13 games at the MCG. Their most recent win was in round 2 this season against the Bombers, so they'll have to exercise some demons. Rounding out our team, Josh Jenkins will be with us a bit later on, but for the pre-game, it's always nice to have the former coach of the Adelaide Crows' thoughts. He is one of the smartest minds in sport and in football. His name's Brenton Sanderson. Hello, Sando.
Donos, how are you, boys? Yeah, it's good to be here. The MCG is great. I don't care. I'm with you, Sammy. I'm in your neck of the woods when you say you would come here to watch anything. Just coming into the ground, it's always something special. And yeah, I mean, these guys played off in a grand final a long time ago, and a lot of things has changed since then. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing this game today. I love the Crows, and I think I was late to the party this year. I didn't think they would be this good, but at this point in the season, they are definitely one of the top 4 teams in the competition. Their profile's great, and in the same breath, I've really enjoyed watching Richmond develop too. They've only won 3 games. They're 17th on the ladder, and when you talk about profile, theirs is actually quite poor, but I guess you'd expect that with their position on the ladder. But I've loved watching some of these young kids come in and develop, and the way that they play. I really think Adam Uze is doing a fantastic job as senior coach to ensure that they're not getting smashed every week. And I know they had a disappointing loss the last time they played, but yeah, there's been some really promising signs when you've seen Richmond play, and I think their supporters would be pretty happy with the position of the club at the moment.
Certainly would. Do you take any heed into records at various venues? As we mentioned, 11 of the last 13 and a draw in there, and then Richmond have won 4 of the last 5 against the Crows. Even last year when Richmond were struggling, one of their 2 wins was against Adelaide in round 15 of last year. Yeah,
I do, and sometimes you just match up well against a certain team, and for whatever reason, regardless of where either side is on the ladder, when you play them, you just feel like, these guys have got us covered, if you're above them on the ladder and you just can't find a way to get on top. And you mentioned the Adelaide Crows, they have had this stadium as a bit of a problem for them. They don't come here very often, so we can sometimes...
They tend to always play Collingwood here,
yeah,
to be fair.
That's right, and you can sometimes get a little bit carried away with a particular ground's record, but the last time we spoke about that, they did demolish Essendon here, and I think that would take a lot of confidence from that performance. And as I said, it's always really special when you walk into this stadium and you're down in the rooms. This is where the finals are, and the grand final, obviously. So it's nice to play well here. The Crows are still full of a lot of Victorian kids who would have always dreamt playing here as well. So yeah, I think once you walk out there and you sort of get that initial anxiety out of the way, it's on with business. And yeah, I mean, the expectations would be that the Crows would come here today and get a really good win, but we know the Tigers can upset the party, and it's that time of the year when these sort of upsets can happen. We saw it last night at Marvel Stadium. I was at that game, and I was there with my 9-year-old son, who's a massive Collingwood fan, and I just kept saying they'll be okay. They'll find a way to come out of this, and yeah, to the Eagles' credit, they just kept fighting, didn't they?
To be fair, you were right.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Well, I think it was the experience in the end of that Collingwood team, and that shared experience that they have. They just know how to win those games. But yeah, who knows? We might get an upset today.
Absolutely. We'll deep dive more into this game a little bit later on, Sammy, with Sando and with JJ. But let's just go back a little bit. Yesterday, some interesting results across the competition. Gold Coast not fell over the line. They were 40-odd points up. Melbourne sort of flattering the scoreline a little bit late in the game. 19-point win. the Gold Coast sort of just doing enough to hang in there at the moment, but I reckon the next month or so is crucial for them to frank their form and get to finals action.
Nah, spot on. And you could tell Damien Hardwick was frustrated after the game. I know you sort of bank the 4 points and you move on, but still lots to learn, I think, from that performance. As you said, Don, as they started really well, they had the game where they wanted it, and to Melbourne's credit, they found a way to fight their way back into it. And, really strange week for the Demons, to leave out Lever and Windsor and
found that strange.
Van Rooyen. I couldn't get a read on that, but and they started so sluggish, but yeah, for the fight and the way that they I mean, it gives their fans some optimism, I think, to see that the way that they played after quarter time. But you're right about the Suns. I think the expectations are this year that they play finals, and they found themselves out of the 8, going into that game. So they just got to keep winning. They've got to keep winning their home games, come here to Melbourne and pinch some wins here as well. But yeah, I've been really impressed with the Suns this year. I like the way they play. I think they've got some great young talent, and they had to win yesterday, and they did. And I think, it'll be a really interesting review from Damien Hardwick, because you could tell that he wasn't entirely happy with that performance, despite them getting the win.
It's one of those things that he'd have on a list on a whiteboard, wouldn't he? And you can't fix everything all at once, Sando, as you know, and it's a big job that he's undertaken. But he was as ruthless as anyone as a player. Damien Hardwick, he instilled that into Richmond, but it took time to do that as well. It seems like it's one of the next big hurdles for this young Gold Coast side to overcome as well, and that is to put a side away. When you've got a side at your mercy, to show none. And I had a couple of people say to me yesterday, a couple inside, footy media, and just a couple of mates outside, then there's a perception growing that maybe the Gold Coast Suns are a team that might start to get arm in arm and think about singing that song a little early. And maybe that's how they went into that last quarter, that their job was done, that the work was done, and that the job was done.
Yeah, it's a good point, and that's, I guess, the challenge of on-field leadership, and it's all the top sides have got him. Say, for example, today, I love Dawson. I think he's a great captain. The way that he carries the Crows outfit, he's like a coach out on the field. We saw last night with Collingwood, Sidebottom, Howe, Moore, Pendlebury. You've effectively got your 4 assistant coaches out on the field with you when you're playing, to sort of direct you, and they know when to go fast, to when to go slow, to when to go laterally, when to get repeat stoppages. And you probably feel at the moment that's what the Suns haven't quite got, is that, and they are full of young leaders. So don't get me wrong, but it's that ability to have that person that just knows what to do, what to say, how to control the game, to be that on-field coach. And they've got Tuke Miller and Anderson and Rowell, and Swallow's often been the sub. He's, I guess, the one with the most experience out there. But yeah, it's probably that ruthless edge that is the last area they've got to tick the box for if they're going to be a serious contender this year.
Do they play finals?
They do, and I think, how do I say this without offending them? You've got to show them enormous respect, because they are full of talent. I just don't want them, and I don't know why I'm even saying this, I just don't want them to get to September and then just think job's done. Yeah. So, but I just would hate it if they made finals, they got into a top 8 spot, and then just thought, okay, that's it, and we can all pat ourselves on the back, job's done, because that's the start of another 4-week season.
And the pressure is heightened.
September is a different ball game, and I just don't want the Suns and their fans to start patting themselves on the back by making the 8. Because what we're doing now is we're qualifying for September. Then that's when the new season starts.
Can either of you get a read on Melbourne? I'm unsure. Like they run Collingwood to a point on King's birthday. They get belted by the Saints due to bad goal kicking in Alice Springs, and then yesterday they sort of start poorly, finish well. Jake Melksham could have had 12 or something yesterday. Yeah. And then they drop Jake Lever, who's one of their leaders in this team, with 3 tall giants up in the forward line for the Suns. I don't know whether it was just a statement from Simon Goodwin, but I can't get a read on whether, it's just a bad year for the D's and they'll bounce back next year, maybe add in a few pieces or get rid of a few pieces, or whether this is the start of a decline for the D's. Yeah, it's a good point. And having, coached against these guys and watched them play so closely, it wasn't that long ago where the Lever and May duo back there in defence was the most feared in the competition. It wasn't that long ago, was it? And
you just couldn't score against them. Those two would control the game for Melbourne behind the ball. And obviously they were instrumental in their premiership success. But I know that's 3 or 4 years ago now, so you sort of got to let that go. But yeah, it was a strange one. But I'll always take the side of the coach. I really like Simon Goodwin. He's a premiership coach at AFL level, which not many men have done. So he must have done it for a reason. And he sat together with the Brains Trust there and the assistant coaches in the match committee, and they've made that decision for a reason, which I don't know if it's become public yet or what. He's obviously been out of form, and they wanted to try a different system. Who knows? But yeah, it seemed like a strange one, because I really like Windsor as well. I think he's been a really good player for Melbourne. So
Van Rooyen's a worry though.
Yeah, that's right.
Worry for them. They need something forward of the footy that they can kick to, and I thought it was going to be him, Sammy, but
Melksham, like you said, he should be at the end of his career, but he's their most important forward, and obviously Pickett's a star, kick goals again yesterday too, and Bailey Fritsch has been such a focal point for him for a long time. So yeah, they need Van Rooyen to step up.
I think their issues are very similar to a lot of Carlton's issues. It's not exactly the same, but there's some similarities there. Sando's got the trained on. I wouldn't mind digging a little deeper with him on that at some point. But do you see some similar issues that Melbourne have with what Carlton have, that for a quarter you go, oh, this looks good, but teams are able to make the adjustment to them pretty comfortably, and then the way in which what we're told modern footy's all about now, it doesn't feel like they've got the list that is able to deliver on that, or the method that's able to achieve what other teams are able to achieve at the moment with the way that the game is being played. To my untrained eye, is that what you're seeing to your trained eye, Sando?
It's a great question, yeah. And obviously we analyse the game. You guys call it and do a great job. And I guess part of my role is to watch trends in the AFL and who's doing what. But there's obviously full-time people in the AFL clubland who just spend hours and hours and hours digging each team apart, and as soon as they find a weakness or a way to exploit, you've got to keep improving, you've got to keep evolving, you've got to look for ways to change your game plan. You can't just have one way to win a game, and that's why I think Geelong are so good. Collingwood, they were down for a fair way last night, but they just found another way to win. You got to keep bringing in fresh new talent. So yeah, I think that's probably the challenge now for the Demons and the Blues.
As you go to the break, I would say that the difference is for the Demons and the Blues, that the Demons have addressed some of those issues with who they've drafted over the last few years, and with Cozzy Pickett becoming the number one. I don't know if Carlton have.
No, Langford and Lindsay are very good finds for
absolutely.
For the Ds. Brenton Sanderson's with us. This is the pre-game show for Barclay Smokehouse. Go for goal with Grandmother Ham from Barclay Smokehouse, and Synergy Painting Group, where expertise meet aesthetics and where quality meets affordability. As we go to the break, let's get the latest odds from the TAB with Mark Olmos.
An odds update for TAB. We're on. Chances are you're about to lose.
Tigers take on the Crows today at the MCG. Richmond rank outsiders at $7.50. Adelaide are $1.09. Adelaide flying this season, and percentages looking rather fat. The line currently sits at 39.5. Richmond with the plus, Adelaide with the minus, $1.90 each at 2 there. Last time these two teams met, going back to the start of June last year, Tigers got the job done by 8 points at the Adelaide Oval. How things have changed. Total points over under, 168.5, $1.90 each at 2. Lots of other margin markets. There's the first goal scorer market there. Joshua Shelley is at $9. You can pick your own line, pick your own total. Try a bet option if you think it's a close one. Either team by 15 or less at $4.50. Also have goal scorer markets. Top goal scorer Riley Thilthorpe has been backed into $4.75, an outright favourite to have a big day, to kick 3 or more, paying $2.40 as well. Same game multi-time. Joshua Shelley to kick 3 or more, over 192.5 points in the pick your own total market. A drying afternoon in Melbourne. Adelaide minus 62.5 in the pick your own line market. Rory Laird 25 or more disposals, and Joshua Shelley to kick one of those goals in the first quarter. That's paying $26. And a reminder on disposal markets in a same game multi, if you miss by one disposal, you've still won. So if you need Rory Laird 25 or more disposals as per same game multi, and he only gets 24, you will be paid out as a winner for that leg. Good luck. Everything you need at the TAB app.
Brought to you by TAB. We're on. Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au. Join the conversation. Text 0433 98 11 16. This is the pre-game show for Before You Dig. Before every job, search Before You Dig online. Every time.
The Barbecues Galore end of financial year clearance is on now. Save up to 30% off barbecues and fireplaces and up to 60% off outdoor furniture, in-store and online.
With Stake Super, a self-managed super fund can be a bit like a car. All the parts just work in the background and you just do the driving. That's because Stake Super handles all the admin for you, from establishment to the ongoing accounting of your SMSF. Then you can take the wheel, focused only on where your super's going. Stake Super, Australia's most hassle-free SMSF. Learn more on hellostake.com. This is not financial advice nor a recommendation that an SMSF is right for you.
In the footy, we often hear in commentary, this is a big 5 minutes coming up. Well, at Tyre Power, your 5 minutes is here too. Drive in for their free 5-minute tyre safety check. They'll check your tyre condition, tyre wear and air pressure. The safety of you and your family on the roads is not a game. So visit your Aussie-owned local independent Tyre Power dealer today.
Get 4 for the price of 3 on selected Toyo passenger and SUV tyres during the end of financial year sale on now at Tyre Power.
In 1610, Galileo discovered Saturn. Sadly, he never lived long enough to discover Macca's new McWings. Experience peak chicken now. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Available after 10:30 a.m.
Workwear that moves with you, not against you. Anthem Workwear is built for the workout and the worksite. Tough, flexible, and designed for performance. Whether you're lifting on the job or in the gym, our gear keeps up with your every move. Gear up with Anthem Workwear, built for the workout and the worksite. Find a local stockist or shop online now at anthemworkwear.com.au. Anthem Workwear, made for active.
Looking for the latest innovations in warehouse storage for your business? Think Dexian for tailored warehouse racking and cutting-edge automation technology. With an end-to-end service that includes design, supply, installation, and ongoing support and maintenance, they're helping businesses make their warehouses work smarter and more efficiently by maximising space and accessibility, resulting in higher productivity gains and improved safety. Speak to Stu Ward and the Dexian team today. They'll help you unlock your warehouse's potential. Visit dexianvictoria.com.au.
Can you hear that? There's a roar circulating around many local footy ovals. It's Josh Kennedy here, inviting you to be part of Toyota's Good for Footy raffle. Now, in its 11th year, over $12,225,141 has been raised, with 100% of proceeds going back to local grassroots football clubs. Once again, the Toyota Good for Footy raffle tickets are just $5, with $289,005 worth of prizes to be won this year. Contact your local football club and purchase a ticket today. Now that's good for footy.
Any parts, any automation technology, any factory, warehouse, machine building, anything manufacturing. NewTek are your specialists in pneumatic and automation. But why should you care? Put simply, NewTek will save your company money, reduce costs, and increase the throughput of your machinery. Spelt PNEUTECH. Call and challenge NewTek to demonstrate today. newtek.com.au. That's PNEUTech.com.au.
Mate is your Australian-owned internet and mobile provider. Here with a footy-sized deal for Victoria. Make the switch to Mate and score $180 off selected internet plans over 6 months with promo code MATE30. Get unlimited data for all your streaming needs, backed by our Aussie-based customer service team. Choose a provider you can trust, like a Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au or search Mate online to find out more. Terms and conditions apply.
This end of financial year, don't just get your tax done, get your backyard done with Australian Outdoor Living's end of financial year sale. Enjoy huge savings off our range of effortlessly perfect artificial grass. Save a bundle in your backyard at Australian Outdoor Living.
Join the conversation. Text 0433 98 11 16. This is the pre-game show for Before You Dig. Before every job, search Before You Dig online. Every time.
AFL Nation, it's the pre-game show for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food, and Victoria Police made for more search police careers. We're here for Barclay Smokehouse. Go for goal with Grandmother Ham from Barclay Smokehouse and Synergy Painting Group, where expertise meets aesthetics and where quality meets affordability. John Donohoe, Sam Hargraves. We'll welcome in Josh Jenkins shortly, but Brenton Sanderson is here. So, Sando, before we get to Tim Livingston, who's going to join us after the break from the Richmond Footy Club, the GM of Football Performance, I've got to ask you about Carlton. They're the hot topic at the moment. They're almost downfall of this team, who have got a really good top 6, 7, 8 players, and then it just falls away. It's been a really sad sort of watch the last month or so.
Yeah, it has, and I mean they've had some challenges. Injuries as well. They've never had their best 22 on the field, and I know every side could argue that as well. There's every team in the AFL this year has been missing 2 or 3 of their absolute jets, but it feels like at the wrong time. The Blues have had some issues getting their right players on the park. You know, Mackay and Walsh and those sort of guys. They've got some good emerging players that we've seen glimpses of this year. Whether that's like Jackson Binns, and I think Ollie Hollins has been really important this year. Matt Carroll, Cooper Lord, Corey Durden, but they've just been inconsistent at times. So we've seen them at their best, but unfortunately we've seen them at their worst as well. If you look at them from a sort of glass half full though, like defensively they're okay. And I know they weren't good the other night against Port Adelaide, but they are quite hard to score against. Their profile is pretty good. You know, you got Wiedering back there as well, and he shouldn't have played the other night. He looked sore.
He looked proppy.
Yeah, he looked like he couldn't turn. But
Georgiades took advantage of that as well.
Oh, did he ever? Yeah, he just got latched on him all the time. But yeah, with Hollins and Silvani back there, and Haynes, who had a slow start to the season, but has sort of found a little bit of form. And you mentioned about their top end talent. So with a midfield of Cripps and Chera and Hewitt, their leadership and on-field impact has been great through the middle, and the midfield unit seems like it's their strength. You know, clearances, contested possession, but for whatever reason, they haven't been able to run out games. They've been in some winning positions often enough, but just haven't been able to finish games off like they should. And yeah, but that was a concern the other night when, backs up against the wall, must-win game. Feels like the whole club, the spotlight is really on them at the moment, and they were really disappointing against a side which I thought that they would perform a lot better against. So yeah, it's really hard to be at a club when it's like that, and the players have got to find a way to ensure that they turn up, keep working hard, because there's so much of the season to play. And I know part of their supporter group, and their fans would be like, let's just finish this year and get on with next season. But there's so much to play for still. They've got to ensure that they turn up. They're hungry to work, and Vossi's got to surround himself with men and women that want to really work hard for him, foot soldiers. People that want to prepare these boys to ensure that every game they play, they're going to be really hard to beat. Because the other night against Port Adelaide on Thursday night, that was a really poor performance.
We've got to get to a break now in a moment, but I just can't. Not that I have a dog in the fight, but sacking another coach doesn't seem to be it can't be just the way of the world for Carlton. It's like a vicious cycle. If they did, like Voss is their 7th coach since 1995. You mentioned out there with me, Geelong have had 3 in 30 years.
Yeah, the last Geelong coach to get sacked was John Devine.
Yeah.
So they've been through like Blight and
who all left on their own accord.
And Ayres and Bomber Thompson, and now Chris Scott's been there forever. So yeah, I don't think that's right either. You can't just shine the spotlight on Michael Voss, because we know he's a great football person, and he's obviously got great IP, and he's a great motivator, and it feels like change is inevitable, but I wouldn't say get rid of Michael Voss by any means. I think there's a bigger picture which we'll obviously see how that plays out over the next 7 or 8 weeks.
Absolutely. You've got duties elsewhere this afternoon. We're going to let you go here. We'll get Josh Jenkins in after the break. So thank you for your work.
Pleasure, Donis. Have a good call.
We will. People can hear you on SENSA throughout across the afternoon as well. We're going to head down to the boundary line next. We'll speak to GM of Football Performance, Tim Livingston at the Tigers.
Join the conversation. Text 0433 98 11 16. This is the pre-game show for Before You Dig. Before every job, search Before You Dig online. Every time.
With Stake Super, a self-managed super fund can be a bit like a car. All the parts just work in the background, and you just do the driving. That's because Stake Super handles all the admin for you, from establishment to the ongoing accounting of your SMSF. Then you can take the wheel, focused only on where your super's going. Stake Super, Australia's most hassle-free SMSF. Learn more on hellostake.com. This is not financial advice, nor a recommendation that an SMSF is right for you.
This ultra-class haul truck is 15 metres long, and it's hauling 304 tonnes of iron ore up a 45-degree muddy incline. Sounds dramatic, but it's not. Because at Pertec, we supply and service hoses for massive machines like this They're designed and tested to handle all kinds of pressure. No drama. Pertec. Drama resistant since 1980.
In 1610, Galileo discovered Saturn. Sadly, he never lived long enough to discover Macca's new McWings. Experience peak chicken now. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Available after 10:30 a.m.
Sick of hiring temp fence for every job? Buy it once and own it with a Rapid Mesh temp fence. Available at over 300 Bunnings stores nationwide, it's the #1 temp fence solution for tradies and builders. It's quick to set up, easy to take down, and move between jobs, saving you time and money on every site. Why rent when you can buy it? Grab your Rapid Mesh temp fence today at your nearest Bunnings. Make Rapid Mesh temp fence your solution.
Love sport? Then you'll love this. Mate is giving you access to BN Sports Connect when you sign up for an eligible internet or mobile plan. That means live football, tennis, rugby union and more. Stream straight to your favourite devices. No extra costs, no stress. Just non-stop sport, anytime, anywhere. So if you're a sports fan, this is a no-brainer. Switch to Mate today. Visit letsbemates.com.au or search Mate online to find out more.
Terms and conditions apply.
Hello, Friendly Hotels.
Do you have sleeping duck beds?
No, we have...
Sorry, bye.
Hello, Ocean View Manor.
Do you have sleeping duck beds?
Look, yes. We wanted to, but...
Sorry, bye.
Hello, Luxury Estates.
Please tell me you have sleeping duck beds.
Why, of course we do, sir.
Thank you. Sleeping Duck's end of financial year sale. The perfect time to upgrade your beds for those customers who won't holiday in a place without one. Only while stocks last. Visit sleepingduck.com.
Kicking off a project. What you gonna do? So many moving parts and only one of you. Why don't you just go say every project see? Yeah, make it sing. It's coats in your corner. Make sure you're different. Why don't you just go say?
Visit coats.com.au.
For the best roof in town, Harley and Sons won't let you down.
What would you do with an extra 10K in your pocket? A cheeky holiday? A new winter wardrobe? Well, right now, Harley & Sons Roofing are giving away up to $10,000 cash back to one lucky customer who goes ahead with their job in June. So if you've got a broken or tired roof that needs to be checked, get a quote today and you can be up to 10K richer. T's and C's apply. harleyroofing.com.au.
For the best roof in town, Harley and Sons won't let you down.
We won't let you down.
This end of financial year, don't just get your tax done, get your backyard done with Australian Outdoor Living's end of financial year sale. Enjoy huge savings off our custom designed and installed outdoor kitchens. Save a bundle in your backyard at Australian Outdoor Living.
Join the conversation. Text 0433 98 11 16. This is the pre-game show for Before You Dig. Before every job, search Before You Dig online. Every time.
Unbathed MCG all of a sudden gives us a whole heap of different possibilities this afternoon. John Donohoe, Sam Hargraves with you. We've said goodbye to Brenton Sanderson, from one Adelaide legacy member to another who played in the 2017 Grand Final for the Crows. Joshua Jenkins. Hello, JJ.
Afternoon. Yeah, it was good to see Sando. I don't get to see him very often. Probably only seen him 5 times since he was removed as coach of the Crows. One of those was a fairly awkward encounter in Seattle a week after he'd been removed. I just said, I'm a young player. It had nothing to do with me, but he's a good man. So Crows Nation for Crows fans will be a good option today, I reckon.
Absolutely. Clearly player-led.
We will.
That dismissal.
We will get to that.
But I just wasn't a player of influence. I had nothing to do with it.
Let's get down boundary side, JJ and Sammy, to Richmond GM of Football Performance, Tim Livingston, who joins us. Hello, Tim. Welcome to AFL Nation. A nice day to bounce back after last week's tough loss.
Yes, thanks for having me. It is a nice day. Well, it was raining when we got here, but the sun's out now, a bit of blue sky, so I think the conditions will be okay from what I can see.
Excited about McKelty Lafau's return. I think it's 393 days since he last played against Geelong. It must be exciting for the team.
Yeah, it is. It's super exciting. I'm looking at his picture up on the scoreboard. He even got to choose the songs for today's pre-game. He's an energetic character. He's fierce at the contest. The players just loved how he's gone about his rehab. He didn't get down the dumps. He just attacked it with enthusiasm, which he does everything in life. And he'll provide a great contest for us today, and we're just so excited to have him back in.
Indeed. Josh Jenkins here. Good luck this afternoon. I'm looking forward to... I've got to put my hand up. I saw Ben Miller play a little bit early days. Saw him play in the VFL and thought, he might make it, he might not make it. He's, probably gives away a little bit of size, maybe even athletically gives away a little bit. But I tell you what, he sticks to his task, and he is just one of those guys who he's not going to take no for an answer when it comes to giving himself a chance to have a long career.
Yeah, that's. I'm glad you pointed that out, Josh. He's been super consistent this year, and his one-on-one contests, he's just been reliable. He's had some really difficult opponents to face, and to be fair, at times an influx of inside 50s coming down, and he's held his own and been terrific. And I'll admit to listening to you guys earlier in the day, and you were talking about the time it takes to develop as a player, Josh, and he's a classic example of that as a key, and finding his game and just sticking to his task. And we're really proud of what he's doing right now, and the way his career's trending.
Absolutely. You've got a few other young guys at the other end of the ground who look like they've got a bit to offer as well. Steely Green's an exciting type. Seth Campbell's really explosive. One thing with Campbell, he looks like he's a good decision maker, and if he can get the ball in his hands a little bit more, particularly as that bridge kick or that money kick inside forward 50, it looks like he's got a bit to offer as well.
Yeah, he's very clean with the footy, and you're right, is a great decision maker, but he's also got that... His acceleration from the contest can give him time to use it well, and he tends to. He's been hitting the scoreboard on a regular basis, and those guys up forward like him and Steely Green with their forward pressure, Sonzi. It's a tough position to play, the high forward role. Mansell's another one, getting up and back, and sometimes you can have you can get some output in terms of disposals or impact on the scoreboard, and other times you just got to be seen to be playing your role, and we're really proud of what those boys are doing at the moment.
Tim, Sam Hargraves here. Really appreciate you being with us. Love watching a strong football club make strong, bold. That's going up all the way around the ground at the moment.
It is, yeah.
Strong, bold decisions about where they're at and where they're going to get to. The decisions made in the off-season, really comprehensive and decisive. You clean out one generation and then you welcome in the next. Just take us through how that's been, keeping everybody on the same page with all of that, because young guys are getting opportunities they may not have, but then there's older guys who are used to winning premierships, but they all seem to have bought into this and really led well throughout the season as well. Can you take us behind the scenes of how you keep everybody sailing in the same direction in such an exciting but really big transitional period?
Yes, well, it's important that we're constantly communicating what the strategy is, and that it probably started more than 2 years ago, knowing where our list was heading, and then what the draft looked like. And Blair and the guys did a terrific job in terms of setting us up, regardless of what happened with last year in terms of Bolton and Graham and Rioli, Baker. But for those guys to move out, it gave us the chance to really set that strategy. But And again, it sets us up in terms of this year's draft as well. Having said all that, I love the point you make in terms of, well, Nick Voston right near me here, and Nathan Broad and Toby Nankervis, they have a clear understanding, Tom Lynch, they have a clear understanding of what success looks like, and also their role in mentoring and taking these players and taking them along the journey and helping them to learn winning habits, and they're doing a wonderful job of that. Down pressure, I'm just looking around, some of these guys, we're in a really privileged position, and they know this, that they can pass on their learnings to the next generation of Tigers, but also get us back to playing winning football on a regular basis sooner than we think.
I remember a former rugby league great telling me when I lived in Brisbane that your whole role as a professional athlete is to leave the place that you play in a better place than when you got there, and that's exactly what these guys are doing, aren't they? To accept that now, to know that the premierships are not going to really happen for them, but can they help this group set on a path for it? Tom Lynch is, I think, led so well this year. It seems like he's gone out, not picked a fight per se, but he's been really physical and almost drawn attention to him to say, hey, we might be a young team, but no one's going to bully us. And in fact, I might just do a bit of bullying out there. I've loved watching him go about it this year.
Yeah, Lynchy's, I promise you, he's one of the best people you'll ever meet in football. But and once he crosses the line, he's one of the best competitors you'll meet in footy as well. And that's something he can pass on to what is around him, a particularly young forward group. And people like Jonty Fall, he's a bit like that in terms of once he crosses the line, he embraces the contest. So he thinks what Lynchy's showing him how to do is just terrific. But to have Jonty and Simsy and Lafau playing, and then our younger, smaller brigade playing around a professional and a competitor like Tom Lynch is just absolutely to our advantage, and he's been terrific with them.
Tim, one of the guys in the middle band, you've got plenty at the sort of in the twilight of their career and plenty that are just emerging, trying to get themselves, up for an AFL career. Jack Ross is sort of somewhere in the middle, has played, I reckon I've seen him tag at different stages, seen him behind the ball, seen him out on the wing a fair bit. What type of a role are you trying to establish for him as you move forward?
Well, probably a role that allows him to continue to do that. I mean, if he can play on a wing, if he can sit on a guy, if he can go and win the footy himself in the midfield, then, he picks himself most weeks on the back of that. He's reasonably consistent. He gives us flexibility. And again, Jack's had to work hard at his career, and it's taken him a while. And he spent a long time, well, not a long time, a development time with some gun midfielders going before him, and it was harder to get in. But we're really, really glad that he's playing consistent footy. And to answer your question, what he gives us his options with his ability to play different roles.
Tim, final one before we let you go. Appreciate your time. Josh Smiley and Taj Houghton are the only two draftees from last year's haul that haven't surfaced this season. Are we likely to see them to make it a royal flush throughout 2025?
Well, we hope so. Josh is still a couple of weeks back from returning. We've spent a fair bit of time, working on his athletic development and getting a young 195 centimetre body ready to play AFL football at AFL intensity. So he's working really hard, but a couple of weeks back from coming back through the VFL. Taj Houghton's played his second game back, played 70% game time yesterday and got the ball 25 times and used it really well. He looks balanced. He's got plenty of time when the ball's in his hands. We're excited about what he can bring, and if he continues with that sort of form, it won't be long before he's playing AFL footy, and that'll be great for our fans.
Yeah, it's exciting times if you're a Richmond supporter. Tim, thanks for joining us. Always generous with your time, and good luck this afternoon.
Thanks very much for having me.
Tim Livingston, the GM of football at Richmond, joining us pre-game. So they are young and developing, JJ, and they've shown exciting glimpses, but I don't think I've seen a team that have debuted 8 draftees in one season, and that's what they can get if they play those two men.
Yeah, well, they've outperformed most people's expectations. They've only won a few games, but some had them winning none or one. They've certainly been able to tick that box, and I think the next phase is just continuing to establish an identifiable game plan. I couldn't tell you how they really want to move the ball yet, but that's okay. I think that's something they want to continue to build upon. I've got no doubt Uze and the coaching staff would be saying, let's lock away our contest method, let's get stable behind the ball, and then let's attack and build our attack off the back of that. So hopefully today we see, look, from a neutral's perspective, I'd love to see the game quite open, because I think if we see that, Adelaide will deliver a pretty entertaining game, and hopefully, going back the other way, Richmond can get involved in offence too.
I made the joke in the pre-season they would have had to hire a paediatrician at the start of the year. They were that young, and that Adam Uze was going to be having the birds and the bees sort of chats as much as he was having structure and offence and defence chat. They were that young a side, but that's what success. That's the other part of what success looks like. So they get their premierships, but then because they're such a well-run club, because they're such a strong club, strong in what they do and strong in their convictions, that they haven't half this. They haven't had a bit each way. They've just said, right, we are making the rebuild decision right now. And so they said goodbye to one of the most what a commodity Shea Bolton is, but they just said, right, we can see what we can get for him. So if we're going to do it, we're going to do it properly. And I don't think I can remember seeing a team do a rebuild, JJ, so decisively, so comprehensively. We get to know whether it's going to be successful, but I don't think I've ever seen a club. Can you think of another club that's done it so decisively?
Probably not. I think the shadow of Tassie has probably played its part. Them wanting to fast track it. You know, the inability potentially to go to the draft 4 or 5 times. You might need to go, 2 or 3 and really get it done quickly.
They have set up for that this year too. They've set themselves up for this draft as well.
They're going to go back hard again. It also gives them, what it does having great draft capital is also, if you're a bit ahead of where you think you are, okay, well, maybe we don't need 4 more kids. Maybe we can get into the free agency space or get into the trading space and pick someone up along the way, because that aspect of footy is only going to continue. There'll be players who haven't had their names mentioned in a trade sense who will get traded over the next couple of years.
But the other part of it too is, how do you communicate that to your fan base? So we're looking at people spray painting the walls, which we don't condone, and it's just ridiculous that someone would let football affect them that much. It's the most stupid thing I've ever seen.
At that time of night.
Spray painting a football. But, this is a club that's had people drop off trailer loads of manure back in the day, but because they communicated so well to the fan base, they go, oh, okay, that's what we're doing. We're all in. I haven't heard a talkback caller from Richmond all year complain about where they're at.
And they've been super positive, even the shows I've filled in on, they've been super positive about their young players. And that's the thing I always say, when you speak to these type of people, there are countless Richmond people who know more about their young players than I do. And it's great to talk to them, because occasionally they'll say, well, why don't you go and have a good look at Steely Green, or go and have a look at Seth Campbell or what Jack Ross is doing.
Yeah, Banks, Mansell, those guys have all come on this year.
Yeah, and they've all shown glimpses, and that's all. I was at the Richmond Dogs game last week, and look, it was one-way traffic, but Jonty Fall presented at the ball twice in the game, and I thought, well, that's enough to see from him today. Hopefully we see it again next week, and there'll be a point in the season where he needs a rest, or he gets tired, or his form drops off. But that's all you need to see from young players at the moment, just 1 or 2 or 3 moments in a game where you say, you know what, that is I can see that skill transitioning into him being a long-term AFL player.
And they picked the right draft to go about what you said, Sammy, as well, because this one coming up is a bit more compromised. So their 8 picks would have been diluted back into early second-round picks. The guys that they picked, Sam Lawler is well and truly up to AFL standard, and we haven't seen Smiley, but for long periods of last year, he was the early number 1 draft pick option. So I think they've set themselves up nicely for the future. It's going to be a bumpy ride for sure, like at times, but they're coming off 3 premierships. So to go back to what you were saying about their fans, it's a lot easier to be positive coming off 3 premierships than it is for Carlton fans to not be coming off a premiership.
They weren't a happy fan base when this time last year. I don't think they were a super happy fan base, because there was a bit of disgruntlement about Damien Hardwick leaving and then signing elsewhere, and what their plans were going forward. But the off season, they clearly got together. Those who were outgoing, Brendan Gale and others, left, and then those who were left behind quickly got around a table and got the message out.
Absolutely. We'll talk about the Crows on the other side of this. Josh Jenkins, John Donohoe and Sam Hargraves with you. It's the MCG Sunday afternoon footy. It's I was going to say it's filling up, but I wouldn't. That probably wouldn't be putting it kindly.
They're expecting 30,000. I heard on my way in.
People are coming in, so let's just put it that way for this afternoon.
There are people attending the football.
It has been wet in Melbourne. The sun has come out, so we'll see what the crowd is later on today. But this is the pre-game show for Barclay Smokehouse. Go for goal with Grandmother Ham from Barclay Smokehouse, and Synergy Painting Group, where expertise meets aesthetics. I got that wrong all day already, and where quality meets affordability.
Join the conversation. Text 0433 98 11 16. This is the pre-game show for Before You Dig. Before every job, search Before You Dig online. Every time.
With Stake Super, a self-managed super fund can be a bit like a car. All the parts just work in the background, and you just do the driving. That's because Stake Super handles all the admin for you, from establishment to the ongoing accounting of your SMSF. Then you can take the wheel, focused only on where your super's going. Stake Super, Australia's most hassle-free SMSF. Learn more on hellostake.com. This is not financial advice, nor a recommendation that an SMSF is right for you.
Razorback 4x4's Tax Time Frenzy sale is still on, and this is your last chance to save up to 30% store-wide. Razorback 4x4 seat covers are perfectly tailored to fit like a glove, and they're super easy to clean, keeping your four-wheel drive seats protected from spills, messy mishaps, mud and more. With a range of materials and colours to choose from, free shipping nationwide, nationwide and thousands of 5-star reviews make sure you don't miss out during Razorback 4x4's Tax Time Frenzy sale. Visit razorback4x4.com.au.
With over 1 billion vehicles on the road worldwide, finding one of yours can be tricky. But with vehicle tracking systems by Radius Telematics, they'll not only find your vehicle, but they'll also tell you where it's been, where it's going, and how long it's taken, including location and speeding alerts, even driving behaviour, plus so much more. Speak to Michael and the team about dashcam and asset tracking technology that'll help keep your business's valuable assets safe and secure. For more, visit radius.com today.
Kicking off a project. What you gonna do? So many moving parts and only one of you. Why don't you just coax it? Every project sing. Yeah, make it sing. It's coax in your corner. Make sure you're looking for anything. Why don't you just coax it?
Visit coates.com.au.
Sick of hiring temp fence for every job? Buy it once and own it with a Rapid Mesh temp fence. Available at over 300 Bunnings stores nationwide, it's the #1 temp fence solution for tradies and builders. It's quick to set up, easy to take down, and move between jobs, saving you time and money on every site. Why rent when you can buy it? Grab your Rapid Mesh temp fence today at your nearest Bunnings. Make Rapid Mesh temp fence your solution.
Does your local tick all the boxes? Lush beer garden, classic pub fare including steak night, trivia nights and a Sunday roast special? Sounds like the Flying Duck in Paran, where gastropub meets a neighbourhood local favourite. Think good pub vibes inside at the public bar, the spacious 84-seat open plan dining room and 40-seat private dining room, or sunny vibes while enjoying the sprawling beer garden. Make the Flying Duck in Paran your local favourite. Drop in at 67 Bendigo Street, Paran.
Mackay Timber is 100% family owned and operated and has been servicing the building industry for over 80 years. Mackays provide quality Tasmanian oak and imported timbers through our distribution centre in Dandenong. So whether it's a residential build or a large commercial project, Mackays have you covered statewide or nationally through our supply chain network. So ask your architect or builder if they're using Mackays for the timber in your project. And if they're not, ask them why not.
Cash flow can make or break a business, and when unpaid invoices start piling up, it can stall your growth fast. With invoice finance from Early Pay, you don't have to wait to get paid. Unlock the cash tied up in your invoices and keep your business moving. Whether it's paying staff, suppliers, or seizing your next opportunity, Early Pay puts you back in control. Early Pay, better business on your terms. Visit earlypay.com.au to learn more.
Join the conversation. Text 0433 98 11 16. This is the pre-game show for Before You Dig. Before every job, search Before You Dig online. Every time.
AFL Nation, 4 and 20 pies. I'm just tucking into one now. Absolutely delicious. Australia's original fan food. And Victoria Police, made for more. Search police careers. Both teams' cheer squads are out in the middle, just getting the banners ready and raring to be erected and run through by the respective teams. It's Richmond hosting Adelaide today, Sunday afternoon at the MCG, our pre-game show for Barclay Smokehouse. Go for goal with Grandmother Ham from Barclay Smokehouse and Synergy Painting Group, where expertise meets aesthetics and where quality meets affordability. Sam Hargraves, John Donahoe just doing a bit of limbo to get back into position, and the man who stood on the field for this grand final clash 2017 for the Adelaide Crows, the big key forward Josh Jenkins. JJ, for the Crows' point of view, profiling up beautifully. Probably let one go that they thought they were probably should have won maybe against the Hawks. They've got a chance to take back their position within the top 4 today. They've conceded the least amount of points in the competition this year, so defensively they're holding up really well, and they're a top 4 offence as well. Not a whole lot they seem to lack for. How have you viewed your former team throughout the course of the year, and how do you think they're placed heading into the business end of it?
Well, they're certainly well placed. I mean, the numbers are hard to argue. They're impossible to argue. I still think I still think they're vulnerable to a big gun key forward. Now, whether they bump into one or not, I'm not sure. Whether they have a team or an opposition that has one or two that can really trouble them, I'm not sure. They've got high hopes for Nick Murray. I haven't quite seen it yet. I know he's not too far away. He doesn't quite look big enough or agile enough to play on the very, very best. Keane's undersized, but certainly brave and courageous and determined to do his job. Butts is someone that was just making his way when I was still at Adelaide, and he's incredibly disciplined. Would have learned a fair bit from Daniel Talia and the way he goes about it and just locking away your man and doing the job. So he's the one they'll hope can hold up. But physically, he's had his issues. So, yeah, even though the defensive numbers really stack up, I still worry for them if a big forward was to get hot on a big day.
Are you a subscriber to the big three? I know Kane always talks about the big three key forwards for the Crows. I think it works. What have they got? Kicked 68 or 69 goals between the three of them this year. And I think, Tex can float up the ground. Thilthorpe can play a bit higher as well. But I think it's been working for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to argue against it, I think, at the moment, because the forward line is not about those three key forwards. It's about the 6 or 7 that play in the forward line. It's about Rankin and Dawson who roll through there and play their part as well inside forward 50. So, it's not about the three keys. We're talking about it on Crunch Time with Scotty Lucas, and, Riley Thilthorpe spends however many minutes a quarter in the ruck. They all spend a rotation each on the bench. So we're probably, I doubt we're talking about more than half the game where all three are inside that forward line at the same time. And as you mentioned, on big grounds, Walker's got great running ability. Thilthorpe's, they tell me, is a phenomenally gifted endurance runner, and Fogarty's capable of getting up the ground, doesn't do it as much. So it's not like they all want to be in the same place at the same time.
You played in a setup with three keys and you all had your role, and I've asked you about this a couple of times, but are you seeing similarities in the way that they're making it work inside forward 50 with those bigs as you and Tom Lynch and Tex Walker were able to do in the successful years that you had with the Crows?
I think Walker and Fogarty are quite similar. I reckon I'm seeing Tex is probably the one, because he's 35. He's the one who's probably having to try and play a little bit differently to fit in, because he's probably the first one out. Well, he's the first one out. But in reality, ever since Darcy Fogarty injured his shoulder, whatever round it was, he missed one game. They thought he'd miss a month. He missed one. I don't reckon he's been the same physical presence since. So I can't wait to get a look at him today. The ability to have another week off with the bye, to potentially strengthen that arm and that shoulder and whatever's going on. I believe it was an AC joint. So he's the one I really want to see get going. Let's also remember, they played GWS when it was an absolute slog in wet weather. It was about 40-30 or something crazy in that game. They played down in Lonnie when it was freezing cold and slippery, and there were next to no goals kicked. And they played against Brisbane at home where it was just poured all night. So 3 of their last 4 games have been games where tall forwards have basically been rendered useless because of the conditions.
Not far away from action. We're about 15 minutes or so till we get underway here at the MCG Sunday afternoon footy on AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies.
Join the conversation. Text 0433 98 11 16. This is the pre-game show for Before You Dig. Before every job, search Before You Dig online. Every time.
Harvey Norman half-yearly clearance ends Monday. Laptops, mobiles, price to clear. Save up to 30% off Windows 11 computers, TVs, fridges, laundry on sale. Save $500 on Dream L40S, Ultra Robot Vac and Mop, now $14.97. Save on bedding and bedroom furniture. Australian-made King Coil Conformer, Element Queen mattress, just $8.49. Big savings on discounted lounges, dining and outdoor furniture. And save $160 on Everdure gas pizza oven, just $7.98. Harvey Norman clearance ends Monday. Best prices guaranteed. Conditions apply.
With Stake Super, a self-managed super fund can be a bit like a car. All the parts just work in the background and you just do the driving. That's because Stake Super handles all the admin for you, from establishment to the ongoing accounting of your SMSF. Then you can take the wheel, focused only on where your super's going. Steak Super, Australia's most hassle-free SMSF. Learn more on hellosteak.com. This is not financial advice nor a recommendation that an SMSF is right for you.
Want to know if your energy provider's call centre is actually local? Try this test. Ask them what a snag is. If they say a minor inconvenience, nah. At Sumo, we're 100% Aussie owned, and our team of locals actually get it. No jargon, no robots, just locals providing real service, fair pricing, and support when you need it. Sumo, energy as local as the Esky at a family barbecue, cold drinks and all.
Time to gear up. Truckline's end of financial year sale is on now. Stock up on quality parts and accessories for North American, Japanese and European trucks and trailers. Make sure your fleet is primed and ready for the new year. Don't wait. Gear up with Truckline's end of financial year sale. But it must end June 30. Shop the savings online or find your local Truckline store at truckline.com.au.
Tough job? Get tougher boots. DeWalt Work Boot. Built for comfort. Made to last. DeWalt. Guaranteed tough. Now available at Bunnings Warehouse.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability. All while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
Does your local tick all the boxes? Lush beer garden, classic pub fare including steak night, trivia nights and a Sunday roast special? Sounds like the Flying Duck in Paran, where gastropub meets a neighbourhood local favourite. Think good pub vibes inside at the public bar, the spacious 84-seat open plan dining room and 40-seat private dining room, or sunny vibes while enjoying the sprawling beer garden. Make the Flying Duck in Paran your local favourite. Drop in at 67 Bendigo Street, Paran.
Feel good health catch on with Bupa, CanStar's outstanding value health insurance for 2024. To join almost 4 million Australians, search Bupa Health Insurance today.
Keeping your business one step ahead of offshore and local competitors means having access to quality products, technical support and superior service. Welcome to Ace Metal Treatment Services, a merger of Melbourne's 3 leading heat treatment providers. AMTS uses proven technology and modern equipment to achieve a high level of product quality and furnace reliability. For more information about their large capacity continuous heat treatment to high volume plating and finishing and everything in between, visit acemts.com.au. AMTS, your one-stop heat treatment and finishing manufacturing partner.
Join the conversation. Text 0433 98 11 16. This is the pre-game show. For Before You Dig. Before every job, search Before You Dig online. Every time.
No, Sammy, do you know? Might be JK.
Boys are alive.
Welcome back to the MCG. The players are about to come out on to the field to get their warm-up started for Ream. The subs are in. Lockie Murphy, the sub for the Crows. Camden McIntosh is going to be the sub today for the Tigers. So, the second gamer in, where is he here? Jasper Olga will finally get a full game of footy. Before we get your thoughts on this game in general, JJ, are you with me on the fact that debutants shouldn't be the sub? He was the sub last week.
No, I'm not with you
really?
on that one because
I just think it ruins the...
Well, do you know what the other option was for the young man? Not to play.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair enough. All right, the Crows coming out and getting themselves sorted on the MCG. John Dono, Sam Hargraves and Josh Jenkins with you. I've been put back in my place nice and early, which is good.
Well, that's the reality of the situation. If I'm a young player and the coach comes to me and says, look, we're thinking we can squeeze you in as the sub, will you take that? Or do you want to wait another day? I'm not waiting because that day may never come.
But they could still play them if there was 5 on the bench, couldn't they?
Yeah, but there aren't 5 on the bench.
That's what I'm saying. But if they brought that in, then that's the other alternative. That you just play him
when that's in, that's in play. But at the moment, I'm just taking whatever I can get as a young player.
Fair enough. Well, this is the pre-game show.
I'm not sure how. I can't work out why you can't.
No, I can understand that. I can understand it. I just don't like this. The debutant being the sub.
It's not ideal. I certainly agree with you on that front.
When your kids get older, JJ, trying to negotiate anything with you is going to be a real grind for them, isn't it?
He doesn't stuff around.
He doesn't, inch mile.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the pre-game show for Barclay Smokehouse. Go for goal with Grandmother Ham from Barclay Smokehouse and Synergy Painting Group, where expertise meets aesthetics and where quality meets affordability. JJ, before we get into our unmissable moment for Drinkwise, how do Richmond go about combating the high-quality midfield and the high-quality forward line of the Crows today? Ben Miller was reasonable last week, even though it was a big loss. I think he kept Aaron Norton pretty quiet. But how do they combat that today?
Well, it needs to be around the footy. They need to be able to bring more pressure than they were able to bring last week, because the Dogs were able to chain it out by hand and then run out the front of stoppage. It was Bontempelli 36-3, Ed Richards, chaining out the front. I don't really care who your defenders are. If that's going to happen, then you're not going to get the job done. Much was made of Noah Bolter's performance in that game, but the Dogs midfielders were shoulders out running at the forwards. I mean, they had every available kick in the caper at their disposal. So they're going to need some more pressure. So, I want to see a really strong two-way performance today from Jacob Hopper. You want to see Taranto at the source getting it done. You want to see Prestia covering the ground. And then after that, you'll see the young players follow suit.
Is that the one area of the ground you don't give Richmond a leave pass in, where it's been very complimentary? And I certainly have the direction they're going and, all the youth that's coming through. But that on-ball brigade, Nankervis is a three-time premiership player. Prestia is a three-time premiership player. Taranto and Hopper are senior experienced players who have both played in grand finals when they were at the Giants as well. So in that area of the ground, JJ, do you not give them any inch?
Yeah, I think that's a good call. You should be expecting them to break even around the footy. Nankervis versus O'Brien, if you want to call it a 0-0 draw, that's what you should probably expect from the captain of your footy club against, Riley O'Brien, who's going to work his tail off. But that's a great setup for Nankervis, because he's not going to get beaten by someone who's just more gifted physically today. So it can be worker versus worker. Taranto at the source. I think Taranto's a better contest player than anything Adelaide have got in terms of first possession, head in the hole contest player. Saligo's trying to be that player. Peatling's probably going to go to Taranto and give him some attention at different stages. So in terms of your ruck battle, it should be at least a break even. And then the first possession, you might even have an edge in terms of Richmond. From there, though, clearly the class is with Adelaide.
And just a quick one, any change in position on debutants being the sub? Have you moved on that at all?
No, because...
I just thought I'd check in, Johnny D, because you never know. He might have had time to think about it.
Just in the last 5 minutes.
If you want to move, then you cannot play. That's fine.
JJ, very quickly, Josh Rochelli's return to form has been enormous this season. He's been goalless just once in 8 games, averaging 2.6 goals and 7 score involvements a game. He's kicked 23 already this season. He's an important part of their forward line now.
Absolutely. He was when he burst onto the scene, and whether he was a handful or whether he's mismanaged, probably a portion of both, if you ask me. But he's an immense talent. He can be a match-winning type of player. He probably will suffer the Zach Baileys a little bit. I reckon he's good enough to play some midfield minutes, but he won't get to because they've got others in front of him. So, how they can get him involved in the game, particularly when he plays forward and gets attention from a defender. Adelaide like to bring up a forward at stoppage between the arcs just to get some territory. So, Lockie Murphy has done that a fair bit across his career. He is the sub today. You might see Rankin come up and do it. You might see Dawson start as a forward if he's getting tagged and come up and do it. I'd use Rochelli as well, because, there's nothing more difficult as a high half forward when you're getting tagged. It's hard enough to get the ball in that position as it is, but when you're getting tagged, there's great options and opportunities for him if you can bring him up to a stoppage and let him rip through there and get involved.
2 changes for the Tigers today. McKelty Lafau back in, and Jacob Blight comes in for his first game since round 5 this season. Tom Sims and Caleb Smith have been omitted, and James Peatling returns from suspension to replace Luke Pedler in the lineup for the Crows. So pretty settled across the board. JJ, is it a case of just simply come here, get the job done and bounce back? It was a tough, dour affair down in Tasmania pre-bye for the Crows. What was it, 47-44? And they were really good against Brisbane the week before. So they just have to get the job done here to keep their finals hopes well and truly up there.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, absolutely. You just got to win, right? Like, an ugly win is better than a sexy loss. And look, there's probably no such thing as a sexy loss for Adelaide today. It's win or nothing. But I mean, I'm probably hopeful of more than just a grinding win for Adelaide. They come off the bye, so a lot of their guys will have been able to tidy up a few niggles, and some will be able to train. That's the thing. You do limp to the bye on occasion, and you might be missing training so you can make it to the games. And the bye gives you the chance to do a bit of training, refresh yourself, and get back to work and get back into that routine of training twice a week and being able to play on weekends. So I'm quietly confident we'll see more than just a grinding win from Adelaide. We should see the best version of them.
Absolutely. So what should a pass mark be then for Richmond? I know everybody comes expecting to win, but we spoke about the number one ranked defence of Adelaide in terms of points conceded this year. They're a top 4 offence as well. They're a game outside the top 4. What's a pass mark for Richmond today in terms of a final margin?
Margin, maybe 4 or 5 goals is thereabouts. If you think about it in terms of how the game's played, I reckon it'll be disappointing if, from a Richmond perspective, if you see Adelaide just going from one end of the ground to the other, from D50 to forward 50 without much resistance. I think that'll be quite disappointing. Adelaide will get their looks around stoppage. We know they've got some powerful tools inside forward 50 and some dangerous smalls. But if you're seeing Smith and Laird and Michael Laney and those types off half back moving the ball through the midfield, and then Dawson and Rankin are in space and delivering the ball to Fogarty and Walker and Ben Keys running back to goal, I think that's the part you don't want to see too much, because once Adelaide get that up and running, as they did against Essendon here earlier in the season, they can put up big points quickly.
All right, JJ, what could be an unmissable moment today for Drinkwise? You won't miss a moment if you Drinkwise.
Well, I think just that, Adelaide's ability to score, Adelaide's scoring power. I've been, defending the 3 tools in terms of what they've been up against in terms of the weather conditions over the past month or so. They get what looks to be a beautiful day for footy. There's no wind. Often here at the MCG, it's difficult to judge the footy because of the swirling breeze, and difficult to kick for goal as well. But it's beautiful here. It's perfect conditions for footy. So if it holds up, these forwards, these 6 or 7 forwards, but certainly the 3 tools, they should be licking their chops. Yes, Bolter and Miller are pretty good opposition, but they should get plenty of opportunities. So probably not beyond the Crows' big 3 to see them kick. Probably 8 between them. That'd be a good number.
Yeah, I think so. Today's subs for Martor Safety Knives. Cut smarter, work safer. Visit martoraustralia.com.au. We mentioned that Camden McIntosh is the sub for the Tigers, JJ, and Lockie Murphy for the Crows. Do either of those surprise you?
Not really. Murphy's, probably last in, first out. That's probably just where he's at the moment. I know he's the topic of a lot of criticism among Adelaide fans, so they should have a good hard look at themselves, being so critical of a guy who does give everything he's got. He doesn't half go at it. He gives maximum effort. He's not as talented as the next guy, but I tell you what, he's played 100 AFL games, and more than 100 AFL games, standing at 5'10" without a lot of speed and a long left foot kick. So he's done a good job, if you ask me. McIntosh, probably just taking his turn as someone playing the sub role. He's versatile. He can tag. He can play forward, back, mid, wing. And it allows a young player to get an opportunity.
Absolutely. A weather update for Pacific Seeds. High yield, proven performance, growing possibilities. Currently 12 degrees. Feels like 11.8, I'm told, here at the MCG. But the good thing is blue skies. Early this morning, it was scattered showers. We might get another little shower coming through over the MCG this afternoon.
The bloke that invented the wind chill factor passed away at the age of 86.
I didn't know that.
But he felt more like 72.
It's not bad. It's not bad by you. This is what I like. This is what we get working together. You come up with those sorts of those cracking dad jokes, and I just try and call the game to the best of my ability. Good work, Sam Hargraves is alongside me today. What are the key matchups for Smartline?
Nothing from JJ.
Just good for you.
It's got to be really sharp to get a laugh out of JJ.
I'll leave the comedy to you. I'm just
or lack thereof.
Look at some of the
key
forwards.
Matchups, yeah.
I tell you what, Lafau, what's he listed at size-wise? He's listed at 195. I mean, he can't be 195 centimetres. He can't be. He looks closer to 185.
I remember doing the game at Casey a couple of years ago when he was fighting for the last position on Richmond's list, and he just did a couple of things in that game, JJ. The way he moved, he ironed out Jake Lever like he was Monday's shirt. It was a legal bump, but he split him right down the middle. He's got a fair kick on him as well for someone who grew up in New Zealand and was a Melbourne Storm development player, late to the game. He brings
dynamite.
a bit to the table.
Yeah, he's dynamite. The upside in him is enormous. Saw him play live a couple of times and he was incredibly impressive. And he fits coming back off that ACL as someone who's still emerging and learning and understanding what it takes and certainly building the conditioning base. You only need to see 2 or 3 things from him today as well. He fits in that group of young guys who we only want to see a glimpse. We'd love to see more, but the reality is we'll just see a glimpse or 2.
Smarter Light environmental exit signs. Who gets the matchup on either Thilthorpe or Fogarty deep forward,
I reckon
deep defence?
Bolter to Thilthorpe makes sense. Miller and Fogarty, I'd say. They've got a third tall back there.
So just on Bolter, he was given a touch-up, and I know that everybody knows that he's got an interrupted season due to what unfolded in the pre-season. He got given a touch-up by Sam Darcy last week.
Yeah,
lost
I
him
don't
a
know
lot.
many backs who would have stopped a lot of what was happening last week.
But he's a premiership player. He's a senior player, 7-year dealer. He's not a battler.
Definitely.
What do you expect from him this week playing on probably if Sam Darcy's not the best young key forward for anyone else, it's Riley Thilthorpe.
Yeah.
If he goes to him, what do you expect to see from him to bounce back this week?
Yeah, probably less. He's going to be harder to be blocked. So he was blocked a little bit too easy last week. Seeing some of the vision from behind the goals, he was willing to sort of hand over a little bit too easily. So, being a bit harder to play against, being a little bit more resistant to those blocks, because small forwards are going to come in and try and block and free up Thilthorpe and Fogarty and Walker so they can jump at the ball. So certainly he needs to be a bit tougher to play against. But, I'll give him a reasonable out. Because it was. I don't know if Steve Silvani would have stopped Sam Darcy last week.
Toss of the coin for Keno Go, $40 million jackpot every 3 minutes with Keno Go. Jordan Dawson has won the toss, is elected to kick to the city end. That's your right radio speaker. So the Tigers will go to their traditional punt road end. We've got a minute out from the bounce, and that was our pre-game show for Barclay Smokehouse. Go for goal with Grandmother Ham for Barclay Smokehouse and Synergy Painting Group, where expertise meets aesthetics and where quality meets affordability. Sam Hargraves, John Donahoe and Josh Jenkins, the former Essendon, Adelaide and Geelong key forward. JJ, who wins and why?
Look, Adelaide should be winning this game and they should be winning it comfortably. Wouldn't surprise me to see them start in a really dynamic fashion. Off the bye, fresh, ready to rock and roll. Richmond will give great effort because they were embarrassed a little bit by the Dogs last week, but Adelaide far too classy across the ground. I'd expect them to put up a big score. Adelaide will probably score 110 plus. It just depends on what Richmond can put up against them.
Josh Jenkins is our expert for MEGT. We've got Sam Watson on stats for capital.com. Trade fast, trade smart this afternoon. All in readiness, gentlemen. Sam Hargraves is going to take us through the first bounce on AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies. Victoria Police recruiting now in the first quarter is brought to you by Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
Barely a cloud in the sky now. It's a cold Sunday winter's afternoon, but it is wonderful conditions for football at the home of it. And we are underway between the Tigers and the Crows. It was the Crows to get the first clearance. It was pushed out by Rankin, bumped as he kicked, but getting it forward was Michael Annie. In fact, it was Curtin. Tex got the crumbs. Quick little snap on the right from 35 on a 45. Bounces to the right-hand side. And it is a minor score. So first point of the day on the scoreboard for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. Adelaide get it. It is 1 behind to nothing. And great news for Adelaide, JJ, that Curtin's recommitted to the football club, the WA youngster.
Indeed.
Banks from the back pocket, long down the wing, looking for 4. The spoil came, though, from Keane, who punches it over the line. We'll get a boundary throw in outer side. Smallish crowd in, it's fair to say. The members is as empty as I've ever seen it on a Sunday afternoon. Maybe the weather kept people away this afternoon.
Well, they're looking foolish now because
yes, they are.
Lights are on though.
Yep. Thrown in. Shane Warne stands side of the ground. O'Brien down to Banks, ran over the top of it. Picked up though by Taranto, and we'll get a ball up once more.
Looks like both teams are playing regular stoppages, no real mids or forwards coming up, I should say.
Curtin was in there, flicked over the shoulder from Saligo. Out in front, though, this time of Brown. And Trainer was there also. So Adelaide trying to work it to half forward. It's just slippery and off the boot. We'll get a boundary throw in about 55 from Adelaide's goal. They're kicking to the right of your radio dial, or, as we like to call it, the city end here at the MCG.
So now Rankin as a forward comes up. Interesting to watch what Broad does. He's trying to hand him over, but there's been no one taking. Prestia gets to him now, so Rankin's accounted for.
Boundary throw in. O'Brien got the decisive swipe at it. Dawson was dragged off it, but skies a kick inside forward 50. Worked underneath it was Bolter by Fogarty. Saligo spun out of a tackle. Fogarty ran into one. Scrounds a little kick forward, but it bounces over the boundary line next to the left point post, and we will have it thrown in for the drain man. So just the one behind scored in the first 2 minutes on the online fenceppliers.au clock, onlinefenceppliers.com.au. Do it yourself, made easy.
Ball bouncing around for the Crows. Fogarty trying to burst through a bit of traffic. He probably let that go illegally, but it was taken by Rankin, who was taken in a tackle 30 metres from goal. Get a ball up.
Good to see Fogarty involved early. Still got the left shoulder strap, so clearly still bothering that AC. Might do for the whole year.
Good slap from O'Brien down to Rankin, and on the goal line, Michael Annie takes the mark. At an end of the ground he's probably not overly familiar with, JJ. One career goal, and he's going to bang it through from the top of the goal square.
Yeah, he's going to double it because it's close enough to impossible to miss from here.
Max Michael Annie gives Adelaide the first. A rare foray forward for the defender, and he kicks his first of the afternoon. And the Crows are on the board, 117. Richmond yet to have an inside 50.
Yeah, it's probably the perfect start. If you're in the Adelaide coach's box now, it's been very static. We haven't seen much ball flow at all, but 2 or 3 or 4 forward 50 stoppages for the Crows, some hack kicks forward, some handballs forward just to take some territory, and then a quick kick to the goal line from Rankin, who looked like he was going to do something special. Michael Annie beats Vlosten, who doesn't lose many contests. He just sort of got nudged out of the way by Michael Annie, who was in position 1A, and the Crows get the first. I don't think many would have had Michael Annie as the first goal scorer in their bingo sheets.
Just his second career goal in his 60th game for Capital.com. Those stats, Josh Jenkins, our expert for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship expert. So 7-0, early stages. It'll be the Crows to come out of the middle again. Saligo just took it upon himself to probe inside forward 50. No mark taken. Pack forms. Broad was off and out, but then was dragged back in and dragged down Ross in a good tackle. In fact, it was Hopper by Fogarty. And we'll have it tossed up 45 metres out directly in front of Adelaide's goal. We've played just over 4 minutes. Hopper snapped it out and had the kick smothered. So Dawson wins it. Michael Annie, they work it to Keys. Mungs the kick on the left. It bounces across the top of the goal square and into the deep right forward pocket. Now to play. So we'll have a boundary throw in for the drain man. AFL Nation, 4-20 Pies. Victoria Police recruiting now.
So is this a positional change for Michael Annie, JJ?
Yeah, he looks like he might even be. I think he's playing defensive forward on Vlosten, so he's still kind of playing as a defender, just at the other end of the ground.
Slap down to a dangerous position. Prestia kicks across goal. It's a high up and under ball, but it's taken by Bolter in the back pocket. He launches a right-footed kick down the wing. Falls for Sonzi. He's able to mop it up and go inside. And just the mark not taken by his teammate in Mansell. Mopped up there by Worrell. Now by Miller. Through the middle of the ground, the Crows go. Peatling sends him inside 50, but it's cut off this time by Broad, who was waiting unopposed, and he kicks across goal to open things up for the Tigers.
Machine panel service replay. Had his feet taken out there. Landed pretty awkwardly, Peatling, but he's okay. Getting back with the flight hinge. Put a fist on the exit kick. It'll sit nicely for Cumming, and he's going by hand to Hinge, and he's retreating to right half back Keane on the members' side of the ground. Now, the switch was on. He took the short option to Worrell, bottom left-hand point of the square. Worrell completes the switch to Butts, and he just dinks the kick forward to Miller.
So you want to lock them in here. So Adelaide have gone from one side of the half-back flank to the other. Can you slow them down and force them long?
Down the line. Getting up. Coming down Fogarty. Quickly to Michael Annie. whips the kick inside forward 50. Keys was the target. Got out the back on Banks. Had support Rankin. Draws Banks. Keys ran on. Miller was hip to the scene though. Kept with him. And kept him honest. Dragged him down and they rushed to the behind. That was smart from Miller.
It was a good tackle. It was a smart tackle too. He could have easily fallen into his back or potentially been done for a dangerous tackle because of the momentum, but it was a nice, careful tackle to the ground, and it's just hard to beat Miller. We spoke to Tim Livingston before the game. He's just a guy who refuses to get beaten.
1-2-8, plays no score. The Crows by 8 points for tyre power. Tyre experts. Taranto from defensive 50. I think he was looking for Lynch, but he slipped over. So Miller took the mark unopposed out of wing. Plays on quickly, goes a low flat ball. They're playing kick to kick at the moment. He was looking for Thilthorpe, but Bolter gets in the way and takes the intercept mark. Goes back to Blight.
Just a poor entry from Miller. Didn't need to rush it and tried to kick it inside 50 from too far away. The messaging would be, let's get the ball in that 50 to 70 launch zone. Some teams even mark that out on their training grounds so that you know that once you get inside that launch zone, then you can try and go inside 50.
Miller brings it down the wing. 4 went up, couldn't take the mark. Did he win himself a free kick? He has. Yep. So he made a good fist of the contest there, and he'll get a free kick, just defensive side of the attacking wing for the Tigers.
Fall. Penetrating kick down the line to left half forward. Keane a good position on Lynch. It spits out the back, flashing through. Not able to take it with him. It was Jasper Alger in just his second game. So we'll have a boundary throw in where the 50 meets it. First inside 50, I reckon, that's come from the boot of a Richmond player. Kelty Lafau comes on and he's already a cult hero. So ball spins back into play for the drain man. O'Brien got front spot, gave it straight to Ross. Ross was able to get separation. Soligo didn't want to lay a hand on him. The kick goes to the top of the square. Lynch with the sit. It was a good fisty in the end by Butts. Miller has stayed down, and Worrell will just send it out. A defensive 50 in a hurry to the worn stand side of the ground.
Bouncing ball. Thilthorpe met it nicely. Flicked the hands over the top now to Neil Bullen. Chips to Walker in the middle of the ground. Time and space to work into. Sends him inside 50. Rochelle feeding back to goal. Couldn't take the mark, but he was taken front on, and it'll be a free kick going the little man's way.
There it is. That's the first chain of possession we've seen from one end of the ground to the other. It started with a hat kick from Worrell, so that's the coaching point for Richmond. We forced the kick out of defensive 50 that we wanted, but we didn't get the job done at the next contest. Beautiful left-hand handball from Thilthorpe. He's got every skill that you'd possibly ever want if you were 6 foot, let alone 6'7". And Tex Walker hit up through the middle of the ground. He's always potent with his kicks back inside 50 to Rochelle, who was running back to goal.
30 metres out, slide angle, should make no mistake, and pushes it through. Rochelle gets his first of the afternoon, continues his good form. He's got 24 snags this season. And the Crows off to a good start. 2 straight 12. Richmond yet to get themselves on the scoreboard for tyre power.
Nice finish from Rochelle. He was a little bit unlucky, Broad. He sort of had to, he definitely had to commit to the marking contest, and he did a pretty good job, but certainly a free kick. The way the rules are adjudicated these days, it was just a nice, that was a perfect example of what we spoke about early before the game started. How many times can you limit Adelaide's ball movement from end to end? So they could have stopped it at the source, couldn't, and in the end they pay the ultimate price. And Josh Rochelle stirs the pot. I think it was his celebration there.
I've been duped by the scoreboard here at the MCG. 2-2-14 is the actual score. That says 2 straight 12 on the outer side here at the G, but Richmond yet to score.
And the big one up above has the correct score on it.
Probably should have looked at that, shouldn't I?
Well, that's not your fault. You'd expect them all to be right. Oh, Hopper, lovely little handbrake, and then Hinge flew right by. Hopper was able to send it out to a one-on-one on the members' wing.
Alarm bells here.
Yeah, it certainly is. They're winning the one-on-ones. Brodie Smith wins this one pretty comfortably on the second gamer. Alga Broad got up in front of Tex and took an important intercept mark at left half back. So 14 to zip. And we've played 10.5 minutes on the clock for Online Fence Supplies.
A couple of uncontested marks is what they need. So here we go to Ross. This is what they need to just not necessarily get the momentum back, but just to feel the footy in their hands. They haven't been able to win any ball. So a couple of uncontested marks and get some territory.
So Ross down the line. And Curvis gave O'Brien a big shove. O'Brien maybe got a little bit high from McKelty Lafau, but The boundary line gobbles it up at left half forward, and we'll have it tossed in for the drain man. AFL Nation 4-20 Pies. Victoria Police recruiting now.
We've gone, what have we gone? 11 minutes. I should have gone with this at the start. I can guarantee you Tom Lynch and Mark Keane wrestle each other today at some point. Guaranteed.
Short odds on that as this one's
They're not even playing on each other. It's butts on Lynch, but I guarantee you those two get in a little scuffle.
Mark Keane is he's sort of underratedly feisty,
Yeah, very.
I didn't mind seeing him and Connor Nash exchange pleasantries last week.
Will we see something like we saw at the SCG where Lob and
it would cost money if you do it.
Francis were just the side act as ball on ground level. It was flicked out by Nankervis.
Taranto held.
Taranto was being held.
Good earn for the AFL that game. I think they got about $7 or $8 in wrestling fines.
Hopefully they can put it into fixing the surface at the SCG.
Yes. That is an out-and-out disgrace.
Nankervis on the wing, sends him inside 50 on the left boot. He's looking at the back for the second gamer in Olga, but that was just easy fodder for Josh Worrell, who mops it up in the left back pocket.
He's going to go to the Irishman, Keane.
Good player, Worrell, hasn't he? Just developed beautifully as the interceptor for them.
Keane wasn't so to get it moving forward, does so now, drives it down the bottom edge of the square. It was a good spoil in the end that came through to deny Riley O'Brien. A little skid off the ground. It did skittle Vlosten. Rochelle was a clean pick-up. It was an axe kick, double-handed drop from Tex. It fell short. And into the lap of Fall.
Thorpe wasn't happy.
So Fall in defensive 50 comes to the members wing. Ralph Smith takes the mark defensive side of it, and this is what Josh Jenkins from EGT has been talking about. Just keep the ball in hand for a little while, take the momentum back, slow their roll.
So Ralph Smith on the right boot sends him down the wing. Worrell underneath this again. Olga was able to mop it up, but not able to get a clean possession away. Peatling goes backwards to Laird, who threw it on the boot quickly with pressure on him. And this one on the wing spoiled out over the line by Cummings.
There's a free kick here. The umpire's paid it. No one has any idea that it's a free kick to Ralph Smith, and I think it might have been there, but usually when no one has any idea there's a free kick, it may not have been a free kick.
So Ralph Smith goes to short 45 inboard, where he finds Banks.
Like Banks, I reckon they should try and get the ball in his hands a little bit more off half-back.
So sure, sneaky good season.
Next move is he jams it on the right boot to dangerous position inside 50. Ross off hands, opens it up now for Prestia, who sends it inside, and it's cut off again. And this time it was Curtin waiting for it. So their entries haven't been great today, JJ.
No, and they're shallow as well, and they'll pay here because Adelaide have cut them through.
This is coming off okay. So now Berry blasts them inside forward 50. Fist came from Fogarty. Crumbs were there and nicely collected with a bit of work to do. Rankin, he's dragged down. Handballs it over the line.
It's done.
Alex Neil-Bullen, rather. Just a little blurry, the binoculars went. Let me readjust and refocus. Johnny D, and you take it over.
No worries.
Anyone got any Windex?
Tom Brown goes backwards to Blight, back in the side today for the first time since round 5. They come out through Banks. Finds Vlosten right in front of the members. Chips down the line again. This is where they've been able to get to, JJ, as Ralph Smith takes the mark. It's the next kick that's brought them undone.
Yeah, they're able to get another one here from Ross, who started the game quite nicely despite starting the first part on the bench. So beautiful build-up. This is the best passage of play we've seen.
Olga got out. He was waiting unopposed. He chips over the top now, and it's not a great kick. He just put a bit of air on it. And the Crows came in with the spoil, and Serge playing the role of tech, and he's providing Windex for Sam Hargraves as well, which has been just phenomenal. He's got a bag of tricks back there.
I reckon we should have, that kick from Elgar, young player, won't be critical of him, but the coaching point on Monday or tomorrow or Tuesday, whenever they do their review, will be, once we get to 60 metres, let's go long and strong.
So a free kick found now for the Crows.
Gee, I thought they weren't using a good enough white on their numbers, Richmond, but it turns out that was my binoculars as well. Thought they needed to just maybe get a more vibrant white. Looked like an off-white, close to a beige. No, that was just how filthy the binoculars were. The kick was low and it cannoned off the foot of Fogarty, entangled with Bolter. So interesting that Bolter's gone to Fogarty rather than Thilthorpe, which we thought might have been the obvious matchup.
And I think Bolter's keenest to be the closest to goal defender, so whoever goes and plays as the deepest forward, Bolter will just take that guy and Miller will take the higher forward.
Crows 2-2-14. Peatling copped one high and then copped the correct one from Lafau, who dragged him down. There was no free kick given. And no inch given.
Decent tackle.
Oh, yeah, he'll tackle you and you will stay tackled. He's spending some time in the ruck and he's actually able to out-muscle Riley Thilthorpe, which is no mean feat. Presti collected it. Slick little dish was good to Hopper. They've got runners through the middle. It wasn't a great handball, though, from Banks. And then Steely Green is well wrapped up by Brodie Smith. And it all amounted to nothing in the end. It was an opportunity gone begging as it's tossed up just below the centre circles.
Nice tap there from Thilthorpe down to Peatling, who sends him inside 50 again. Walker got goal side of his opponent. He tapped it, though, to the Tigers. They weren't on the same page there, the Crows, and Richmond will be able to exit defensive 50 with Trainer on the outer side. Tex just being overly creative to his detriment.
Bit cute, as was that kick.
As was that kick. Curtin cut it off and kept it in play. Chip to half forward. Keys was the target. Good spoil over the top, though, from Banks. Falls, though, for Walker. Sends him to a dangerous position, 20 out from goal, but Broad able to sit back in the hole and take the mark unopposed.
You'd like to see Broad, who's an experienced player, go a bit quicker. That's a fast turnover. The whole members' side of the ground open and available, and instead we go long back to the line where the ball came from, where all the traffic is.
Handball up off the deck, went straight to Brodie Smith. Neil Bullen couldn't take the mark. He tried to paddle it forward to Fogarty. Wasn't able to get full purchase on it. Tom Brown was able to arch the back and slip the tackle. He steers the kick out of defensive 50. The mark was dropped by Campbell. He's got time to recover. Inboard Prestia. Just works it across the body again, a little bit too cute. And Rankin was able to see what was unfolding, chop it off, take the mark, and they're about to go inside forward 50 again. He's 60 out.
Rankin wheels and goes. Does he go for home from 60? He gives it a good ride, but it's left of the goals. You could see that happening from a mile away when they gave him a passage there, JJ, to wheel around. And he just misses. 2-3-15 now, the Crows. Richmond yet to score.
It's been a bit rusty entering their forward 50. That was certainly not one of those there from Rankin. He was loading up from downtown, but just entering the ball from a bit too far out there, unable to get deep entries. You want that ball to land 0 to 30. It's all landed 30 to 50, and some haven't even made it inside 50 as yet.
Josh Jenkins, MEGT, 2-3-15, Adelaide. Richmond yet to score. Hopper sends it down the line. Butts went a big fist and I don't think made too much contact. Rising up was Ross. He couldn't collaborate with Campbell. And now through Curtin into the hands of Berry. Berry brings Adelaide inside forward 50 again. Walker in a 2-on-1. Outbodied, outmanoeuvred, outthought, outsmarted them both. Took the mark, deep left forward pocket.
It was a good mark. It was a good mark. Richmond players are suggesting they might have touched it, but I mean, it looked a mark every day of the week. He just had great position. The ball was to advantage side. He had great position against Bolter. All he needed to do was hold him in that spot and then come back to the footy. He did so, and you'd expect him to be able to go around the corner with relative ease here.
Yeah, he'll kick from probably 40 metres out. He puts his left shoulder to goal. Been doing all day up is the call. I love that. One step, snap. Ooh, they stay seated. The Crows that have made the journey over the border behind the goals. It's just a minor score, so they've been inaccurate, Adelaide, and that keeps it a little interesting because they are dominating just about every facet of the game, I'd imagine, statistically for Capital.com. Sammy, give us some numbers. 2-4-16 Adelaide. Duck eggs at the moment for the Tigers for Tyre Power, trusted tyre experts.
Yeah, 14 inside 50s to Adelaide, 4 for Richmond, boys.
Sam Watson, stats for Capital.com this afternoon. Richmond bring it to the broadcast side. Got to be clean here. The tap was clever from Trainer, and now it falls into the lap of Broad, who takes a bounce and sends him to half forward. It was a wobbly kick. It was a chaos ball. Keane tapped it down to Laird. Laird had to tap it cleverly to Miller, but Broad followed up his work, and he's taken in a tackle. And we will get a ball up. They're appreciative. Sam Watson for Capital.com.
Just off the back of JJ's point, only 35% kicking efficiency in the forward half for Adelaide.
Dawson flicking the hands to Laird. Ball was smothered. Back to Dawson off the ricochet. Now to Neil Bullen. Good hands here from the Crows. Nice build-up. Berry to O'Brien.
Not
and
the
away
kicker.
they go.
No. Read the memo. No kicking licence today. He gave it to Peatling, who certainly has one. Just jumping into the pack was Michael Ennie. It was probably unrealistic in the end. Miller's going to get it at ground level, and now down the line they go. It's a nice mark taken by Alga.
being able to find a mark in this part of the ground, even an extra short is okay. Just getting it closer so they can launch it inside forward 50. So this kick long inside 50 is going to only just make it.
Sonzi inside forward 50 fall, just lost Keane in transition, got to the front of the pack, entangled where O'Brien and Nankervis, and Fall read it beautifully and got to the fall of the ball.
He looks good, JJ.
Yeah, he comes up at the ball beautifully. Leads out with his chest at the footy. He's got great reach and extension. Jumps up off that left foot and takes an impressive mark. This would be an even more impressive kick because he's going to have to kick at 55, 56, close to the boundary.
Kicked 14 in last year's draft. He's kicked 4-10 in his first year of football. That will be 4-11 if it registers. The behind it just hung on. So they've got their first score of the afternoon, Richmond. It is a minor score, 21 and a half minutes played on the online fence supplies.com.au clock. They trailed by 15 points. Adelaide 2-4-16. Tyre Power, your trusted tyre expert.
Brodie Smith gives the hands to Worrell as they exit defensive 50. Chips to Curtin further down the line. Out of wing. Rochelle, who was leading up at the footy. Wheels and goes straight away to half forward. Goes to Dawson, who got up early. Couldn't take the mark. Pressed here at ground level. Just burrowing through there. He dived on top of that. The umpire lets him go, though. I'll tell you what, that kick from Fall was effortless. It was post high there, JJ.
Yeah,
He's got a good boot on him.
He didn't need much momentum either. That entry from Adelaide there to Dawson, that's a dangerous place to try and kick the footy. They don't pay the ultimate price, but good teams will make you pay for that kick.
22 minutes gone in this first term as Brown is taken out over the line. 22 minutes gone, as we said, for onlinefencesupplies.com.au. 2-4-16 the Crows. They lead by 15 points. Richmond just the one behind. This Sunday afternoon footy for 4 and 20 pies. Josh Jenkins, our expert for MEGT this afternoon. A beautiful day at the G.
Ball spins back into play. It came off a couple of sets of feet. Curtin led Taranto in the race. He handballed it back to Laird on the bounce. Back to Curtin. Oh, Peatling picked off and punished by Fall. Goodness me. That was a big hit, all street legal as Hopper steps through a couple of would-be tacklers. The kick was overcooked and a big fist came from Keane. Top edge of the square. Maybe a hold from Keys on green, none paid. Rankin emerged with it to Hinge. Dragged off the kick was Laird, not able to reel it in. This occasion was Hopper. Curtin fell at a crucial moment. Hopper sunk the right slipper into it. Playing in front was Keane. He was bumped off it in the end by Campbell. Berry bumped over the boundary line, got a kick away. O'Brien marks.
He does, and he squares it up now to Rankin, who gives the hands to the running Keys. Inside 50, Rochelle's waiting for it, takes the mark. No. Trainer came through, though, a little bit overzealous. In fact, it was Brown who gave away the free kick. And Rochelle will get a free kick from a similar spot he kicked his first. It's probably about 40 metres out, though, just right of centre.
He really does look their most dangerous.
Yeah.
Even full forward, if you want to give him that term. When he gets a bit of space inside 50, he does lead at the ball really naturally. You can tell he's played most of his junior career as a forward, and he always knows where the space is and the dangerous space. And a couple of free kicks. He's earned them both, but he's got a chance to double his tally.
Goals in all but one game this season. Comes in and pushes it to the right. So he'll be disappointed with that. For all the dominance they've had around the ground, JJ, it's only 17 points. And Richmond are sort of, they're hanging in there, for lack of a better term, in the first quarter. But if they get one here before quarter time, it just keeps things very interesting.
Yeah.
Under 3 minutes to play.
It does feel like a bit of... Eventually the dam will burst.
Yep.
If it was 5-2 instead of 2-5, it's a different conversation. But, yeah, Adelaide have been a little bit untidy.
Not quite running hot yet for Ream, Australia's favourite in hot water. So the Tigers... take it via the worn stand wing. Taken by Kelty Lafau, and he just takes off, puts the foot down, gets the kick away. There's a one-on-one at the top of 50. They couldn't take the mark in the end. Alga was well worked over by Millerer, and now the cavalry arrives in the form of Curtin. He keeps it low. And Key's got just as low to complete the mark, sliding in on his knees just inside the field of play. Defensive side of the worn stand wing. He comes to his former Brisbane Lions teammate Hinge, who's going to swing it just to the top left-hand point of the square. Butts, as they slow their roll here. Butts will retreat.
They've kept them slow, Richmond. They've been able to really stop Adelaide from penetrating through the corridor. So these kicks are fine. Look, you are defending and you're having to work hard to defend, but they're just kicking around half-back. These half-backs are getting some cheap stats. Miller and Laird and Smith. It's not hurting Richmond at all.
So they went Smith, Laird, Neil Bullen, Miller, Laird got another one. Neil Bullen got another one, and now they get moving ever so slightly down the members' wing, and it's Saligo defensive side of it.
Good for super coaches, those stats, as Saligo chips to the captain, Dawson.
You want to take them out now, so you've given away 4 or 5. Okay, fair enough. Force them down the line. That's enough uncontested marks. Force the contest and win it back.
It's exactly what happens as Dawson with a bullet. That was beautifully executed. Found Rankin just in front of the boundary on the members' wing. Rolls and goes into a dangerous position. Was looking for Thilthorpe, but coming through from the side was Blight.
He's a big unit,
He's
isn't he?
a big unit. Built like the proverbial.
He's got a real Josh Jenkins look about him.
He comes to the members' wing. Numbers with the Crows, but at the fall of the ball, Lynch did well. Mopped up here by Olga. Let him run. He kicked, but skews off the side of the boot. Didn't have anything to kick to. And he win himself a free kick for a push in the back on the members' wing.
Alex Neil-Bullen not particularly rapt about it. Speaking of rap, though, you hear the Adelaide Crows coach talk in such glowing terms, saying Alex Neil-Bullen's the best person he's met in football. Geez, that's such a ringing endorsement, isn't it? He would have met a few good people over the journey, Matty Nix, but the high praise for the D's unsung premiership hero, really. Hinge has filled the hole in defensive 50. It amounts to nothing for the Tigers, who are just starting to build something there with that movement. Now, Keys has got up to help out the defence in the left back pocket. So just the one behind for the Tigers. 2-5-17 are Adelaide as they mount a counter-attack via the outer wing. Warnstand side of it. Walker slings the kick to the top edge of the square, and it's going to be turned over here again.
Broad went with the double fist. Olga getting busy in this quarter. Wobbles one inside 50. Lynch, full-chested, did well. Took the body contact as well. Fall at the fall of it. There's Campbell. Tried to throw his boot at it. Miller able to clean it up. And they hold him off. A 16-point lead, a sloppy first quarter, but the Crows able to take the ascendancy. 2-5-17. Richmond just the one behind on the board. The Crows by 16 points for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. We'll get Josh Jenkins' thoughts for MEGT on the other side of the break on AFL Nation.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Tyre Power, Australia's biggest independent tyre retailer, keeping you safe on the roads. tyrepower.com.au.
Be the sharpest tool in the shed this end of financial year with a discount on tool insurance from IMAR, the tradies mate. For over 35 years, IMAR's trusted team have backed tradies with the sharpest, that really is sharp, the sharpest tool insurance from the trusted team at IMAR. Call 13IMAR today and be the sharpest tool in the shed with your discounted tool cover. That's 134627.
They're the tradies, mate. That's IMAR.
Sustained performance in footy is more than just one great game. It's about playing consistently, game after game, season after season. Host Plus has delivered strong performance over the long term with top returns over 20 years. A top performing super fund over the long term? That's a plus. Based on super ratings data as at April 2025. Consider the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance. Search Compare Host Plus today.
This footy season, place your car tyres in safe hands with Tyre Power, your #1 destination on Google Maps for safety. Tyre Power is ready to help your family drive safe on the roads. When it comes to tyres, you should always go with the Premiership team, Tyre Power. During the end of financial year sale, buy 3, get 1 free on selected Toyo passenger and SUV tyres. To find your local Aussie-owned, independent Tyre Power dealer, visit tyrepower.com.au.
Electricity, that's useful. Gas, that's also useful. Internet, that's always useful. Saving money when you bundle, that's even more useful. Simplifying customer service, that's super useful. An app that puts you in control, undoubtedly useful. Perks and rewards for being one of us, that's extra useful. A company that does all this and more, that's all kinds of useful. Origin, all kinds of useful.
Installerine, Installerine, Installerine.
For the hottest of hot water you've ever seen. Ream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Save on hot water energy use by up to 71% with Ream Ambi Heat Heat Pump.
Installerine, Installerine.
Accept nothing less than Australia's best.
The famous Peter Jackson half-year sale is on now. Up to 50% off select styles with merino wool suits starting at $399. European textiles, modern style. Peter Jackson half-year sale in-store and online now.
Peter Jackson.
Milwaukee Power Pack redemptions are on now. From the compact M12 two-piece Power Pack with impact driver and hammer drill to the expansive M18 fuel 8-piece Power Pack featuring a Circ-Saw, rotary hammer and work light. Milwaukee's Power Packs have you covered regardless of your trade. And don't miss out on eligible bonus batteries before June 30 via your local Milwaukee authorised dealer. T's and C's apply. Milwaukee, nothing but heavy duty.
Guess the price of the new Thrifty menu at Grilled. Lower. Lower. Clues in the name. From healthy, delicious pocket rockets to our snack slider, it's all just $3.50. It is the Thrifty menu. Snack Thrifty for $3.50. At Grilled till 5. T's and C's apply.
Architectural windows, curves, light. But temperature? That's the invisible part of design you don't see, you feel. And design should feel as good as it looks. That's why I recommend Braymar's Dominator series. Not just heating and cooling, a silent rhythm of year-round comfort. Not seen, but lived.
Upgrade your old gas heater with Braymar's all-electric Dominator series. Smart, energy-efficient climate control that works with your existing ducting so switching is easy.
Seamless integration, superior performance. That's why experts recommend Braemar.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Victoria Police. Made for more. Search police careers. And 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
Max Michaelani gives Adelaide the first. A rare foray forward for the defender. And he kicks his first of the afternoon. 30 metres out, slide angle, should make no mistake, and pushes it through. Rochelle gets his first of the afternoon, continues his good form. He's got 24 snags this season.
A sloppy start to Sunday afternoon football on AFL Nation. The Maccas on loving it moments. They were few and far between for Maccas making their debut. It's the new McWings from Maccas. 2-5 Adelaide kicked in that first term. They're 2-5-17. The Tigers just the one behind. The goal scorers, as you heard there, Josh Rochelle. Max Michaelani got his second career goal. Recommitting for an extra 3 years during the week. It was good news for the Adelaide Crows. Daniel Curtins had 9 disposals to lead all comers. Jacob Hopper has 8 to be the best disposal getter for the Tigers. Sam Hargraves, John Donohoe from EGT, Josh Jenkins, Australia's apprenticeship experts. JJ, what did you make of all of that? Gee, Adelaide had so many opportunities to inflict maximum damage and in the end did minimal.
Yeah, they did. They were a bit wasteful. Some of their kicks even back through the corridor a bit too lofty, and Richmond were able to get involved. There was one to Dawson which was ill-advised. The one from Walker late was ill-advised. Could have cost them a goal, but time ran out on Richmond. So again, we saw a lot from Richmond able to chip their way down the boundary line, but I just want to try and identify the way they want to move the ball. Do they want to be a short kick, uncontested marking team? I'm pretty sure they don't want to just kick it long down the line to half forward all the time. But this is probably the hardest part for a young team to learn and get locked in on, is the way they want to consistently move the ball and the method in the way they want to move the ball.
Sam Watson, what are the Capital.com stats telling us story-wise for this game?
Yeah, 17 inside 50s to Adelaide, only 7 for the Tigers. Disposal efficiency started off pretty poorly, but it's cleaned up a bit there. For 73% for Adelaide, 71% for Richmond.
I reckon the 25 they had sidewards may have just helped bolster that just a little bit, but we can expect better things. It's a beautiful afternoon for football at the home of it on AFL Nation. 4 and 20 Pies. Victoria Police recruiting now. 16-point Adelaide lead. John Donohoe, if you please.
Richmond win the clearance. Hopper sends them forward, but only into green grass, where Hinge wins the battle ahead of Campbell. Campbell jumped on top of him, though, made it hard for him. Olga in there. He was taken high. Gets himself a free kick. Second gamer doing well thus far in this game. Inside 50 they go. A bit deeper this time. McKelty Lafau in the contest, as was Lynch. Couldn't take it. Smith. Now to Berry. Now to Worrell, who quickly bangs it on the boot.
Oh, has to be.
Has to be a Tigers free kick. It was Vlosten who was... No, it was Bolter who was wretched off it. And he'll get himself a free kick just in front of the members' wing.
Just sticks the kick back into the corridor, just above the bottom edge of the square. Nankervis kept it low and short to Prestia. So they fall back 5. Alex Neil-Bullen He's right on the front edge of the square. Prestia started moving left, then spied an option out to his right. The pack will form right forward pocket, City end. Lafau applies the tackle after having a fumble. Worrell was clean up off the deck. Back to the top of the square. O'Brien, Laird's got a kick in a hurry, was bumped as he did so. There's a free kick behind play. Lynch is involved in a bit of push and shove with at least 4 Adelaide Crows.
Was one of them Kane? Didn't look like it.
Didn't look like it. Keane may have been in the vicinity, but
A-tuned.
not pivotal to that little push and shove. But there is a free kick that's coming back to Worrell. 2-5-17. No addition to the quarter time score on the Robot Building Supplies Robots Got It scoreboard.
Big mark taken at half back from Fogarty.
That's what we want to see. Haven't seen that for a good month or two from this guy.
He's been goalless for the last 2 games as well, JJ. So,
yeah, difficult conditions, but I just haven't seen him with that authority. He's a guy that has presence when he plays at his best, and I don't reckon we've seen that since the shoulder injury.
Saligo on the edge of the square sends him inside 50. Michael Annie was there. Dawson got rid of his opponent. Thilthorpe flicked it over the shoulder, but Bolter got in the way. He was looking for Rankin, and the team smother from Jordan Dawson and Thilthorpe. Send the ball out of bounds. Punt road end of the MCG.
Miller's done himself a bit of a mischief. He's hobbling badly. I reckon it might be a corky or a rolled ankle. One of the two. He's a bit sore, but he'll tough it out as the spare defender.
And Curvis down in the direction of Dawson. Taranto offloads now to Prestia. Went back through a bit of traffic. Run towards the goals, Dion. And then gave it to Vlosten, who threw it on his boot. No, it's cut off by Curtin, and now it will come back in towards the goals.
Bit of a weapon, Curtin, at 197 as a winger. He's fearless in the air, so really starting to develop a real weapon for them as a winger.
Disposal number 10. He sets it up on a platter for Thilthorpe. Everybody jostling, and yet the biggest presence had nobody on him.
Just a matter of time. It's just been building and bubbling away. Adelaide are going to get a little bit more clean and refined with the way they go inside 50. There wasn't much that was handsome about the way they went in. They just decided to bang it back in off the intercept mark and somehow had an extra forward versus what Richmond had to offer defensively in that aerial contest. And this guy's been a good mark and typically a good kick.
45-degree angle, just 25 metres out. He slots it comfortably, Riley Thilthorpe. They get their third of the afternoon, 3-5-23. The Tigers just the one behind. It's 29 goals now, 19 for Riley Thilthorpe, having a very impressive year, and he's in the thick of it here again today. So it took them almost 4 minutes, though, to get their first of the second term on the clock for onlinefensupplies.com.au. Josh Jenkins, our expert, MEGT.
Sorry, Sammy. Really hot start for Dan Curtin. That's 2 intercept marks, 3 score involvements and 10 disposals.
I don't need to apologise when you're delivering gold like that, Swatson, I tell you. Now, Josh Jenkins, MEGT, anything from you?
Just good to see these big guys. So it was Fogarty at half-back with a big contested mark, and then Thilthorpe inside 50. Didn't do much in the first quarter, either of those two. So nice early involvements in Q2.
23-point lead. O'Brien flicks this one over the shoulder. Ross extracted it, though. Gave it to Nankervis. He went backwards on the edge of the square out of side to Taranto. Nice kick, nice delivery.
Good kick, Timmy.
McKelty Lafau leading out, taking it on his chest. Into the pocket he goes to his offsider in Lynch, who crashes Pax. But the spoil from Worrell was courageous, JJ. He sent it 12 rows back.
Yeah, I reckon Lynch is the last person in the competition you want to have to do that against. Because most guys will jump into you, but he almost, his eyes light up when he sees you coming back in front of him, and he almost loses focus for the footy because he'd rather lay the pain and lay the wood on the defender.
And then he just shoves O'Brien out of the contest in the ruck after he got the tap. He's using his body nicely here today, Lynch, as Ross tight ropes the boundary. That one was a bit wayward for Bolter. It opens the door now for the Crows. 3 of them there, but stolen back by Ross. He spins out of trouble and sends the Tigers to half forward.
Did nicely there, Ross. And now to left half forward. Jasper Elga slapped it down. It bounced back up to him. He gave it to Ralph Smith. He kicks in a hurry. Lafau spits out the back. Did anyone get a touch on that? I don't reckon they did. Everybody getting to Ralph Smith. He gets Richmond's first of the afternoon. Don't think he actually meant any of that.
Definitely.
But you will take it. because he's kicked the goal from about 70.
The only thing better than a goal is an accidental goal. When you just try and hack it forward, Sammy, and goes over the top and finds its way inside the post.
Got a really kind bounce.
And journey.
Yeah.
Just travelled.
That might spark him, JJ.
117 to 35-23.
Well, if you let them hang around for long enough, then they will stay in the game. So, you know, Adelaide, it is 8 scoring shots to 2. So if you look at it in that sense, and those who fall in love with expected score, which I can't really stand, but it should be further apart. But Richmond are thereabouts.
They are, and they might win the clearance. They don't this occasion. As towed forward to half forward by O'Brien, cut off by Brown. Too hot for Ralph Smith. Off hands, Broad read it nicely, and then looped the handball to Ralph Smith, who's got a case of the fumbles here. Followed up by Cumming. Flicked over the shoulder, now to Rankin. Inboard to Dawson for Cumming. Running to the paint of 50. Wobbles one inside, and Thilthorpe takes the mark.
He didn't mean that.
No, he
did not mean that. I was watching him after the ball left his boot.
It was a flat mun.
It was an average kick because I think he was looking for Curtin rolling down the fat side of the ground as the winger, who will be. I mean, Curtin, he's good behind the ball, but rolling on the fat side as the winger, sliding forward like Ollie Dempsey does for Geelong, he's going to be a really big weapon. But Thilthorpe didn't do much in the first, could really go bang here.
29 goals in his 14 games this season. He's got 1 already. Make that 2. The Thil Seeker lighting up the G. So that's better from the Crows, the ultimate response. They get their 4th on the board, 4-5-29. 1-1-7, the Tigers. This quarter for Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got it. We've gone 7 minutes and 40-odd seconds, JJ. And the Crows back out to 22.
Yeah, the big dogs running hot for Ream, Australia's favourite hot water. The Thrill Seeker. If it wasn't for Sam Darcy, and potentially if this guy lived in Melbourne, I think a lot of us would be salivating over his ability and his potential. He's an absolute monster of a human. They tell me he's got fantastic endurance. He's got great skills on both sides of his body. He's really good in the ruck. I think he can evolve into the best sort of backup ruck or forward ruck in the game if he's not already in that conversation.
Josh Jenkins, MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship expert, slapped forward by the Tigers. It's all Crows, though, to mop it up. Defensive side of the stoppage from left half back. Worrell just skids the kick down the members' wing. Dawson came through and sunk a slipper into it. He'll get done for insufficient intent here.
Yeah, and that wasn't his intent, but I'm comfortable with that. The way that went out of bounds, I'm comfortable with that.
So Richmond bring it back into play via Banks, bottom left-hand point of the square. He's going to get it back from Tom Brown. He's going to send it, and he was sent to the deck after he got rid of the ball. Miller rose up, but he lost his footing when Mansell didn't. So he's going to get it from Ralph Smith. Got underneath that. So a flighted ball inside, forward 50, low down almost the slips catch by Elgar. And now they all fall in on top of it, 40 metres out from Richmond's goal. And the umpire gives himself a hug and says, I will throw it up. The Tigers 1-1-7. They've been outscored 2-1 in this quarter. Adelaide 4-5-29 for Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got it. We're ticking up to 9.5 minutes on the online fencepsupplies.com.au clock.
Keys, quick handball along the deck. Ralph Smith mopped it up and gave it to Pete Ling. Now the Crows in motion. Out in front now of Dawson. He has a couple to deal with. Miller going back, and again, no one can take it cleanly, so it lands for Walker. Flicks it over the top now to Neil Bull, and it was good. And goes backwards, though, to Keys. He's going to square it up. Good smother. They needed that, the Tigers, from Banks. Jumping on top of it there was Broad. Now Walker stole it away. Keys again, throws it on his boot inside. Attacking 50. It's cut off by Steely Green. And the Tigers able to avert a crisis just for now as they work it out of the back half.
Yep, should be able to go quick and potentially get out the back. It's front on contact.
Yeah, it'll be a free kick to Trainer. Curtin, the guilty party, bottom edge of the centre square. He's a little proppy too. The grandson of the great Doug Wade, yet to kick an AFL goal, ironically, given his grandfather kicked over 1,000. Fall, flings the Tigers inside, forward 50. It was a double fister from Miller. Ground level get was good from Algar. Gave it up off the deck to Prestia. Turns it around the body. There's a one-on-one in the square coming, and Mansell. And the ball is bundled over the behind line to the right-hand side. And there are 1-2-8 now, trailing Adelaide by 21 points to a 4-5-29 for Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got it. 11 minutes played. Second term MCG, AFL Nation 4-20, and Victoria Police.
Elga's competed well today, JJ, in the forward half.
He looks good.
Yeah. Ball on the wing, off hands of Walker, slapped down from Blight into Hopper's grasp. Now the Tigers able to link up via hands. Broad just has to be clean and get it forward. Fall went backwards this time. Now to Ross, who squared up one way and then went
Good
the other and
decision.
found Prestia on the paint of 50. Probably too far out to score for the little meatball. He gives off now. Here's Banks on the flyby from just inside the paint. Banks! How reliable! Sent it on its way, and the Tigers with something to cheer about. They're second of the afternoon, 2-2-14. Adelaide 4-5-29 on the scoreboard for Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got it. Sam Watson for Capital.com.
Yeah, Banks leads all disposal getters for Richmond with 11, and he's kicking at 89% efficiency.
Yeah, I got a lot of time for Banks. I watched him closely last week. The game was dead in the water. So early in the game, he did the same thing. He was up to about 11 disposals early in the second quarter, and then he went out of the game, and it wasn't necessarily because he faded or wasn't involved in the game. I just thought Richmond went away from looking to get him involved by hand. I reckon he's a real distributor for them. He's a meters gain player for them. So, Prestia identified him there. Prestia was just on his journey. Banks clearly was going to be able to run and carry and kick it long. So I reckon he's one they want to build around when it comes to those all-important halfback flankers who can kick the footy well.
And if Liam Baker was back in the team, JJ, he might not be getting a game. So this is the side benefit of that as well. Thilthorpe's gone into the middle and he's going to bring the Crows out of the middle. Tumble to ground was Rochelle, keeping his feet. Miller, a lovely little dance step to get around Rochelle. Geez, he's nimble for a big man. Sends him down the line. It's a bouncing ball that just evaded Mansell. He and Keane see it over the boundary. And just back with a left half forward. Inside the attacking half for the Tigers. We will have a boundary throw in for the drain man. 2-2-14. They broke even this quarter. They're actually winning the quarter. The Tigers by one behind, 4-5-29. Adelaide on the scoreboard for Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got it. All spinning back into play now for Maccas making their debut. It's the new McWings from Maccas.
Thilthorpe won it down. Dawson tried to extract it, wasn't able to do so. Stripped off him by Taranto. Now Thilthorpe back to Dawson. Tigers bringing a bit of pressure here as Miller up. Bangs it on his boot. Cut off by Ralph Smith on the wing outer side. Bit of heat around this footy at the moment, JJ.
Yeah, they've looked good. When the ball gets in space, Richmond actually look a little bit sharper. So it's an interesting little phase of play here.
Lynch dropped one he should have taken. He was almost unopposed in the air there. They went down like bowling pins, and now the Crows able to clean it up. Coming across goal was Neil Bullen, finds Worrell in the right back pocket, members side.
Oh, the kick just got to Hinge. Campbell made it uncomfortable momentarily. Peatling accepts it from Hinge.
Don't like that kick, Samuel. No need for that.
Peatling puts us to sleep by retreating a long way into defensive 50. He shouldn't get it back here. They should say no. But he does. And now he's going to swing it to left half back. Worrell can get a bit more meaning into this movement. So he drives Adelaide down the line of the members' wing. It amounts to nothing as Miller outmuscles them all. Miller, rather, not Miller. Outmuscles them all. So the Tigers reclaim possession. They're going okay this quarter. They trail by 15 points.
Down the line, cut off though by Worrell. Takes a strong grab in front of the members.
Bit of markers up.
Tom Lynch yet to have a disposal, and it's going to be hard work getting one if they kick it long down the line like that. Worrell's going to eat that for breakfast every day of the week. But this is the point in the game, and I know from experience, when you haven't touched the footy and you start to look up and you realise we're 15 minutes into the second quarter, I've got to get one before half-time.
Keane was able to take a bounce and then deliver to Miller up. They've swung it to the outer side and they go down the line. Walker was up in the contest against Brown. Took the grab. Socks up for the big man today.
Walker without being necessarily the cleanest.
Hinge now through the middle of the ground again. So they considered build up here from the Crows, but short again. This time to the broadcast wing where Laird waits on the Toyota logo. Anyone else bored or? Millerer back in the centre square, sends it to Thilthorpe inside, but out the back, coming in through the side was Blight, mopped up by Walker. Now to Rankin, can he spark something? He was shoved off the footy by Lafau. Vlosten in there, not able to clean it up. The Crows. Broad, that was a wobbly kick, and it might come back through Brodie Smith, but Peatling in the contest as well, and they're going to jump on it. Ball might spill out as we wait for the Tigers to try and clean it up. They're not able to. This is sloppy stuff, Sammy.
You would think it's torrential rain.
Yeah, you would.
In about a foot of mud. No, it's beautiful sunshine. The lights are on as well. It's a lovely deck. Wonderful conditions for football. 4-5-29, 2-2-14. There's a ball up at left half forward for Adelaide, who are kicking to the punt road end, although I think they've forgotten that at times. They've been a little listless in terms of their direction. Oh, that is as crude a tackle as you'll see from Ross. He almost ripped their head off Soligo. And such is the lack of intensity in this game that nobody remonstrated.
He pinged Soligo because Soligo threw the right arm up. It was a high tackle, but Soligo got done because he tried to throw the right arm up and play for the free kick. Lafau's got a sore leg. He's just come from the ground, I think, so I'll keep an eye on him.
Crowds Electrical and Solar interchange update. Ball starts moving Richmond's way. Campbell kept it going that way. Hopper couldn't. Taranto applies the pressure on Rankin, but he got a handball to Peatling. He had Berry coming past and used him. Berry by a hand at left half forward to Curtin. Just kept it away from Bolter and put it to the advantage of Fogarty.
Better. Bit of handball receive coming through the front. So turn them over, Adelaide. And then 1-2 quick handballs running at the game. You've got Walker, who was running back toward goal, and Fogarty, albeit on a tough angle, comes up at the footy. That's the first, probably second time we've seen the forwards look really busy because the ball movement is dangerous and it's attacking.
As you heard from John Donohoe, goalless in his last couple of outings. He's on the runway here from 40 metres on a really tight angle. A couple of metres in from the boundary, and he kept it to the skinny side. So it's a minor score. 4-6-30. They've got a 16-point lead over the Tigers. 2-2-14 for Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got it. We've played almost 18 fairly uneventful minutes in this second term on AFL Nation. 4-20 Pies. Victoria Police recruiting now.
JJ, it kind of feels like the Crows of 2024 here. They're just back to their old ways a little bit. They're not moving the ball as well as they were at the start of the year. There's ball at half back. Prestia threw a boot to it. And a tackle laid on Mansell on the wing.
They're not the first team off the bye to look a little bit rusty. It is pretty common for whatever reason for teams to be a little bit lacklustre coming off the bye. I do honestly think it'll open up for them at some stage, but if you let Richmond hang around, then you never know.
Berry with the dance step, went one way then the other and floats it up to half forward. Vlosten should be easy fodder for him. Off hands Rankin, this is his bread and butter. Floats it up towards goal, but again out to the left and misses all. Out on the full. They needed better off that. That was a beautiful crumb off the pack.
Yeah, had a couple of forwards to the corridor side, but he would have had to kick it off the outside of his right boot. So had every entitlement to have a shot, just sprayed it.
Still question marks over Mike Kelty. Lafau, just having a look at him getting some attention on the interchange for Crowds. Trainer bumped as he kicked, so it affected it, and Thilthorpe was able to regain it for the Crows in front of the interchanges. Off hands again, this time out the back. This time he got a second look, and no mistakes this time for Rankin. Put the foot down, accelerated away, ripped the kick towards goal from 45 on the 45, and buried it for their fifth. 5-6-36. They extend their lead to 22 points. Richmond 2-2-14. Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got it. Sam Watson for Capital.com.
Yeah, Isaac Rankin leading all Crows with disposals on 13. He's had 8 score involvements, which is almost double the next, and he's had 3 clearances as well.
Wow. Hasn't felt like it. He's been around. I was having a look for him earlier, just having a look at some of the Crows that might be able to lift their game, and he surprised me because he'd had the 10 disposals. This is 5 or 6 minutes ago, and he's been involved in the game a fair bit. He probably gets away with a shove in that contest. Just having a look at the replay for Sheen at panel. He got away with a shove, but you don't need to give him 2 chances. He'll make you pay.
Run up inside 50 again. Clearance this time from Hopper. Sends the Tigers to half forward. Off hands. Maybe that's the spark the Crows needed to open this game up, and we'll get a ball up between wing and half forward, 60 from goal.
I know you said that the Crows are rusty, JJ, but they have been really happy to play as slow as humanly possible, though.
I think McKelty Lafau might be out of this game, boys, so we'll keep an eye on that because McIntosh has warmed up and he's got the kid off. So floated up from Prestia, it floats out on the full.
I saw him limping. He tried. His intention, he's in the back row, so he's out of the game.
Yeah.
His intention was to stay out there, and then he came from the ground. So I don't know whether I'm guessing, but whether it's soft tissue or something in that space, we'll try and get some more information.
Interchange update for Krause Electrical and Solar. So there he is. He looks pretty upset in the back row there as Camden McIntosh prepares to come on. Not great news for McKelty Lafau after 393 days in the wilderness.
Boundary throw in. Members wing attacking half of it for the Crows. Dawson makes sure Hopper can't keep getting.
So the Crows are holding 6 forwards at the moment. I reckon I'd bring Rochelle or Rankin up to spice it up, give him a bit of life and a bit of sizzle around the footy, get it going a bit.
Dawson, driving kick to left half forward. Blight came with a torpedo fist.
Yeah, nice.
That punch, and I think he's hurt his hand because he's asking for some medical attention. The ball came off in a perfect spiral. I've never seen a torpedo fist.
Well, hopefully in 10 games' time, he's marking that ball. It's great reading of the play, sensational. He got there before Walker, but probably got himself to a position where he could mark that.
Ralph Smith tracks it back at half-back. This should be insufficient intent, you would imagine. No. Okay. So the smattering of Crows fans here, not happy, but
I think you're doing a disservice to those. There's a big section of them behind the goals at the City end, and if you look into the right forward pocket at the punt road end, you'll see the tricolours.
Let's be honest, by the sheer vast expanses of the MCG, they're probably outnumbered.
How very dare you say the Crows faithful.
Taranto, now to Hopper at the back, gives to Banks, tight roping the boundary line, long down the wing, up and under ball, fall at the full of it. Towed forward there by Prestia. A free kick found. There's a whistle somewhere.
Butts clutching his left forearm.
She's on here.
Oh, hello, Berry and Lynch.
Oh, there you go, JJ. Oh, no, it's not Keane, though.
Lynch is just not interested.
He's working his way through the team.
Does that count, though, for what you said before the game?
No, I said he and Keane, but I probably should have just gone half the team because he picked on 4 earlier, and now he's giving away a free kick for not sure what.
We'll have a look at the replay for Sheen Panel Service.
He definitely gave away a free kick. The problem was it was to Butts and not Berry, but Berry's ended up with a footy, so and sideways we go.
Yeah, backwards and sideways. Berry's going to get it back. He actually intercepted that in front of the intended target, Miller. So he's hogging it, Berry, and he's going to spread to right half back. There is Keane. Wasn't enthusiastic about getting it going forward in the end. He decided that he'd get some more meaning in the movement.
50.
That's 50 metres.
Good day to be a half-back flanker of Adelaide today, isn't it? There's plenty of uncontested marks, plenty of sideways kicks, plenty of backward kicks to be had, and often these type of games for forwards can be the most frustrating to play, and even more so than when you just don't get opportunity, because the Crows forwards would be saying, we should be getting such great service and opportunity, but we're just not.
Lynch is still arguing with the central umpire.
Umpire appreciation.
It's a long conversation. On the runway, though, is Dan Curtin's having a very good game, recommitted to the club for 3 years. The man on the mark, he's only 40 metres out. He will kick from 45 on a 45. Oh, that's a wonderful finish from a young player that continues to impress, and stocks continue to rise. For many, he was a draft slider in the draft a couple of years ago. All through that year, Josh Jenkins, he was spoken about as if anyone was going to take the number 1 pick away from Harley Reid, it might have been Dan Curtin. Then towards the back end of the draft, he slid and the Crows gobbled him up, and I'll tell you what, he's emerging before our very eyes. So he gets there 6-6-42 to 2-2-14. They're starting to put the foot down now with a 28-point lead for Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got it. Before we get to Josh Jenkins, Remy GT, Swatson, your stats for Capital.com.
Tom Lynch, 2 free kicks against for the game, 0 disposals.
What does that equal in AFL Fantasy? Minus something?
Well, tell us in a moment, won't we, for Red Energy?
AFL Fantasy operator, but
5 goals from turnover this year, and I saw Swamp Thing, the number 1 stats man in the competition. I'll get to you that one in just a moment because I just forgot what it was, so I'll come back to you.
Crows by 28 points. Sam Hargraves doing his best work on AFL Nation.
Not very nice.
In the middle, Nankervis to Prestia. Coming by on the fly was Banks. Goes to the outer side, putting a bit of pace on the footy here, the Tigers. Mansell. He takes the mark.
Less goals from turnover this year than in the shortened quarters of the COVID years.
Wheels and goes. Here's Lynch's opportunity. He's in that pack. Couldn't take the mark, though, and now he's shoved Hinge off the footy. He's getting busy. That doesn't count as a possession either. Keane. Now to Laird. Vlosten playing inside 50, and he's it's a mark to Michael Annie. So they can do no wrong. It was off the hand. It slid down the hand of Vlosten and into the lap of Max Michaelani, and now a good mark taken by the captain, Jordan Dawson, and the Crows are away.
He's brave. That's the handball. Dawson to Laird opens the game up. Now you can access the back of the contest.
He went short, Alex Neil-Bullen. Oh, that's just so well orchestrated by Adelaide. That's a wonderful kick inside forward 50. Neil-Bullen knew that Fogarty just had the experience on Blight. Fogarty knew exactly where Neil-Bullen was going to put it. He pushed off, got to the drop.
It's just the handball from Dawson. It's the forward handball from Dawson that allows Adelaide to go, just to give the forwards one-on-one opportunities in space. They've been able to create scoring opportunities, but rarely have they been in space, these key forwards. Fogarty gets another opportunity. For his confidence, he'd love to bang this one through.
So he's got 1-2 in the game, and now he gets his second. Had a shot from about that distance a few minutes ago, but it was from a much tighter angle. This time he got a whole lot better look at it. And he drills it, does Darcy Fogarty. In fact, he's kicked 1-1.
Yeah,
that's another error on the scoreboard that said he'd already kicked one. They went early, and so did I. 7-6-48, now Adelaide 2-2-14. It's starting to get a little ugly. Signs are ominous. If they get a little bit more urgency about the way they move the ball, Adelaide, they could really cut Richmond up here. 34 points is the lead on the Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got it scoreboard. Josh Jenkins, MEGT.
Yeah, certainly the best little bit of ball movement was only really a handball that set it all up, but the Crows forwards probably been messaging to the rest of the team, let's try and look for some forward handballs. So 3.5 minutes to go in the quarter, at least another opportunity or two for the Crows to strike.
Getting ugly now for the Tigers. Rankin was collared, back in the middle. Peatling flicked it over his shoulder. Berry came back in through traffic, then found an outlet in Laird to Millerer. Out of side, he chips down the wing, and they're just running right at the moment. Hinge takes the mark, sends him to the pocket. Go up. Oh, big grab taken by Dawson.
What about the spread?
That is a strong statement from the captain.
What about the spread from Dawson? So he was involved at centre bounce, got hands on the footy at centre bounce, and then when the ball fanned wide, he just took off. So he's clearly got the confidence that Neil-Bullen, I would presume, is going to cover for him.
Goes around the body on the snap, didn't make good connection, and Tigers just let it bounce through for a rush behind. So couldn't complete the passage there, Jordan Dawson. They get their seventh behind on the board. He's a better drop punt than that. It's a strange decision.
I don't mind the snap. You don't see players sort of run out and snap. It's typically just one or two steps. But he tried to kick with a drop punt run up, but kick a snap, and that's going to come back.
Josh Jenkins, MEGT. I think Vlosten's kicked the ball out of bounds on the full after wrong footing. Rochelle coming to bring Adelaide inside forward 50 again. Rochelle is the target. It was a good contest made. Hopper got back with the flight, and it was important that he did. Richmond can come out of defence now via Bolter. Bolter just thinks the kick further afield. I tell you what, he's done a few good things, Jasper Elgar, in his second game. Sub last week. A little bit of candy commerce to get around coming. No one came at him, though, so he's got to go by hand to Hopper. Hopper just heaves it to right half forward, getting back with the flight. Saligo came off hand.
That's
what's
no
Lynch
good.
done?
I hope he hasn't made serious contact.
Me.
Oh, wow.
I didn't see it. I was following the ball. You've
Crows
seen it, Josh
like
Jenkins.
He's
going another one.
Butts is okay.
Oh, wow.
He's lost his head here. He's
Tom
completely
Lynch.
lost it.
Wow.
He has honestly. I think he's completely.
You've got to have to get him
lost
off.
his way.
Did he just throw one?
I reckon he might have thrown a couple.
Wait till you see the one he threw at Butts.
Wow, okay. The Crows players weren't happy, JJ.
He's still going too. He's given away another free kick. He's got to get off the ground. He simply needs to. They need to use up the runner and get him off the ground. He's thrown He's thrown 3 roundhouses. The first one on Butts, if it had have made contact, he would be serving 8 weeks.
Wow.
That is not something we want to see. We praised him for his physical presence this season. That is not something we want to see.
No.
Oh. So the Crows have the footy on the wing, coming, goes back inboard to Rankin. You'd think that Adam Uze will get him off shortly, JJ. Worrell.
It doesn't look like it.
No.
Johnny D.
Doesn't. Just to even just calm him down ever so slightly.
His off-field persona is very, very different to his on-field.
Now Miller out of side. And it's just not a good look for the young guys in the team as well. It doesn't set a great example. As the elder statesman, Hinge, danced around his opponent, Mansell on the mark. Inside 50 they go. The kick was just off target for Fogarty.
Still waiting. Here's a couple of replays now.
It's from another era.
The first one, one is disgraceful, and he's very, very lucky, as is Jordan Butts, that it didn't connect.
Wow.
And then he throws at least another couple of sort of, they're not punches, they're sort of round arm.
Clubbing sort of motions, aren't they?
They're not good.
He's going to be out of the game for a while, I'd say, JJ. 3 or 4 weeks potentially.
McIntosh off a standing start. The hurried exit from defensive 50. He's gone out of bounds on the full, right under the worn stand sign on that wing. So Miller will put the Crows inside forward 50 again. It's on repeat at the moment. Pack forms off hands. Thilthorpe a little bobble, attracts a couple of Tigers in a 2-man tackle. He's taken to ground, 30 out directly in front. I'm a bit shocked.
Yeah.
From what we've just seen from Tommy Lynch.
For a while. I am, but I'm not, because he's always had the tendency of blowing his lid. And look, they've only had the 4 scoring shots. He hasn't touched the footy, I don't think. He's had no disposal. So
Tigers free kick.
Geez, it's spiteful, isn't it?
It is, and
it's all
got to be careful this doesn't get overturned. Rankin and him are at it.
It all started with Lynch, didn't it?
Yes, it did. So this is getting spicy now at the MCG. It's going to come back as well as Laird takes the intercept mark. And it was Tom Lynch who was pushing him to the ground. To the members' wing, coming. Opens up the angle and flat ball, sends him inside 50. Miller did well to get on the end of it. Miller bursts through a bit of traffic. Now to Dawson on the left boot. Chisels one inside 50. Coming through Rochelle. Couldn't take the mark. Michael Andy's at the fall of it. Feeds it out now. Here's Rochelle for another one. 2 on the stroke of half-time. Crows having the last laugh. And that's not going to please Adam Uze one bit. We've got a score review.
Yeah, I think it might have been touched.
For IMAR Insurance, for Trusted Tradies Insurance, call 13 IMAR. Look, it might be touched by Broad.
About 3 sets of hands in yellow and black jumpers around it.
So it's not touched initial. Oh, is it? Off the boot? Oh.
Replays are giving you so much good.
No.
I think it was touched by the initial Tiger, the first left hand.
Okay.
Can't tell you who it is. But the first left hand, I reckon, got fingers on the footy. But
this might be David Roden's second score review of the year as well. He famously had his first a couple of weeks ago.
Equally, the soft call might stand.
Yes. So the soft call was a goal.
I won't write it in the book.
Halfway through the quarter, this game was doing absolutely nothing. And then the Crows have sprung to life. They've had a 5-goal-to-2 quarter. Tom Lynch has taken us back to a time long forgotten.
And hasn't touched the footy either, the big fella. Has not had a disposal.
That's bad. That's bad. So we're just waiting.
Complete. Looking at these angles, there is insufficient evidence to determine.
That's the most embarrassing phrase in a multi-billion-dollar game. For IMAR Insurance, for Trusted Tradies Insurance, call 13 IMAR. There is insufficient intent because we've put insufficient money into the resource. So 2-2-14, the Tigers, 7-7-49. There's a lot to talk about. They go to 8-7-55, a 6-goal-to-2 second term as we are at the main break on a Sunday afternoon at the MCG on AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies and Victoria Police. Recruiting now. The Crows head into the main break with a 41-point lead on the Robot Building Supplies. Robots got it scoreboard. Sam Hargraves, John Donohoe, Josh Jenkins will unwrap. Oh, that's a fair bit to unwrap on the other side of this on AFL Nation.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Robot Building Supplies. ROBOT.
Robots got it. It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
With Stake Super, a self-managed super fund can be a bit like a car. All the parts just work in the background and you just do the driving. That's because Stake Super handles all the admin for you, from establishment to the ongoing accounting of your SMSF. Then you can take the wheel, focused only on where your super's going. Stake Super, Australia's most hassle-free SMSF. Learn more on hellostake.com. This is not financial advice nor a recommendation that an SMSF is right for you.
For over 90 years, GMHBA Health Insurance has been built on care and the belief in giving back to community. That's why you'll pay no excess on same-day hospital procedures with all eligible hospital covers. So, if you're in and out on the same day, you won't pay the hospital excess. Make the switch today. GMHBA Health Insurance. Caring since 1934. Doesn't apply to closed hospital products. All hospital waiting periods apply, including the standard 2-month waiting periods and 12-month waiting periods for pre-existing conditions.
While people are sleeping peacefully in their apartment, a team from the Drain Man are down in the basement preparing to fix the leaking sewer drain inside their bedroom walls. Using Repiper's revolutionary relining system, they'll permanently seal any leaks on the inside without even disturbing them. That's the Drain Man difference. With Swedish technology delivered exclusively in Australia by the Drain Man, losing sleep from leaking sewer drains is a thing of the past. Call 1-800-843-372.
The Drain Man.
In the market for a quality Australian manufactured shed? Right now at Best Sheds, get 20% off between June 20 and June 30 during their end of financial year sale. They've got the best sheds in the business, including sheds of all shapes and sizes that come with a 20-year manufacturer's warranty. Choose from the standard range or customise the shed of your dreams. That's 20% off between June 20 and June 30 during Best Sheds' end of financial year sale. Visit bestsheds.com.au.
Spills, dust, debris, sorted. The DeWalt Wet and Dry Vacuum tackles it all with serious power. DeWalt, guaranteed tough. Now at Bunnings Warehouse.
This is the Southern Hemisphere's tallest crane, and it's dangling a 5-ton beam. At Pertec, we supply the hoses in cranes like these, and they can handle the pressure. No drama. Pertec, drama resistant since 1980.
G'day, it's Gary Lyon. I'm a Kubota man, and I lean on Peninsula Kubota for advice. I need it. And you can be a Kubota man too with Peninsula Kubota's end of financial year deals. They're loaded with Kubota stock, including Kubota tractors, mowers, skid steers, and utility vehicles, plus the right advice for anyone on the Peninsula with a farm or lifestyle property. There's never been a better time to become a Kubota man. Speak to Peninsula Kubota today or visit peninsulakubota.com.au. Kubota, shaping Victoria.
Belgravia Apparel, in partnership with New Balance, is the exclusive teamwear provider to Cricket Australia for all state and territory associations. And Belgravia Apparel give community cricket clubs the same treatment, offering high-quality New Balance playing, training and off-field teamwear. Plus, place a club order by June 30 and you'll enter the draw to win 20 GA tickets to take your team to a Big Bash game in your state. For all the details, follow Belgravia Apparel on socials. T's and C's apply.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Victoria Police. Made for more. Search police careers. And 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
The Crows flex their muscle to lead by 41 points in the back half of the second quarter. They kicked 6 goals in the second, and the Tigers have no answers. 8-7-55 to 2-2-14. John Dono, Sam Hargraves with you. And Sammy, we've got a very special guest in the box here with us. It's Toyota Good for Footy, I guess, round, and we're talking all things good for footy. And Tamara Parker joins us, sponsorship manager from Birregurra Football and Netball Club. Sammy, where's Birregurra before we welcome her in, please?
It's just near Colac in the CDFNL.
Yes, that's it.
There we go, see? Johnny D, don't try to throw me under the bus like that.
Tamara, welcome. Tell us about how you came together with Toyota and how long you've been in the partnership for.
Yeah, so Toyota has been a valued sponsor of our club for 4 years now, and we're lucky enough to have a club member employed at our local Colac Toyota branch, and that's really helped kickstart and strengthen our relationship with them. And they support us in many ways, including bringing the cars out to help us sell raffle tickets during the Toyota Good for Footy raffle, which has been really good.
Absolutely.
So what does the club mean to the community? Footy clubs, especially in country areas, are often just the lifeblood of the local town. They become the social hub. Often the social calendar is set to the footy club calendar. So what role does your footy club play in your local community?
Yeah, absolutely. It means a great deal to our community. Most people are involved in some way, whether it's playing, volunteering, sponsoring or supporting from the sidelines. And we always encourage and welcome everyone from our broader community to come get involved and join us at our events. And we see it in action every week. We've got senior players and coaches mentoring juniors and club members helping others learn new skills, whether that's coaching, umpiring or volunteering. And it's not just Beery, our community. We reach out to Geelong, Barongarook, Deans Marsh and Forest. And it just helps us build stronger relationships and a real sense of belonging.
No one has just one job at a footy club, do they?
No.
So you're in charge of sponsorship, but you do a whole lot more than just that.
A little bit more, yeah. Help out with a bit of fundraising and, if anyone needs help, happy to put my hand up.
How did you come to be at the club?
So I didn't grow up from there, but my husband did, and when I met him I moved down and wanted to get involved in my local community, so joined our local football netball club to play netball and make some friends.
Absolutely. Have we talked about the initiatives you've organised to raise money at the club?
Yeah.
Yeah, we have. Okay, beautiful. Sorry, I was just...
sorry. No, yeah.
The
Toyota...
we're still on air, John.
Yes, I know. I was slightly distracted. Apologies.
The Good for Footy raffle, it's been a real game changer for us. So far we're over $5,000 raised and we're trying to hit $10,000 this year, which would be really good. Toyota make it really easy. There's amazing prizes, which makes it so easy for us to get people supporting our club and they can win big.
What's the money done for the club? Where's it gone?
So this year we're trying to get a new behind the goal net and a netball shelter. So ours is looking a bit worse for wear. It's probably a bit more cable tie at the moment than net. But apart from that, our club rooms are pretty in desperate need of rebuilding. So a lot of it will go towards helping rebuild that.
These things just don't happen without major partners and what Toyota do, and I'm sure you've got a lot of other great sponsors as well. But it just, as we've said, the footy clubs are the lifeblood of the community, and that blood doesn't keep pumping unless somebody's pumping in some money. So Toyota just been a massive boom for and boon and a benefactor of your footy club.
Yeah, absolutely, I have, yeah.
Oh, brilliantly done. Tamara, thanks so much for being with us. Thanks so much for jumping on. And these are stories that need to be told, and country footy clubs that just need to be supported as much as they possibly can. So we're a rat to be able to tell the stories and have you come in to tell the story of what Toyota have been able to do. Good luck for the rest of the year. Just quickly, where are you at ladder-wise, seniors netball, seniors football?
I couldn't tell you exactly, but we're up there.
We're up there?
Top 5.
All right, beautifully done.
Most of our teams, I think, they're doing pretty well.
Good luck for Birragura and the rest of the footy season. Thanks, Tamara.
Nice.
Really appreciate it.
Thanks so much for having me.
AFL Nation continues after this. We'll get the thoughts of Josh Jenkins. It's the Crows by 41 points over the Tigers, 8-7-55 to 2-2-14 on AFL Nation right around Australia.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Victoria Police and 4 and 20 pies. You can't have footy without a 4 and 20 pie.
G'day, Dwayne Russell here. It's the weekend, the game's on, you got the snacks, but what about the drinks? Don't worry, Liquorland will have you raising your glass in no time. Get your favourites delivered straight to your door with free express delivery when you spend over $99. When the game's heading up, Liquorland will bring the drinks so you won't miss a minute of the action. To the footy. Cheers. Liquorland. 18 plus only. T's and C's apply. Express delivery not available in SA or NT. Delivery fees may apply. Choose to drink wise.
If you thought the
the end of financial year wasn't sexy? Then you've never been to Sexyland's end of financial year sale. Get up to 70% off Australia's biggest range of sexy costumes, lingerie, couples toys and fun gifts and games for adults. Sexyland. Open until late 7 days a week or shop online and get 2-hour delivery at sexyland.com.au. Real people, real products, real fun.
Until recently, the only way to fix a leaking sewer drain inside the walls of a building was to smash through the walls. But Repiper's revolutionary relining system from the Drain Man relines sewer drains from the inside without damaging the walls, floors or other pipework and minimises reinstatement. This unique step-by-step system is purpose designed for vertical sewer stacks, so it won't let you down. That's the Drain Man difference. Call 1-800-843-372.
The Drain Man. Through 100 years, New Farm has gone through thick and thin with Australian farmers. Through protection, through innovation, through growth. All so that Australian farmers are there for Australia. Because when you choose New Farm's crop protection solutions, you choose to support Australian jobs, Australian innovation, and a strong Australian supply chain. Through our partnership, we're tougher together. Visit newfarm.com.au. New Farm. Australian through and through.
Even our nation's greatest footy players, cricketers and athletes get hit by sudden cramps. But they also get back up again. How they do it is no secret. It's pickle juice. Pickle juice is natural, certified organic and works almost instantly to release muscle cramps. Plus, it's high in electrolytes, helping you hydrate and holding that cramp at bay. Get back into the game with pickle juice. You've got nothing to lose but your muscle cramp. Learn more. Visit picklejuice.com.au.
Installery, installery, installery.
For the hottest of hot party you've ever seen. Ream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Want the assurance of an Aussie family-sized electric water heater with a 12-year cylinder warranty?
Installery,
installery,
installery.
Then accept nothing less than Australia's best.
It's here, OMF's massive end of financial year sale with some of our best offers and $10 million of stock to clear. Grab the award-winning Revivify Support for under $800 or the new Mornington Flex for under $1,300. Take up to 20% off bedroom furniture and up to 60% off floor stock while it lasts. Plus, take an extra 10% off selected already reduced mattresses for even bigger savings. Hurry, stock is limited. Ends Sunday at OMF, the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
Tradies love Supergates because when you order a DIY gate or fence kit from Supergates, it comes already cut to fit any custom size. The aluminium slats come with a protective film, keeping them scratch-free and easy to install. There are also no visible screws. And all their Fenstar fences and gates come with a 10-year guarantee. Custom gates, automation and aluminium slat fencing.
For a limited time, get 25% off all DIY kits.
Supergates.com.au.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Victoria Police. Made for more. Search police careers. And 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food. The Halftime Floor Show for Choices Flooring. Shape your future with a Choices Flooring apprenticeship.
Getting back with the flights and Liga. Came off here. What's Lynch done? Dearie me.
Oh, wow.
I didn't see it. I was following the ball. You've seen it, Josh Jenkins. He's going another one.
Butts is okay.
Oh, wow.
He's lost his head here. He's completely lost it.
Wow.
He has honestly, I think he's completely
You're going to have to get him off.
Did
he just throw one? I reckon he might have thrown a couple.
Wait till you see the one he threw at Bucks.
Wow, okay. The Crows players weren't happy, JJ.
He's still going too. He's given away another free kick. He's got to get off the ground. He simply needs to, they need to use up the runner and get him off the ground. He's thrown 3 roundhouses. The first one on Bucks, if it had have made contact, he would be serving 8 weeks.
Wow.
That is not something we want to see. We praised him for his physical presence this season. That is not something we want to see.
So, JJ, that was the story, basically, of the first half. I mean, the Crows lead by 41 points. We're in the halftime floor show for Choices Flooring, Earn While You Learn. But I guess the story coming out of it is Tom Lynch is possessionless and he's thrown three haymakers.
Yeah, I mean, not good. We don't see that, fortunately, very often, if at all, in the modern game. So, yeah, no doubt there's some MRO consequences for him, but, how severe they are. Butts is fine, and he'll take his place in this second half, so we know that means a lot. But you don't like to see it, but, clearly, Tom Lynch, for as good a fellow as he is, he lost his head and he'll pay the price.
We'll soon get a stats wrap from Sam Watson for Capital.com. Trade fast, trade smart. But before that, who's been the toughest player for Anthem Workwear? Gear up with Anthem Workwear, built for the workout and the work site.
A couple of area contests from Jordan Dawson have been sensational.
They certainly have. Sam Watson for Capital.com. Some of the possession getters, please.
Yeah, Jordan Dawson and Isaac Rankin leading the Crows with 16 each. Sam Banks, Dion Prestia, Jacob Hopper and Jack Ross all have 14 for the Tigers.
Thank you, Sammy. JJ, how you been seeing the key matchups for Smarter-Lite? OmniGrip CST is the smarter commercial surface solution.
Well, safe to say Butts and Co have done the job on Tom Lynch because he hasn't had a disposal. The other end of the ground, the Tigers defenders have held up okay. Thorthorpe's got a couple. Fogarty's had a couple of shots at goal, but all in all, been a good battle.
The Mackay Tall Timber Ruckman of the day so far for Mackay Timber, manufacturer and supplier of quality Tasmanian oak timber.
Nil all draw.
Okay, I like it. Around the grounds for Melbourne Airport parking, Melbourne Airport's value car park, just $12 a day. Plan ahead and book online at melbourneairport.com.au. We'll take the listeners from here all the way over to Perth at 5:10. That game starts local time here in Melbourne. And as you said, they can't really spread it out too much more because the Saints might want to get back tonight.
Yeah, they will want to travel back and they try to prioritise the recovery. But also this game for Channel 7, yes, they like it to lead into the news. So next week we'll have an early, a middle and a late game. Interesting little fact, the Crows have a lot of staff. I bumped into one of their people in the media room. They have doctors and psychs and stuff who just do the game day travel, and they only arrived midway through the first quarter because of fog. So
there you go.
They were down a doctor, down a sports psych and a few other people until midway through the first quarter. So maybe that's why they were moving the ball so slowly.
Maybe. And very quickly, JJ, what was the coaching move of the first half for Henley Homes? Henley Breakthrough Collection, built from only $227,900.
I'm going to, instead of making one up, I'm going to say we haven't yet seen one. So let's get back to that after the game, and hopefully we've seen a big change when it comes to those magnets.
Good man. That was the Choices Flooring halftime show. Shape your future with the Choices Flooring apprenticeship. Crows by 41 points here at the MCG. The Tigers have only managed 2 goals to this point, so we'll see what the second half brings. For 420 Pies and Victoria Police recruiting now, Sam Hargraves is here with us for CommBank, backing Melbourne businesses, and he's going to get us underway in the third quarter.
Thank you, Johnny D. AFL Nation, 420 Pies, Victoria Police recruiting now. It's a long way back for the Tigers. 41 points in arrears. Adelaide eyeing off a return to the top 4. Hawthorn took their spot with their big win over North Melbourne. Around the grounds for Chemist Warehouse. Secondary stoppage, swiped forward by Nankervis. Campbell on the end of it. He kept it going forward, and so too did Fall by Fist. But Keane able to collect and get Adelaide going forward. Peatling was well tackled by Prestia. Ball in dispute on the deck. Just below the bottom left-hand point of the square. And the umpire says that's not going anywhere, so I'll toss it up. 2-2-14, the Tigers. 8-7-55, the Crows on the CommBank backing Melbourne Businesses scoreboard.
O'Brien slapped it into the path of Berry, who had Taranto alongside him. Flicked back into play by Hopper to Prestia. Campbell ran into his ruckman in Nankervis, and we'll get a ball up on the wing. So Sunday afternoon footy. Tell you what, Sammy, you've got to be quick at halftime to get the party pies and sausage rolls on a winter's day. We missed out.
I'd have a salad.
Yeah.
On a cold day. That's how you don't win friends with salad, and I've lost myself as a friend
Steely
as a result of it.
Now to Prestia, now to Ralph Smith. So high ball, they go inside 50. One-on-one, Lynch at the back. He used his body nicely on Butts, and then he got landed on top of the Crows. Able to mop up here through Worrell. That was nicely done. And they get out of a crisis there as the ball lands in the lap of Keys in the back pocket.
Melbourne Storm playing across the road today, 30-6 full time. If you don't mind, they put a hurting on Cronulla.
Ox will be happy.
They're playing very, very well, the Storm, this season. A couple of games in hand. Picked up by McElhenney on the outer wing. Rankin couldn't keep it going forward. It was partially obstructed, his handball, as he was tackled. Berry was able to get boot to ball. Ralph Smith chopped it off. Top right-hand point of the square. He had the runner in Broad. Broad, sticky little kick that he couldn't quite get it to stick fall, but he did get it at the fall and up off the deck. Hopper just overcooked the kick. They were all leading up at him and he put it behind them. So last line of defence, Crows have got numbers. Keen, easy evasion of Lynch, and now Salt into wound. He bounces away from Tom Lynch and just drops it on a dime for Worrell on the arc of defensive 50.
Tell you what, if Richmond players keep kicking the footy to Lynch like that, he might start clubbing them.
Phil Thorpe went up with one hand, a little bit of friendly fire, you reckon, JJ?
Well, he was on the
nothing
lead.
friendly about Tommy at the minute.
Nah, he was on the lead, and it was missed by a few feet. So Keane then picked it up and had a bounce and said, "Catch me if you can."
JJ, would he be a player whose off-field persona and on-field are as poles apart as anybody that you can think of in football?
Yeah, absolutely. Because everyone goes out of the way to tell you how good a fella he is. So you don't necessarily see that side of him on the ground.
Crows working it along the outer wing. Dawson at half forward now. He can set up for a shot at goal. He'll chip it into the pocket to Thilthorpe, and that's what he does. Who plays on quickly. They're all lining up in the corridor, and Walker was the option chosen. And that was poor checking by the Tigers.
Yeah, I like that from Thilthorpe. Bring Tex into the game. He's got a couple, the thrill seeker, and look, he probably would have been able to finish from there, snapping on his right foot, but bring Walker into the game, who's been busy. I mean, he's been able to get his hands on the footy a bit. We'll get his numbers from Sammy, but hasn't been able to hit the scoreboard in terms of goals. So he's the key forward, yet to kick one.
Game 292 today. The champ, the former captain, splits them. And the Crows fans that have made the trip are up and about, the flags flailing, and Tex gets his first of the afternoon. Extends the lead now, 9-7-61 to 2-2-14 for CommBank backing Melbourne businesses. Sam Watson for Capital.com.
Yeah, 12 disposals for Taylor Walker, but he's only going at 50% disposal efficiency, so a bit to work on there.
So 12 disposals, 1 goal, 2. He's building into the game nicely. His numbers, I reckon, will stack up pretty well at the end of the game. Whether he gets subbed out or not, I'm not sure, but he certainly got across to Thilthorpe straight away and said, "Thanks, big fella," because the thrill seeker would have been able to certainly forgive him for snapping for his third. So all the key forwards for Adelaide have got on the scoreboard now. I just wonder of how many they can put on the board, because I'm smelling a big margin here in the second half.
Josh Jenkins from EGT. 47-point lead is a game high for the Crows. They might be able to add to it here. Dawson, just a penetrating left forward. He just picks it out. McElhenney gets a shove, front on contact. There's a couple of players in the competition who get the ball from point A to point B quicker than anyone. I reckon Bontempelli and Dawson might be the two, JJ.
Bailey
if you
Dale
could put a clock on it, yeah, Bailey Dale would be in there too.
This guy could be the coaching move of the first half, JJ. He said we hadn't seen it, but he might kick his second goal here.
Man on the mark's 40 metres out. He's about 5 metres in from the boundary, so it's a tough kick. Kicked just his second career goal in the first term. He got Adelaide's first goal in this game. He's now shooting for their 10th, so he's on the runway now. He will kick from 45. This is where the Crows fans are, and this is where they stand and wave their flags. Max McElhenney, father-son. He's got all the makings of a future star, Josh Jenkins.
Yeah, they like him, particularly down back as a lockdown defender on the gun, small forwards, and then someone who can intercept and run off and get involved as well. Just watching Prestia come to the boundary. Hopefully he's all good. He's always someone you need to keep an eye on when it comes to soft tissue issues for him, for Crowell's electrical and solar. Hopefully he's just having a rest as Jack Ross comes into the game. But yeah, McElhenney's a talent. I haven't seen him play forward before. Only the 3 goals this year, 2 of them today. So I think his rightful position is down back on the gun, small forwards, but Richmond don't necessarily have one, so why not explore what it looks like for him in the front half?
53 points the lead now.
It's going to get big, I think.
Kicked his first goal against the Giants in round 6 this year. Now he's got a career high too in the space of a couple of hours. Here's Ross, wins the clearance, goes backwards to Vlosten coming off the back of the square. Tigers need some spark. Inside 50 they go. Lynch. The kick was at his feet, so he wasn't happy with that one either. Laird shoved off it by Lynch behind the play. Keep an eye on that one, JJ. McIntosh, he's in the game. Nankervis, ball flicking around at half forward. Now to Taranto. They lob it up inside 50. Good mark taken by Trainer. And an opportunity now for his first goal in AFL footy.
Yeah, great mark. It was a dangerous kick. If that ball had have hit the ground, I reckon the Crows would have been off to the races. Brodie Smith's come up a little... In fact, it's Cumming who's come up a little bit hobbly after that marking contest, but great concentration from Trainer. Floating back into the pack, he stayed focused on the ball. He concentrated on the foot. He didn't worry about the contact that was coming. So, he'll remember the goal if he kicks it, but it was a fantastic mark.
First round draft pick last year from the paint of 50. He'll kick from 40 metres out. He has kicked it. You got to love these moments. Young men kicking their first goal in AFL footy. It took him 15 games to do so, and now Luke Trainer has a goal at the biggest moment of his career.
They stop a run of 6 straight. JJ, it's a beautiful moment for him. His grandfather would be saying, you just got 1,056 to go to catch me. His family fully entrenched in football. I think his aunt is on the AFL Commission.
Really?
Yeah, his dad and his uncle have worked at North Melbourne and Collingwood respectively.
Hopefully each family isn't given a ceiling on how many goals they're allowed, because there won't be many more coming his way. But
might have used the quota, you reckon?
Yeah. But it was a great mark. It was a really, really strong mark, a brave mark. So fantastic involvement in the game from him. And a nice finish. So really important for Richmond just to stay afloat, stay alive, and they're not in the hunt, but stay engaged in the contest early in this third term. Otherwise, Adelaide will smell some blood and take advantage.
Taranto bundles at forward, so they're at right half forward here, the Tigers. They trail by 47 points. They stop a run of 6 straight. There's a holding the ball free kick that's not going their way. Rory Laird, good tackle. It was just falling on top of it. In the end, was Sonzi. So to the outer side, big fly again. Trainer almost took another good mark. Heavy tackle applied by Curtin on Blight, and he's rewarded for that. So outer wing, centre of it. Now to left half forward. Thilthorpe, just strong, was just being hugged by Vlosten. Just a front-on hug. So it's a free kick every day of the week. Oh, now the Candy Commerce. Vlosten has a sweet tooth and a broken ankle. Thilthorpe shoots to thrill and doesn't give us the ultimate. That would have been a goal of the year contender. He is very, very nimble for a very large man, JJ.
He is. That would have been a contender for the best goal this weekend from someone standing taller than 6'6", because Darcy kicked an amazing goal Friday night on the boundary, and that would have been
wasn't bad either.
That would have been in the conversation. They are two incredibly exciting young men.
Crows by 48 points.
Oh, so you're talking about tall people. Nick Watson, maybe not so.
No, doesn't fall into that category, Sammy.
Pays to listen to everything that he's saying there. Johnny Donahoe.
6'6", not under 5'6".
Yep, that's the clue there is.
And also, we could sense the Hawthorn nuffiness coming out of you.
Are you going to accuse someone of nuffy bias, are you?
I'm a professional.
Is that right?
As you guys know.
Your Twitter says something different.
Riley O'Brien. I just talk American sports on that. Ball on the outer side. We'll get a boundary. We'll get a ball up.
Listen there, Johnny D's. Don't pick fights you can't win.
I will be in charge of the around the grounds. I'll handle the Saints and Freo, which is not too far away.
Is that on today? I didn't even know.
Fremantle should.
Wasn't even aware.
Why have you got a TV in front of you?
Too focused on this game as the Tigers on the outer side. Steely Green. Handball was a bit wayward for Taranto. Got it back to Green, and again the handball wayward. Peatling mopped it up. Now to Smith. Turned it over. McIntosh takes it, and he's taken in a tackle. And we'll get a ball up tight against the boundary line. Shane Warnstand side of the ground.
48 points. Combank backing Melbourne businesses. Crows are running hot for Ream, Australia's favourite hot water. At the back of the stoppage, Brodie Smith just buries the right foot into it. Drives him down the line. Fogarty will get a free kick. Blight the guilty party. McIntosh is too smart to pick up that ball.
It's a great example, a great illustration of playing the fat side winger and how lonely that can be on occasion. Isaac Cumming has not been near the ball for 10 minutes.
Fogarty fired Adelaide inside forward 50. The keys got worked under it and Broad was able to put a big fist, but it actually skidded off the back of the knuckles out of play. 10 metres around from the left point post. We'll have a boundary throw in for the drain man. The drain man got a gurgle. Call the drain man. 12 minutes played on the clock for onlinefenceppliers.com.au. 48-point Crows lead.
So inside 50 for the Crows. Slapped back into play by O'Brien. Dancing around one way, then the other was Ross, and then exits defensive 50. Here's Lynch. Still no possession for him as the wrestle continues. He hasn't wrestled with Keane yet, though. That was the bet from Josh Jenkins.
Yes,
Here is Keane. Has he?
He has.
Okay.
Yes.
All
Yeah.
right,
I've had confirmation.
All right, there you go. So you won that bet. Rankin.
I'm happy to double down too and say they might go again at some stage.
We get to the broadcast side.
Double
Miller
or nothing.
To a dangerous position, 30 from goal. Rochelle was in the contest, couldn't take the mark. Numbers with the Crows here. Here's Rochelle now, dribbling goal!
Oh, hit the goal up
It
by his
just
foot, or was it
might
the
have hit the post. So David Roden looked like he was setting up to call it a goal, but it was a minor score.
Didn't hit his foot, did it?
And that, he's robbed them of a great moment.
Blight fans it out by hand. Vlosten down the line out of side. Ooh. Having a very good game. It's Curtin. Intercepts here. Sticks the kick on the lateral to Miller. Just above the top edge of the square. He's going to retreat to centre half back. Butts is going to complete the switch to Keane. Bottom left-hand point of the square.
It's good living, isn't it, this half-back stuff?
Yeah. Dinky little kick to Laird, who repeats the dose down the line. To Taranto came late on Dawson and lucky not to give away a 50. Dawson paid the mark. He's about 65 from home. Leading lane opens up. Phil Thorpe. Oh, just over his head, but off hands. Beautifully done by Keys. Just rushed everything under absolutely no pressure. Almost fell off the kick.
The eyes lit up.
Slewed off the outside of the left boot, Johnny Donahoe. To the left-hand side and a minor score. 10-10-70. It's an even 50 points game. Second highest lead they've had. They led by 53 a little earlier in the quarter on the CommBank backing Melbourne Business scoreboard.
Eyes absolutely lit up. Still no possession for Tom Lynch. He was involved in that contest, but Worrell, he was taken out over the line by Mansell. We get a boundary throw in.
Yeah, well, I spoke midway through the second how as a tall forward, because tall forwards are typically the players on the ground who can go the longest without touching the footy. You start to look at the clock and think to yourself, geez, I'm going to get to half-time without a touch. Now Tom Lynch is thinking, am I going to get to three-quarter time without a touch?
So Worrell able to corral it, and then he was wrapped up in a tackle by Mansell. Is it worth putting him in the ruck here just to get him involved, JJ? It's Tom Lynch. And maybe just a quick 5 minutes from Nankervis forward of the footy.
Maybe. You'd be doing that just to get him
absolutely
engaged.
Berry from the clearance, bangs it on the right boot to the wing, went up with the one hand, did Blight, left it behind, and then a pack forms. Keys, quick hands now to Rankin. He steps around his opponent and jams it inside 50. Miller had front position. He left it behind. Umpire said play on. Now a flying shot from Saligo. It's high, up and under. Vlosten underneath it and slapped through from Traynor as Rochelle was tracking it back to goal. And another minor score, 10-11-71 the Crows, 3-2-20 Richmond, 50-point lead.
Major ball winners, please. Swatson for Capital.com.
Yeah, not much movement with Richmond. Still Dion Prestia, Hopper and Ross with 17 disposals each. Jordan Dawson, Rory Laird, Josh Worrell and Isaac Rankin lead the Crows with 19 each.
Loston just throws his arms up saying, I've got really nowhere to go. The umpire said, I don't care, but you've got to go now. And he turns it over. Curtin chops it off in front of Traynor. Could have kept going, did. They're lining up in the corridor. This is just becoming a training drill. Max Michaelani.
It's a training drill for him.
Got told he was going forward today. Doubled his goals in his career with his first kick, which was a goal. Then got another one for good measure earlier this quarter. He's shooting for his third today, his fourth overall. He'll kick from just inside 50 on a tighter than a 45 angle to make it a 57-point ball game. Oh, you betcha. He buries it.
Easy game.
He had about Daniel Curtin had about 4 players he could have kicked to, JJ, who are unattended inside forward 50. That's alarming.
Yeah, it is. It did have this waft about it even late in the second quarter. I don't think Adelaide are in. They're not in 5th gear. They might be in 4th. Lockie Murphy's about to come on the ground as well here. So
Isaac Cumming, maybe.
No, he went back on the ground. So
Shelley?
It's one of Rochelle. It might be Laird, the veteran, perhaps.
I think it's Rochelle who's plopped himself down a little bit demonstrably on the bench. To say that he's not happy with the decision would be an understatement.
Well, I think it's fair enough. I'm not sure why you'd pull Rochelle off the ground, but anyhow.
That's 4 intercept marks for Dan Curtin, boys. He's having an amazing game.
Crowes Electrical and Solar, that interchange update. The stats for Capital.com. The score, 57 points for CommBank, backing Melbourne businesses.
So it's Bolter v Thilthorpe in the ruck. Bolter trying to extract the clearance. He ran past it, had a bit of tunnel ball action there from Neil Bullen. Out the back, Banks slipped through his hands, and then slipping over was Hopper, so it opened the door for Saligo to kick one inside 50. It was just wide of Walker. Blight towed it forward and then towed it again, and this will be out on the full or insufficient intent. Take your pick. It's out in the full. He had no inclination to pick that up, Jacob Blight.
That's not the worst decision. Just buy yourself 10 or 15 seconds, as they turn it over.
Yeah, they do. First through the hands of Rankin. Sonzi, burst through the hands now of Brown. It's getting sloppy at the MCG from both sides. Handball to Hopper, over the top to Prestia. And the Tigers just have no avenues out at the moment, and they have kicked 3 goals total for the game. 11-11-77 the Crows, 57 points up, 3-20.
Bolter was able to outbody Thilthorpe, but he gave it straight to Neil Bullen. He just tumbled a kick inside forward 50. His tough task set for Fogarty. Had to beat 2 and couldn't. Rankin slips under the Miller tackle. He beat him once, but not the second time. Couple of really good moments defensively for Ben Miller. Never gave up on the hunt, and he bagged the big game in Isaac Rankin. Gets a free kick, left back pocket. Tigers fans haven't had much to cheer about, but they gave that, I wouldn't say a hearty roar, but they gave it something.
So Miller across his defensive goal square, pinpoints Broad, who unloads a right-footed ball to the wing. Alga was the target, wasn't able to reel it in. Ball flying all over the place. Mansell was ripped off it.
Holding free.
He might get a free kick, he will. On the outer wing, and the Bronx cheers come.
Confirming Rochelle has been managed, boys.
Managed. He won't be happy with that one bit.
I mean, he's not the player I'd be managing. He needs to be managed into the game, not out of it.
All went up, couldn't take the mark. Alga again with a quick handball. Now to McIntosh, who off the back foot just skies one inside 50. Cumming couldn't take the mark, had Ralph Smith in tow. He made a contest of it 40 metres out. Punt road end of the MCG. 57-point margin. Sunday afternoon footy for 4 and 20 Pies, and Victoria Police recruiting now. John Dono, Sam Hargraves, and our expert for MEGT is Josh Jenkins.
Came off both ruckman's hands. Berry clean on the gather. Gave it back to Cumming. Got time to assess. Penetrating kick down the bottom edge of the square. Rankin went the fist in the end. He couldn't get 2 hands to the mark. Ralph Smith wrapped up. Good tackle by Fogarty. Testing out that shoulder. We'll have it tossed up right on the AFL logo. Bottom edge of the square, broadcast side of the ground.
It's a good decision, I reckon, from Jacob Blight. He decided not to back into that contest. He only was going to get himself hurt 5-10 years ago. We'd probably be critical of him, but I think it was a wise decision.
Bolter took it out of the ruck, got it to Prestia, and he got Richmond inside forward 50, but Crows are well set up. Now it's with Saligo, who got it to Miller up, who just pings the kick forward of right half back to Brodie Smith. It's all pretty effortless at the moment for the Crows to bury down the line. He'll come back towards the corridor. He's got Keys and uses him. Keys is going to sling it to Murphy at left half forward.
Murphy had McIntosh there, who pushed him out. He went for the contact, McIntosh, and did so illegally.
Well done, though. At least it was a professional free kick. Hold up, Murphy, because the Crows were really cutting them open.
Murphy into the forward pocket. O'Brien's down there. Spoil came from Ralph Smith. Off hands, lands in the lap of Rankin, who's taken in a gang tackle in the forward pocket. We'll get a ball up. Sam Watson for Capital.com.
Murphy already more disposals than Tom Lynch, please.
That's just mean.
That is mean, but accurate. Can't do much about that. Thrown up, slapped forward by Bolter over the shoulder of Ross. Found Prestia long down the outer wing.
We go.
This has been the story of the day, and Butts, he wins that battle. And Tommy Lynch, he's not happy one bit.
Good luck. Good luck marking that as a forward.
Laird to Millerer. Now Laird says to Millerer, get it moving, and they get through the corridor. Worrell driving past. That's a lengthy kick on that left leg. Loston came out double fist, went straight up in the air. Broad was set a task. He overran the footy. Nice little give. Michael Annie. Fogarty rushed the left foot snap, and he got the wrong side of it.
He's just off his tucker, Fogarty. I've been watching him closely for 6 or 7 weeks, and I don't know what it is, whether
it is the shoulder injury that
it
he
is
had?
the shoulder or not. It's been some time. You'd expect him to be able to get over that by now. He's just his touch is a bit off. His timing's a bit off. Even his set shots haven't been as splendid as they normally are.
Holter got up high and reeled it in on the second attempt. Wheels and goes, wastes no time, down the wing. Mansell in a one-on-one with Laird. He probably held his arm there, and here is Tommy Lynch. The Bronx cheers, possession won, and inside 50 they go. A mark taken by Campbell, and the Richmond fans have a sense of humour about it all. Tom Lynch gets his first possession of the day, and what are we? 5 minutes to play. We've gone 22 and a half in the third quarter.
When it rains, it pours. I bet you he gets another one in the next minute or two, but there's the monkey off the back. I hope I'm not wrong, because I spent time with Lockie. I think Lockie Henderson, when he was playing for Carlton, had to turn up for a Channel 7 appearance on game day after not having a single disposal the night before.
Tough kick for Campbell from the paint, and he has slotted it. That'll please the faithful. He made it look easy, Seth Campbell. Beautiful kick at the footy. They get their fourth of the afternoon. 4-2-26 Richmond. 11-12-78. And I tell you what, he did that with ease, JJ.
Yeah, absolutely. He's one we spoke about in the pre-game with Tim Livingston about his ability to make good decisions with ball in hand. And he certainly was able to do so there. Typically, he's been setting up goals and creating scores this season, but he was on the end of that one. It was a nice kick from Mansell. Come up a bit ginger. Bang that patella into the turf, but was able to shake that off quite quickly, and that's a nice finish. Always found that pocket really difficult to kick goals.
Sort of got to kick it across the face, don't you?
Yeah, you really need to be a right foot kicker who likes to get that sort of left to right shape late in the kicker. Tom Hawkins special, if you will, and Seth Campbell's able to do that.
Score involvement for Tom Lynch with that handball was important. So a tumbled kick forward is chopped off top left-hand point of the square. Hinge, a little bit too cute on the kick. Berry couldn't reel it in, but he did get it by hand from Millerer. That's a better kick, although over the head of the intended target, Neil Bullen. Broad beat him in the race back, but just the body work was good from Neil Bullen. McIntosh arrived to lend a hand, and they all ran out of tarmac in front of the members' stand. So the Crows were able to work it inside their attacking half. There's 4 and change left to play on the clock for online fence suppliers. Should that be .com.au, or is there such a thing as .au?
Yes, there is, Sammy.
There is? All right. onlinefencesuppliers.au. Wonderful contributors to AFL Nation. onlinefencesuppliers.au. Do it yourself, made easy, just as I made that look anything but.
Taranto with the underground handball to space. Mansell full-blooded at it, and he's taken high by Berry.
Berry's resurgence made the most of a chance. I think came on as a sub not that long ago, JJ, and got a heap of it. Kept his spot in the team and continues to do so.
Yeah, he's probably one that he probably can't afford to play 2 average games in a row, and then your spot's back in jeopardy. But that's okay. Just keep playing well and make him drop someone else.
So Mansell to Broad to Miller, and back to Broad on the members' wing. They wanted to swing it to the outer side, but they weren't able to. So something emerges ahead for Broad, and it was Banks who got away from Keys. Slow build-up, though.
Keys hasn't had an impactful afternoon as yet, but he loves to work all the way to the final siren.
Banks to left half forward, off hands. Lynch was involved there. Smith meeting the footy and giving the hands to Cumming. Goes down the wing. Miller in a one-on-one. Been good today. Fogarty able to cleanly take the footy and give to Peatling, who just dribbled one down the line, and it came off the boot, ricocheted out, and out of bounds on the full of Taylor Walker's boot.
JJ, serious question, although I'm going to ask it in a smart-ass way. How many partners of the power stance are still left from your time at the Crows who are playing now? Because there's been a lot of transition over the list of the last few years.
Couldn't tell you, to be honest.
Probably the way I asked the question didn't really have you keen to.
Rory Laird would have been there.
Brody Smith would have been too. Rode a couple of hard bumps. Got it up to Berry. Berry slides the kick down the line to Laird.
I really think our man in the back row thought the power stance was a good idea, Sammy.
No, I know that he didn't. That's why he knows that I'm being... I know that he was very much voiced his opposition to it at the time, which he's told us in no uncertain terms. So he knows that I'm being slightly facetious. Don't you, mate?
Yes, I do. Yeah. I'm just carry on.
Ball on the outer side. Crows inside 50 again. Fogarty front position. O'Brien roved it off the pack. He couldn't, could he? He couldn't. He can't. That would have been out of the norm for a ruckman to be able to shark it and then dribble it home for a goal.
What, if anything, are the Crows missing, JJ, if there's a piece that they don't have that would prevent them from making a real challenge for the ultimate this year?
I still think, now they haven't showed it today, that Richmond aren't necessarily going to expose you in that way. I still have concerns about one or two key forwards in the opposition that might be able to expose them aerially, but for the most part, they've got everything you need.
Hopper just lobbed a handball out into space. Campbell was able to run onto it. He's going to get it back from Nankervis.
Hey.
Here's Tommy Lynch on a searching lead, and the lead is honoured low down. He takes the mark. I don't know if that's a boo.
Are they saying boo or...
It'll be the Adelaide fans voicing their displeasure, I would
That's
think.
the loudest noise we've heard all day, and if that's from the Adelaide fans. So, yeah, they're making their feelings about Tom Lynch well and truly known. And what will be to come for him, we will know.
This will be the loudest cheer either way. Make or miss.
Goes at 29% from this spot. Tom Lynch on the runway. And he lands it. Second disposal, first goal. Richmond's fifth. In the back of his mind, he knows that he might be one of the biggest stories coming out of this round, but he was able to put all that out of his mind and finish off. It was a nice bit of work around the outer side, JJ. And Campbell's kick was very good to get to him.
Yeah, it was. It was a nice build-up again. It's good to see Richmond attacking with a bit of purpose. It was a nice little tap-on from Nankervis, who was involved a couple of different times. And Campbell, again, I referenced him as a good decision-maker and a good ball user inside forward 50, and he backed me up on that occasion because that was a beautiful kick to Lynch, who hasn't seen any supply like that today, to be fair. So he gets on the move, he hits up at the footy, and he gets rewarded for it.
47 points is the lead now for Adelaide. Sam Watson for Capital.com.
27-24 for clearances, boys, in favour of Richmond.
And the Crows get one last one before the siren goes. We're under a minute now. Peatling, he'll give him an opportunity to now. Wobbles one inside 50, waiting at the back. Murphy, he can dribble it, and only into the base of the point post. And that will be a boundary throw-in because he was able to dribble it.
First goal on the board in the West. It's gone the way of Josh Tracy for the Dockers as Mitch Owens just misses.
Thrown in, deep inside, attacking 50. Rankin, this is dangerous territory for him. Tight against the boundary, keeps it in, but no, he didn't. This one went out over the line. So another boundary throw in, left forward pocket at the city end of the MCG. It's the Crows by 47 points.
Ball spins back into play for Maccas. The new McWings, they are delicious. Here's Keys, gets on the end of it. Awkward drop on the right, around the body, fisted away by Blight. Hunting for it off the deck is Neil Bull, and Superman handball. He fired it back to Dawson. Laird just rose up to get over the head of the tackler. Got it to Curtin. He back to Dawson. Partially smothered kick. Neil Bullen on the bounce, working away from goal. Slick little dish. Curtin coming the right way.
Got it.
You can draw the curtain on this one. That's his second, lead back to 53 points. He's having a career day. He's Daniel Curtin, re-signed for 3 years. 5-2-32 Richmond, 12-13, 85 Adelaide as we hit the final break. On Sunday, Twilight Football, the MCG, AFL Nation, 4 and 20 Pies, Victoria Police recruiting now. So they started 8-7-55 in the second half. They kicked 3 goals apiece in that third term. So it was a better quarter for Richmond in terms of scoreboard. But they still trail by 47 points. In fact, it's 53 again with that Daniel Curtin goal. So 5-2, 32 to 12-13, 85 on AFL Nation, the CommBank backing Melbourne Business scoreboard. Final term from the MCG on the other side of the break.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for CommBank. Whatever team your business supports, there's one team that will always support you.
Footy fans, need to stock up on drinks for game day? Liquorland will bring the drinks and great value, whether you're hosting your mates or celebrating a win. And here's a game changer. With our price match promise, if you find a lower price, we'll match it. Just head in store and ask our team today. To the footy. Cheers. Liquorland. Offer redeemable on in-store purchases only. Excludes 6-bottle discount offers and other purchases. Limits and T's and C's apply. Visit liquorland.com.au for full T's and C's. 18 plus only. Choose to drink wise.
This weekend, don't just take a punt, bet with confidence thanks to Tipper. They're flipping tipping on its head. For $1, you can flip an expert tip from an expert tipster. Tipper uses real-time results and unbiased statistics so you can follow tipsters who are running red hot. View tipster performance across tracks, distance and conditions. Plus, if their tip doesn't profit, the tip is free. Tipper, the tipping marketplace. Download the Tipper app, that's TIPR. Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
At GWS Suzuki, you can drive away in confidence knowing you're buying from Victoria's #1 Suzuki dealer. Right now, the all-new Suzuki Hybrid Swift is in stock and available for immediate delivery. With U-centric tech, stunning design, and a new hybrid engine, the Swift is in a new realm. With a first-class service department, strong finance offers, and an exceptional customer experience, you're in safe hands at GWS Suzuki, Mulgrave, Oakley, and at suzuki.gws.com.au. LMCT 507.
Sick of dealing with overseas call centres? Mate is your 100% Australian-owned internet and mobile provider, where you'll always speak to a real Aussie when you need help. No language barriers, no frustrating transfers, just straight-up local service and great value. No contracts, no nonsense. Just mates looking after mates. Choose a provider you can trust like a mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au or search Mate online to find out more.
Spills, dust, debris, sorted. The DeWalt Wet and Dry Vacuum tackles it all with serious power. DeWalt, guaranteed tough. Now at Bunnings Warehouse.
When you're serious about getting the job done, you need a tractor that delivers day after day. Coyote gives you the features that matter. Reliable diesel power, smooth transmission, serious lift capacity and comfort that lasts. And right now, score big end of financial year deals across the full 25 to 140 horsepower range with 1.89% finance over 24 months. But hurry, offer ends August 31st. Built tough, priced right. Backed by local support. Coyote, just a bloody good tractor. Head to your nearest dealer today.
New to KO Sports? Get your first month for $1. Stream over 50 live sports including Formula 1, AFL, NRL, FIFA Club World Cup and more. Fuck yeah! Head to kosports.com.au and get on board today. Offer ends June 30.
If I asked you to go outside now, grab a shovel and hack through your internet or water connection, would you do it? Of course not. It'd cost you a fortune to fix, plus being without internet or water for hours or days would drive you mad. Yet digging without searching before you dig online first is a gamble. Or worse, if you strike a gas or electricity main. Before every job, search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
For the best roof in town, Harley & Sons won't let you down. Harley & Sons Roofing are giving away up to $10,000 cash back. So if you've got broken roof tile, cracked mortar, visible water damage, or just an old tired roof that needs to be checked, go ahead with your job today and you could be up to $10K richer. Check the website for more information and eligibility criteria. T's and C's apply. harleyroofing.com.au. For the best roof in town, Harley & Sons won't let you down. We won't let you down.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Victoria Police. Made for more. Search police careers. And 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
They're lining up in the corridor. This is just becoming a training drill. Max Michaelani.
It's a training drill for him.
He'll kick from just inside 50 on a tighter than a 45 angle to make it a 57-point ball game. Oh, you betcha. He buries it.
Easy game.
Working away from goal. Slick little dish. Curtin coming the right way.
Got it.
You can draw the curtain on this one.
53-point lead to the Crows at three-quarter time, 12-13, 85 to 5, 2:32. We'll get Josh Jenkins' thoughts in a moment. Sam Hargraves is away for 4 and 20 pies.
Umpire will take a mulligan, and rightly so, on that bounce. 5-2-32. Richmond, 3 goals apiece in that third term. 12-13, 85. We'll get the key numbers for Capital.com in just a moment. Ball tracking to the members' wing. Ralph Smith had a hard time picking it up. Got it to Hopper running the wrong way. Banks going the right way. In a couple of minds. He's just going to guide the kick as wide as possible. Prestia takes the mark in front of Peatling and then pleads to the umpire to drag him back. And in that time, just about every Adelaide player has flooded back. There's not a single Crow in their attacking half. Prestia fires inside forward 50. That's just easy pickings for a player of the quality of Jordan Dawson. Intercept mark.
Done a bit of everything today, Dawson. He's set up goals. He's taken big marks at both ends of the ground. Some of the best kicks we've seen all day. So a big game, complete game for him. And he's among the Brownlow favourites. He'd be in the conversation. I'd have Curtin just in front of him, but would the umpires recognise a player such as Curtin?
Question without notice, JJ. We often talk about who's the best recruit of the year. Who's the best recruit of the last 5 years? Would he be right up there?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Jeremy Cameron might be the best, one of the best at Geelong as well. High tackle on Saligo. So he plays on quickly now to Hinge. Down the wing, looking to extract a bit more pain on the Tigers. Stillthorpe left it behind. Peatling able to gather. Offloaded it, though, only in the path of Ralph Smith, who wobbles one to the wing. It was a 40-20 rugby league style. And it just bounced out for territory. And we will get a ball thrown in, just left of the Tigers' interchange gates.
And Stillthorpe made a decision to look after his fingers there. Decided to try and take that ball on the chest because he's had the banged up fingers already this year. So would have marked it if he put his hands out.
O'Brien down to Dawson, who goes the stiff arm option and then throws it on the left boot. It's to the advantage of Stillthorpe. Over his head, though, just Miller did well. Oh, Fogarty taking in a big tackle from McIntosh. He should have probably got a free kick there. And we will get a ball up 40 metres out directly in front. Josh Jenkins around the grounds for Chemist Warehouse, please.
The Saints have got one back to the reply of Josh Tracy. So 139 the Saints, 117 Fremantle as they look to go back inside forward 50. Looks a full house there too.
Evenly poised the Zach Dawson Cup. Taranto rolling out of one tackle and Murphy was straight into another. So the ball bottled up, 40 out.
Heath Black Cup.
Bradley Hill, who's
Bradley
not
Hill
playing,
Cup.
is he today? I don't think. No. Liam Andrews, there's a few.
Yeah. Ball tossed up inside Adelaide's forward 50. A couple of goes at it by the rucks and none could get a decisive hand on it. Campbell rose up to take it. Quick outlet handball to Brown. Forward handball to Ranto. Gang tackled by a couple of Crows. And Hinge will get the free kick just backward to left half forward. He's just going to retreat to Worrell, who he really made work hard for that. Worrell bounces up. Low dart inside, forward 50. Beautiful. He just split them all right onto the sternum of Stillthorpe. 30 out directly in front.
I reckon he was going for Fogarty, but it's a great place to be. The third man in, particularly at Marvel Stadium where the footy does carry that little bit further, but it's a really smart place to lead. If you've got nowhere to go, duck in behind. So Fogarty makes the first movement, which attracts the footy, and Stillthorpe just comes in behind and is Johnny on the spot.
He's got 2 alongside Rochelle, who was subbed out for Crowds Electrical. Curtin's got a couple as well. This to join Max Michaelani with 3, and 3 he has. And the Crows have got a game-high 59-point lead, and we've played 4 minutes, final term for Capital.com, and that's all on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Harvey Norman half-yearly clearance ends Monday. TVs, fridges, mobiles, laptops, furniture, bedding, and more, all on sale. Hurry. Josh Jenkins for MEGT.
I'd really like to see Stillthorpe take control of this last quarter and end up with 5 or 6. Now, you might say, oh, well, that's, junk time and downhill skiing or whatever, but you take a lot of confidence. There's no more confidence you can take from a game of footy than seeing a few go through the big sticks. So, look, he can walk away with, a respectable game, however many disposals and 3 goals to his name, or he can get really greedy and walk away with 5 or 6 and just set himself up for the back half of the year.
10 of Adelaide's 13 goals have come from turnover for Capital.com. That's a damning number, unfortunately, for this young Tigers side, Josh Jenkins.
Crows running,
build on turnovers.
Running hot for Ream. Here go the Tigers, though. From the back half, Banks inside 50. Looking for Lynch over his head, though. Butts takes the mark, and the Crows fans, well, they let Tom Lynch know all about it. Across his defensive goal square goes Worrell. Kick wasn't great out in front of Murphy, but boundary line wins. We'll get a boundary throw in.
You reckon the umpires will have to look far to give Jordan Butts a Brownlow vote?
He's been pretty solid, hasn't he?
Opponents had 2 disposals.
Underrated.
Reckon he'll get one?
Building a nice list. I don't know if he will today.
No, he won't.
Backman underappreciated around the league, I reckon. Prestia, McIntosh, now to Hopper, who went the wrong way and has to swing it around on the right boot. Goes to the point of the square. Coming up Green, not able to take the mark. Free kick found. And it will go the way of the Tigers on the outer wing. It'll be Vlosten who takes it.
Thought about pulling the trigger. Now sizzles a kick.
Wow.
Superb to Taranto. 40 out to the left to directly in front.
He's been able to generate a scoring opportunity or 2 for himself, Tim Taranto. For those who knock his kicking, he does find a way to hit the scoreboard a fair bit for an inside mid. He's a really, really good worker. Hasn't been his biggest day today. He's only had the 15 disposals. 10 of those have been handballs, but he's laid 6 tackles. He's been in and around the footy as always, but a pretty reliable goal scorer. 10 goals, 2 this year. It's a good return.
5-1 from set shots, JJ. Last 6 weeks have been the highest rated 6 weeks of his career. He's on the runway now and just faded a little left at the last moment to register a minor score. So 5-3-33 the Tigers. The lead is 58 points for the Crows. 13-13, 91 for Harvey Norman.
Worrell from defensive 50s turned this one right over. Ralph Smith on the end of it. Loopy handball over the top to Sonzi from the paint of 50. Bending it towards goal. It's just short. Is the mark taken by Olga? Nearly. Has he got his first goal? He does!
Wow.
The youngster in his second game found a little bit of space and towed it forward. And Jasper Alga. Look at the Tigers. Everyone getting to him.
Well, that's because Tim Taranto told him to. It's a really interesting replay. He was emphatically waving his arms to all those with hands on haunches, JJ, saying, get up, get over here and get around this bloke.
Yeah, well, it's an ungainly way to kick your first, but it's your first regardless. So well done to him. He stuck with it. He found a way on the goal line. Looked like the Crows were going to be able to get that ball through for a rush behind. But he just stuck at it.
Threw his boot at it.
He just hung tough. So he bumped into the goal post with ball in hand. I wonder whether that ball hit the post when it was in his possession. But
don't do that to him, JJ.
I wonder whether it hit the post. It doesn't look like it. We'll be soft reviewing it if it is the case. And we are soft reviewing it.
Score review.
I reckon it hit the post when he had possession.
For IMAR Insurance, for trusted tradies insurance, call 13IMAR. This will be cruel. This would be absolutely cruel.
Wasn't much he could do about it. He kind of was momentum pushed him into the goalpost. Well, hopefully the umpire balances the footy because that'll be his first goal. All his teammates have run down there for no reason potentially.
So just waiting. Everyone's in position in the middle of the ground.
Be good to see a replay, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would, absolutely.
10 disposals for Alga today so far, Blue.
It was the last player they took. In that bumper draft last year, it picked 58.
We can only presume the arc of replaying this and having a look at the angles because...
So you're talking, JJ, when he on the gather, he sort of places it against the post almost.
Yeah, I wonder in his possession whether it hits the post when he's got the ball.
Oh, they've actually confirmed it, so we are going to go back in the middle.
So looking at the wrong thing.
Goal stands.
So Jasper Alga's second game gets his first AFL goal. Hasn't been a great day, but he becomes a second Tiger to get their first career goal today. Taranto skids it off the deck. Clean pickup came from Brodie Smith. Laird's handball was a little messy. Butts had some work to do to get it back. Laird missed Smith by hand, and now the door opens for Sonzi. Tumbled it by hand to Ralph Smith. He rode the bump and got it to Taranto. He airs it out into the right forward pocket. Butts has another win over Lynch. Punches it out of play. About 40 around from the right point post to the end, and we will have it tossed in for the Drain Man. The Drain Man got a gurgle. Call the Drain Man. Around the grounds, please, Josh Jenkins.
Not much has changed. 1-4-10 St Kilda, 1-2-8 Fremantle. So we thought we had a rough one here, but it doesn't look much prettier over there. 7 minutes remaining in the first quarter.
O'Brien took it out of the ruck, quickly offloaded it. Curtin playing basketball, just bounced that to himself. That was clever. Peatling now. He's wrapped up by Steely Green, but he took him high. Oh, there's more happening in the middle. Was that another push?
He's just gone into the breadbasket there, Steely Green.
Oh, Peatling's very good at drawing the high tackles. That's what really frustrates the opponents when...
Oh, he did. It was like he's trying to resuscitate him. He's
guys
like
quickly...
He gets 50, does Peatling. He'll be marched to the paint of. Now plays on, gives to Walker, who handballs in now to Berry. From a standing start, goes bang and makes them pay. Undisciplined from the Tigers throughout the day. It's cost them goals all afternoon. Berry gets his first of the evening. And they get their 14th on the board now, the Crows. 14-13-97 to 6-3-39.
It was completely unnecessary from Campbell. Was it Campbell? I don't want to say.
Steely Green.
Sorry. Yeah, I had an inkling I was wrong. I don't want to criticise the wrong person. It was just unnecessary. I mean, it is really frustrating now that the players drawing the high tackles of, I don't know, how long has it been around? 10 years maybe. Joel Selwood did it on his own for about 10 years, and then everyone else caught up with it. But it does quickly get around players that have got the reputation for always looking for the high tackle, and I think Peatling probably fits the bill, but it was a free kick, so he didn't need to carry on in that way.
Slammed the palm down into his sternum, which wasn't a great look.
Silly.
Young Steely Green. So we're in the middle. Nankervis got it up off the deck, and Prestia gets Richmond inside forward 50 with a deep entry. Lynch caught behind, had to go the fist, butted up with a tackle with help from Mansell, and is rewarded for it. So I don't reckon Ryan Mansell's game to try. No, he is. Have to see the replay, I reckon, for Sheen panel service, but the mood Tom Lynch is in, I would have just given him the ball if I was Ryan Mansell.
It's unbelievably tough on Brodie Smith, who...
Yeah, no prior.
who spins because he kind of has to, or he's going to get cleaned up. And I guess the spinning motion looks like prior. I want to ask you about Riley Thilthorpe, who's limped from the ground in a moment.
So Mansell drives in and drives it through. So a couple in the quarter. He's got his first of the evening with his sixth disposal for Capital.com. They bring it back to 52 points on the scoreboard for Harvey Norman on AFL Nation. 4 and 20 Pies, Victoria Police recruiting now. And you've got a boundary update for the Drain Man. It's a change on the interchange, JJ, that you've just noticed for Crowell's Electrical and Solar.
Yeah, big Riley Thilthorpe, one of my favourite players in the game, has limped from the ground. Why is it okay for Thilthorpe to be the backup ruck, but not for Sam Darcy, as some say? Good point. Sam Darcy's tall,
as some say, or one person in particular?
A man with a very loud voice. A man who I'll bump into during the week.
Who's going to be on tomorrow? On
one of our shows, and I look forward to asking him that question. Why is it okay for Thilthorpe, who limped from the ground from the ruck contest?
23,231, by the way. We've been critical of smaller teams with smaller crowds. Well, Richmond are one of the biggest, most well-followed teams in the country. The question's got to be asked on a Sunday afternoon. It was a pretty clear day. Where are they all?
O'Brien, centre half forward. Fogarty went up to take the mark, couldn't take it in. Vlosten stole it away. He was taken in a strong tackle just inside the centre square. He got a ball up.
So we clipped the Saints for 13,000. I think at the same time slot as this, wasn't it, Johnny D? You'd know, you took umbrage to it.
On a Sunday against the Gold Coast.
Oh, look at you. Just knew exactly when.
Just keeping receipts.
Smarting from it.
Crows through Murphy. Now to Rankin. Wheels around and chisels one to half forward. Michael Annie gave to Miller on the flyby. Can he join in on the party? Miller from outside 50, just short of the goal line. The mark taken by Broad. It was on target, though.
A fair few Crows fans here too, by the way. I'm looking around through the binoculars.
The only thing I'll say to that is if you pay your money, you can, and you choose to spend it but not come, then good luck to you.
You're calling it a waste of money, Josh?
Oh, I mean, equally, if Richmond fans left an hour ago, then, I mean, you've paid your money, so good luck to you.
But they're saying the official crowd is 23,231. So they may have left, but this is the official crowd that they've been, if they came in, they were counted.
Yeah, I understand that.
I mean, they could be lying to us.
Philosophically, my view is if you pay your money, then you don't have to come, or you can leave early, or there is a lot of chit-chat about you should stay to the final siren. Well, if your players check out at three-quarter time, why can't you?
I don't think I've ever left a game early.
But what about the official number of 23,000? That's low, isn't it?
Yeah,
For
that's
this time
low.
slot.
Yeah, of course,
With
But
one of the biggest clubs in the country, Richmond, and Adelaide fans have clearly travelled to be here.
I think if you're a Richmond fan and member and you go to every game, if you're going to choose one, maybe this was the one that you thought, well, we're probably not going to win. I'm not that keen to watch Adelaide. It looked like it was raining, so I ain't coming.
Fair enough. Man of the people is Josh Jenkins. Dawson, another penetrating kick. It's probing, and Walker just outsmarted, really, and outmanoeuvred Blight under the ball there.
Maybe shoving.
Maybe, yes. Maybe got away with one on the replay for Sheen Panel Service. Looking at the Sheen Panel Service replay, a message from Sheen: choose your repairer when insuring your car. So the man on the mark.
I think our stats man thinks that was a push.
He almost pushed me, remonstrating. Up and about with Swatson. Walker walks in, has 1 goal, 2 for the day. He'll shoot from 35, and he's got 2-2, the Texan.
Yes, good boy. Helps me with my argument during the week.
It does. So just to help you out here, JJ, Thilthorpe with 3, Walker with 2, Fogarty with 1.
Only 1 for the Fog.
So they've got 6 between them. Happy with that?
I said 8, so there's still time.
They ton up 2s, 103 plays 45.
And that's hard to argue with. Fogarty has got me a little bit spooked. I'm not sure what's going on with him. He's taken one really strong contested mark in the game. Sam can give us his numbers momentarily, but at no stage in this game has he really looked threatening. And this is the type of game where you'd expect him to, Sam.
Yeah, only 8 disposals for Fogarty today, JJ, but between 3 of them, they've had 18 score involvements. Would you take that before the game or not quite?
I'm taking that.
Crows to 3rd on the live ladder. Just be careful, JJ, because said individual you're going head-to-head with during the week very rarely yields his position. So,
and by rarely,
ever. Never. Yeah.
I don't remember our man behind us conceding too many times
that's
either.
True. 2 balls going at it.
I'll take him.
To half forward now. Walker involved. I'll take him, he says.
Like our own little showdown within the AFL Nation ranks.
Big shout out to Kano for 5-ball tomorrow. Neil Bullen got one on the errant bounce. At half forward, swings it to a dangerous position. Dawson got up high. He deserves one today. Flings it to Berry now from outside 50 in the goal square. Curtin off Thilthorpe.
That'll do.
So this is mine. Curtin was playing the role of disruptor. Thilthorpe came in from the side and said, I'll have it.
It was quite selfless from Curtin because he had the run and the jump and had every entitlement to come over the top at 197 and probably pluck that mark, but Thilthorpe was in great position as well. He's changed his mind here, so he's going to go left foot snap. Now he's going to go drop punt. That always makes me a bit nervous, but he should be able to kick his 4th.
JJ, you mentioned he limped off moments ago. He's back on now, and he comes in and drills 4th. So Thilthorpe, he's had a big day. Crows have had a real big day, and they are putting a hurting on the Tigers. 16-13, 109 to 7-3, 45, 64 points. And the thrill seeker, as you mentioned, has 4 snags.
Yes, he does. He does. And again, look, people can be critical of, whether you're cashing in on low-hanging fruit or whatever the case may be, but I think there's a fair bit to be said for, even Tex skinning his 2nd and getting on the plane tonight, having 15 in a couple versus, Darcy Fogarty only 8 disposals and 1 goal. So filling your boots when you get the opportunity, good forwards have done that forever.
They put big scores up, this Crows team. I mean, it hasn't been their cleanest day, JJ, but they managed still to kick 16 goals.
Exactly, yeah, and they're not done yet. There's still 10 minutes to go. They're easily capable of another 4 or 5.
It's a 64-point lead for Harvey Norman. Miller comes off half-back to receive the handball and gain the clearance for Richmond. He puts him inside forward 50. There's a whistle on play.
Push.
It'll go to Noah Bolter, who's been thrown forward. A little shove, so Peatling will man the mark. 45 metres out, tighter than a 45 angle.
He can thump it, Bolter.
Right half forward. Oh, he kicks it like a Clydesdale.
It can occasionally go anywhere, though.
Got a big hoof. Oh, that's getting all the way to the line and just fading late to the left-hand side to minus score. So that brings the margin back to 63 points on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. We've played over 20 minutes now, so just over 9 remaining in this game on the online fenceppliers.au clock.
Quarter time in the West, 2-2-14 Fremantle. Josh Tracy's got both 1-5-11. The mighty Saints.
Walker on the outer side. Thank you, JJ. Long down the wing. Dawson got to front position, was being held though. Some free kick numbers. People are always interested in those if we can. Sam Watson for capital.com. Dawson inside 50 now. Thilthorpe, he was being held also. So he'll get another look at a bag.
Weight of numbers now, isn't it? Miller's played a really good game. But it's just a weight of numbers. You can only defend manfully so many inside 50s against, particularly against big bodies like Thilthorpe and others.
Sam Watson?
Sorry, I'm laughing at Sam Berry pleading for the ball to be kicked to him on a big switch from Thilthorpe, who's only 40 metres out.
Grab a drink, Sam.
17 free kicks to Richmond.
He's on a tight angle. Comes in now for goal 5. Thilthorpe missed. So he deserved 5. I think he kicked 5 against the Gold Coast Suns earlier this season in round number 4. He did. So
he's been a 3-goal machine. He's kicked 3 about half a dozen times, but has only gone north of 3 once, I think. So today's the second time all year.
Bolter's kick after getting the kick in on the members' side come off the instep. Hinge overran it. Brodie Smith didn't. So latches onto the loose ball, lobs a handball over the top curtain. Disposal number 21 with 2 goals as well. At one point was the highest rated player on the ground for capital.com.
Still is, Sammy.
Still is. Thank you, Swatson. Capital.com stats. Defensive 50. Hinge. Oh, just going up uncontested in the end. Walker flew early. Prestia stayed down. Pirouetted out of 1 tackle. Got it to Banks. Drew the player by hand broad. Forward handball was good, although they almost got in each other's way. Trainer comes through. Kick inside forward 50. Keane took the mark. Was called to play on. Somebody touched it somewhere. Apparently, Brodie Smith. Now, Miller bumped as he kicked the ball, which goes out of play about 5 metres in front of Worrell, but it'll be a boundary throw in just backward to right half forward for the Tigers. 7-4-46 they are. The Crows 16-14, 110. It's been comprehensive and controversial. So what to be spoken about in terms of Tom Lynch's brain fade. Took us back to a bygone era. It will be discussed at length, you'd imagine, Josh Jenkins.
Yes, no doubt. I'd be stunned if he's playing AFL footy next week.
Trip down the Cattery next weekend.
Ooh.
So it doesn't get much easier for the Tigers. Thrown up on the members' wing. Pulled out of there by Hopper. Gave to McIntosh. Flicked it over his shoulder to Prestia, who stepped around a couple of Crows at the feet now of Hopper. Better build up. He chips inside and finds the second gamer in Jasper Alga. We'll get a look at his second goal.
The first one was indifferent. This one would be very, very fine.
Start as the sub this week like he did last. Got some numbers for us, Sammy, for this young man.
1 second, JD.
I'll call it 10. 10, all right. He's had a better day. He's impacted the contest, so this will be a good finish to his afternoon. Passes the paint of 50, gives it a good ride. Does it bend back? Yes! Good finish, young man. He's got a future. Tigers fans, something to cheer about. His second of the day. They're 8th. 8-4-52. They still trail by plenty. 16-14, 110 on the scoreboard for Harvey Norman. Sam Watson for Capital.com.
JJ, interested for your thoughts on Jake Saligo's game. He had 5 disposals in about the first 3 minutes of the game, and he's currently on 13.
Yeah, I don't think he's fit enough. He doesn't look a hardened body to me. He's not, now not all players are, but he's not a chiselled looking AFL figure. He's playing ahead of the footy at the moment.
Did he stand Taranto at different times, or am I making that up?
Maybe, but I doubt they would have used him they like to use Berry in that role a bit more. I just don't think he can yet run out games, and that's his trouble. I think he burst onto the scene last year and then got tired, and they conceded on that as well. First year as a mid, he got tired, and I don't think he's necessarily improved in that space yet. And I'll tell you what, this man has.
Oh, Curtin just danced around a couple now with real intent. Gets him heading forward again, and that is what the future looks like. Curtin coming out of the middle, through the middle, hitting up Riley Thilthorpe. Duke's extended directly in front, 20 metres out.
That is terrifying.
Yeah.
That Curtin can do that. Now, he is looking like an inspired draft selection. They drafted him as an intercepting key defender. That didn't quite work out for him, so he went forward and played as a pseudo tall. Now he's looking like the best wingman in the competition. So he's a mighty fine weapon for them.
ACDC playing a couple of shows here. Riley Thilthorpe with his own rendition of Shoot to Thil. He's got 5, equal season best. Such an imposing presence inside forward 50. Josh Jenkins just looks it, plays it. Fear the beard.
Yeah, and he's still got a lot of upside. I mean, he's had to overcome some difficult injuries and some long-term injuries. He's had the 11 score involvements. Now, 7 of those have been scoring shots, but set a goal up for Tex Walker as well, taken a couple of contested marks. 6 marks inside forward 50. That's the key number, because 9 times out of 10 you're having a shot for goal yourself, and the other times you're setting it up for somebody else. So that's the number. 6 marks inside forward 50. If he can average 3 or 4, he's going to be among the better key forwards in the game for a long time.
Still time for more hurt and for him to add to his tally as the Tigers go inside 54. Let it slip through his fingers. Smith into the middle of the ground. Murphy opens things up to Peatling, who has to stop and prop and go backwards, and finds Curtin on the wing. We're on career high watch now for Riley Thilthorpe. 5 is his career best. Saligo takes a mark.
He'll know that.
Saligo just in front of the interchange gates. Kicks down the wing in pursuit of Curtin. It's a good grab. It's up high. Opens the angle up a bit and then steps around Campbell. Inside 50. Where is Thilthorpe? He's at the back here. Slapped out by Blight. And they get a boundary throw in. So Blight's somewhat held his own. It's hard to hold your own, I guess, in a 64-point loss, but he's been a bit tall timber down back for them tonight.
Yeah, I think their backs have actually held up okay now. Thilthorpe's got 5, might end up with 6, but I think they've held up okay. Fogarty hasn't had any impact in the game, and Tex Walker's been busy without being super impactful.
It's been a forwards round. Saligo bounces off a couple of would-be tackles. Got it back to Murphy. Standing start on the left from 40. It's going to be shallow. And just winning a little show of strength against Dawson was Tom Brown. Able to affect the spoil. Ball out of play. So Thilthorpe joins Nick Larkey on 33 goals for the year. Equals 7th in the race for the Coleman. Josh Jenkins.
Yeah, it looks a race in 2, doesn't it? Coleman, you'd imagine.
O'Brien front spot, pumped it down to himself, slipped over as he snapped towards goal. That would have been something really strange, really awkward, but really fun. And it wasn't to be anything in the end as he kicked it across the face and it ricocheted out of play next to the left point post. And we'll have a boundary throw in. So 28, almost 29 minutes played. It's a big, big lead.
Down in front Only to Banks, though, who exits defensive 50 with a clearing ball. Didn't bounce nicely for the Tigers. Neil Bullen on the outside of the boot. Tries to chip inside. Stolen away by Sonzi. Forced to go back. Here's Thilthorpe. He steals it away. Have a shot, son. No! He goes to O'Brien. He plays the team game, and I don't like it one bit.
This will be fun.
So O'Brien's 25 metres out.
He's cramping too, the big
Directly in
fella,
front.
in the left hamstring, which might be tactical. The first time he put on the Crows jumper, it was in Port Lincoln. We were playing a practice match, and he had a shot from here, 20 metres out on a slight angle, and it ended up in the ocean. So
one goal for the season.
We shall see.
Future uncertain at the Crows.
It ain't a technique you'd be teaching.
No, he lumbers in. Can he join the party? He can. Never doubted him for a moment. Adds to the scoring. This 18th goal of the afternoon. JJ doubted him, not me. 18-14, 122, JJ at 8-4-52. It's a 70-point ball game.
Yeah, and around the grounds, it's been on for young and old in Perth as well. So the AFL are just filling up from players this weekend. The players are playing for free. Josh Tracy and Rowan Marshall, who's been a frustrated man for a period of time in this game. It was a great rundown tackle from Josh Tracy. He might... So... To try and describe it, Tracy ran down Nasiah Wanganeen-Miller and threw him into the ground. So he
Miller would get up, though. Wanganeen-Miller would get up and keep playing, though.
He did, I think. He might have won the battle, but he might lose the war there, Tracy, on that one.
Now it's a game-high 70 points on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Free kick in the middle, advantage paid to Taranto. He trots out of the centre square. Big fly from the angle, the double-fister from Butts. Killed the contest. Boundary throw in about 30 around from the right point post at the city end.
Richmond still leading clearances 39-35.
Crows have got Melbourne, I think, in Adelaide next week, so you'd be expecting to win that. And really, there's so many teams who are just as likely to finish top four as they are to be the 9th team out of the 8. So it's a bizarre ladder at the moment.
Chocolates and boiled lollies for Rolly O'Brien. Took it out of the ruck and took off. Wanted to take on the world, and the world comprehensively did him in.
I saw him.
That is...
Oh, boy. He's got to know his limitations.
Ambition.
Yeah, that's quite funny.
Far outweighing ability.
It's quite funny. I dare say they'll use that in the midfield meeting during the week. The good and the bad. The goal and the grab out of the ruck.
That was the bad and the ugly after the good of the goal. So that puts Prestia on the runway, tight angle, 40 metres out, slides across the face, shaved the left goal post, and a minor score. So 8-5-53 they will go to. 18-14, 122, 69 points the margin. We still just over 2 minutes to play.
So Miller from fullback, long down the wing. Vlosten ends up with it on the second grab. So you're right, JJ. Melbourne next week at the Adelaide Oval, followed by the Bulldogs, Gold Coast and Port Adelaide in a showdown for the Crows.
Some tough games on the way for him.
Chips wide to Campbell. It just checks. And
I asked you before, what's the area that concerns you? They rank, I think, in the bottom 3 for disposal efficiency, JJ, or might be bottom 4, but is that a concern against good teams?
Maybe. Anything you rank low in, that low in is some concern, but I mean the game's in pretty good shape. It's just whether they're 12, 24 months too early in terms of where they're at in their evolution. Do they need a Saligo still to come on and improve and be a really strong midfielder? Do they need Curtin to give Curtin another 12 months until he's a real genuine every week weapon? I'm not sure. Maybe they're just 12 months ahead of, because even Thilthorpe, he's going to be better in 12 months and 24 months. Maybe they've just got a whole heap of players who are in that space.
Third ball up in the chain. This one actually gets away as Campbell. He wasn't happy with the kick one bit. Inside 50, off hands, Curtin. Now to Miller, facing the goal. It was a good tackle by Mansell to put him under pressure. Peatling against the boundary, ball smothered, and we will get a boundary throw in. For the Tigers, it's a trip down the highway, JJ. GMHBA Stadium with the Cats. Then the Bombers, the Eagles, the Pies, the Suns and the Saints are their next 6.
Yeah, well, some confidence maybe for the Tigers, because haven't Geelong got a woeful post-buy record? I think they've got...
I'd say
a couple of years ago, definitely there was
horrific.
I'd also say
chain.
Richmond have a horrific record at GMHBA Stadium as well.
Berry was pushed off it. Prestia, a bit of fancy footwork to fling a kick inside forward 50. Smith got up and was shoved mid-air, and that'll be the call. Alga, the guilty party on that occasion. Brodie Smith almost touched off the boot from Lynch lunging. Lofted kick. Oh, McElhaney came down hard. His legs were taken out when he was mid-air. And it's a free kick to a trainer.
Tunnelled underneath that.
Must have been against the league, I would say.
Gave it off to Banks into the pocket, looking for Bolter, who takes the mark on the members' side of the ground.
It's the ultimate little piece of fool's gold in a way when you see a defender go forward when the game's dead and buried and he looks the part. It's often a lot harder than that.
Noel Bolter. This one earlier in the game. Opportunity for a late one for the Tigers fans. Gives it a good-looking kick and hits the post. To hit both posts. That is rare.
7-10 split.
It's hit one and then hit the other. And I think it should go down as a goal if that goes through. I've never seen that before. One post, to the other, and in. Unbelievable stuff, Sammy.
Well, it's a day to remember for Johnny D.
I've never seen that before in my life.
Let's get a photo, eh?
You can't tell me you've seen that.
Crows jump back up into the top four. A comprehensive victory over the Tigers, and plenty to talk about coming out of this game surrounding Tom Lynch. But Adelaide go to third on the ladder.
Respected by our foes, admiration of the nation, our determination shows. We're the pride of South Australia, we're the mighty Adelaide Crows.
A 68-point win in the end, 18-14, 122. The Adelaide Crows, Richmond 8-6, 54. Thilthorpe got 5. McElhaney thrown forward, kicked 3. Taylor Walker, Josh Rochelle, Daniel Curtin all kicked 2 to be the other multiple goal scorers in this game. Led by Wayne Miller up 27 disposals. Laird, Dawson and Curtin all with 26. Prestia and Hopper 29 and 28 respectively for the Tigers. Jasper Alga kicked a couple for Richmond to be their only multiple goal scorer. Luke Traynor got his first AFL goal, as did Jasper Alga. Hugo Ralph Smith, Ryan Mansell and Tom Lynch from 3 disposals kicked 1 goal. So they had a job to do, Josh Jenkins. They came here and did that job, and they get themselves back into the top 4 in third position.
Yeah, they've, as I was saying at half-time, I saw one of the staff members from the Crows, and he was talking about their run home. It's a difficult run home, and they are one of the teams who are just as likely to finish top 4 as they are to miss the 8, to be that team, that 1 in 9 that misses the 8. That's how close it is. I think Gold Coast are in that situation, maybe even the Dogs are in that situation, Hawthorn are in that situation. You cannot afford to drop a game like this. Now, we wanted them to win in style, and in the end, the scoreboard suggests they did. Aesthetically, it wasn't that great to watch, but they've won the game, and they've won the game emphatically. They've got a really nice buffer in their percentage as well, which is going to be important. So, job done. Ultimately, it's job done. And they've got to go back to Adelaide Oval and do the same thing against a weakened opponent next week.
Yeah, they certainly do. Let's fire through these because we're going to take you over to Optus Stadium. 3-4-22, the Dockers lead the Saints. Wasteful, 2-6-18, 12.5 to play in the second term. So Sausage Gossage is waiting for us to head over there. The defender of the game for Vizzy Tread. Temporary surface protection available at Bunnings Warehouse. Pretty easy.
Geordie Butts.
Yeah, absolutely. Toughest player for Anthem Workwear. Gear up with Anthem Workwear. Built for the work out and the work site.
Toughest player was Dan Curtin.
we've given you around the grounds for Melbourne Airport parking. Melbourne Airport's value car park, just $12 a day. Plan ahead and book online at melbourneairport.com.au. So we'll take you there next in just a moment. The coaching move of the day for Henley Homes. Henley Breakthrough Collection, built from $227,900.
Well, you were pretty happy with Michael Laney going forward, so he can have that.
The ladder update for Tasman Butchers. Eat better meat with Tasman Butchers. Tasman Butchers, the meat specialist. I think they're up to third now, the Crows.
Yeah, the Crows are third. So Collingwood, 10 points clear. Brisbane second. Adelaide and Geelong both on 40 points, as are Hawthorn. Western Bulldogs 6th, Gold Coast 7th, Fremantle 8th, but they are currently in action against the Saints.
Absolutely. Liam Henry just kicks one against his old side as well. Outside of the boot, first goal of the season for him. Tobin Brothers, forever young player of the day, celebrating lives every day of the year.
Rory Laird today, he picked up 26 disposals for himself.
An injury update for AED Authority. Helped save a life with an automated external defibrillator. Sad stuff about Lafau.
Yep.
So he was subbed out early.
We don't really have any clarity on what it was, but he was subbed straight out of the game, so there's something wrong there, unfortunately.
Yeah, absolutely. Who kept their cool today? I'll tell you who didn't keep their cool is Tom Lynch, but who did keep their cool for Pertec, Australian Industry Trust Pertec, drama resistant since 1980.
Everyone else.
I thought the big boy, Thilthorpe, just was able to continue, just work his way into the game. He looked a threat all day, and sometimes you can get frustrated because you think, well, I should be a little bit more advanced than where I am, but he was able to hang tough and do the job and ended up walking away with a bag of goals.
The Mackay Tall Timber Ruckman of the Year. Mackay Timber, manufacturer and supplier of quality Tasmanian oak timber.
There wasn't much in it. Give the edge to Riley O'Brien, 14 disposals, 1 goal, 1, and had 9 more hitouts than Nank the Tank, who did have 17 disposals, so it was a pretty good battle in the end.
And as always, JJ, your all-important votes for the AFL Nation Player of the Year.
Yes, well, it'd be hypocritical of me to criticise the umpires for not recognising Jordan Butts if I wasn't going to. So 1 vote to Jordan Butts. He's held his direct opponent to 2 disposals, so he's got to be in the mix. So 1 vote to Jordan Butts, 2 votes to the other Jordan Dawson, 26 disposals, laid 6 tackles. He basically freewheeled around the ground and did his thing. 7 clearances, 8 inside 50s, 12 score involvements. But I'll always side with a big man who kicks a big bag of goals. Riley Thilthorpe, 16 disposals, 5 goals, 2. Gave off 1 to Tex Walker as well. So 1 to Butts, 2 to Dawson, 3 to Thilthorpe.
Lovely. And that was the post-game show for Barclay Smokehouse. Go for goal with Grandmother Ham from Barclay Smokehouse and Synergy Painting Group, where expertise meets aesthetics and where quality meets affordability. We're going to head west. Sammy, as much as I love spending time with you, don't want to see you tomorrow. You have a day off, all right?
Feeling mutual.
Good job.
No, I love your work,
Good
Johnny
job
D.
this
Did a great
weekend.
job.
Nice work, JJ.
Thank you.
Good work, boys.
Sam Watson for Capital.com. Appreciate your work today.
Thanks, Watson.
Let's head west. Freo 4-4-28. They lead by 4 points. The Saints are hoping to get their win back on the board.
Fireball.
Fireball with Kane and Kingy. All the opinions, all the analysis, and plenty of fun too. Join the Ballers every Monday and Friday for breakfast on your home of footy, SEN.
Inside 50, still kicked it to the same spot. He would have kicked it anyway, but a few turnovers, falls in Voss's hands, gives it to Reid, who kicked it on the outside of his right foot, 35 metres out, close to the boundary, and finished off a great bit of play.
17 goals for the year for Murphy Reid. And a couple of earlier chances in this quarter. Yeah, terrific. Here's a fine play. The umpire's going to recall that. Fremantle were off.
This is the issue with the second ruck situation for no Marshall, and then you got Darcy versus Keeler. This is where they really should get on top.
Darcy just too strong in that contest, but the Saints will usher it forward. And it's going to be Garcia, holds it over the top. Henry has a chance and then loses the handle. Met solidly. Fremantle fans giving it to Liam Henry. I'm a little bit uncomfortable with all of that, to be brutally honest with you. There's the kick down the line. Frederick marks it. Just lifted his just chips it over the top. Wagner front on contact. Not too sure. I think sometimes umpires get it in their head that it's going to be front on contact, and it's often not. Preconceived. 4 points to margin. Still plenty of time left on the clock thanks to New Tech, automation for manufacturing. Optimise your business with automation. Inside 50. There is Keeler, Taru coming back, hand pass. Frederick starting to real busy. In fact, it's Dudley, and he was pushed when he kicked it out of bounds on the full. St Kilda get the responsive goal. That's his first touch for the game.
Just looking a little bit more dangerous this quarter. Fremantle on their front half.
Garcia with the left. Down the line, Windhager just doesn't quite hold the mark, and the ball goes over the line. Second grab for the throw in. 70 around from the Dockers end of the ground. Overcast day, but no sign of rain at this stage.
Haven't seen much with Sarong yet today. Goss, 7 possessions so far. Just the 3 contested possessions. Been well held by Garcia.
20, that's a push out. Should have been against Darcy. Just basically put 2 hands on the side of Keeler. And that's almost holding the ball again against Garcia. So the umpires have missed a couple. Another ball up.
Such a big advantage with this ruck at the moment. What does he do? Does he whack it out wide or grab it out of the ruck? So many options. Marshall's back in the ruck now.
Yeah, just comes down to make a contest of it. Hunter Clark went the fend off. He was wrapped up by Wagner and Reid, going nowhere.
We'll see what happens halfway through the last quarter with this ruck situation, how tired Marshall really gets going against these 2 guys for most of the day.
55 out Fremantle's end. There is Sarong, and then Windhager slaps on a hard tackle. Another ball up. Ball not moving far from that area. 55 out, left half forward for Fremantle. Darcy with the left. Windhager again sharks it, throws it on the boot. Quick kick out of the congestion. Jack Higgins taken to ground, having a very quiet start. Hand pass Banfield, gets it from Clark and thought about giving it on and then turned it over in the end. Hand pass through Windhager. There's a mistake there by Fremantle. They get it through Sharman. That's a lovely kick, and Butler's running back to flight. Oh, players only had courage. Well done by Oscar McDonald. Loose ball. Fremantle have the extra here, the top of the square. Over at O'Driscoll, over at Higgins. He flicks it up. How does the umpire see it? It's 20 metres out. Over it now is Owens. A strong tackle. Brilliant footy by everyone involved.
Except for Butler. Goss, I mean, he gives away a 50 in the first quarter, drops the mark in the goal script the other end and doesn't finish off that work that should have been completed. But good defence from Fremantle.
4-4 to 3-6. Oh, hacked out of the air. That's goal of the year right there. The big fella, Rowan Marshall, has hacked out a ruck contest goal. Put that down right there for Beaumont Tiles. Beaumont's massive range of tiles, all on sale. It just ball up, hacked it out of midair, through the majors, and the Saints are back in front.
Wow.
What a goal.
What a goal. Now he's got Darcy, just tied him up a little bit, and normally when you're free like that in your ruckman, you just sort of try and tap it to advantage somewhere, but he's allowed himself to have a go. 10 metres out top of the square. He started well. He's had 11 possessions. He's not getting many hit-outs because he can just kick him out of the ruck contest.
Why use your hands?
But around the grounds, you know, he's done a great job. He's had 5 clearances. He's kicked 1 goal, 1. He's had 2 inside 50s, 4 tackles, and he's going against 2 different ruckmen.
Terrific goal, being held in the ruck contest by Darcy, 20 metres out. And he's hacked it out of the air. It's a terrific goal. Fremantle a chance to respond. Erasmus, they kick it long to the top of the square. Great tackle. Umpire says play on. Coming back. Oh, big Paddy Voss gets rid of one, and he's going to get pinged for holding the ball. Umpire will pay advantage. Kick around the corner. Darcy Wilson. Loose ball. It's all happening now.
It's down, Goss.
Man down. Behind play. We'll keep an eye on that one. Here's Murphy Reid now. He'll square the ball up. Is it Tracy that's down? There's the kick. Big fly. No one taking the mark. They get it out now. They're going to stop play.
Oh, no. Just as the Saints won it.
The ball was leaving the area.
Oh, that was crazy. These umps, they just got to get on the same page. There was a guy down. Who was it, Tracy?
Yeah, Ribs.
Down for a good 15, 20 seconds.
And the ball was in the area.
At any stage.
And Taru got him. Taru got him with the right knee.
Yeah, Taru brings down another.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, you just hope it's just ribs and not
spleen or something.
Yeah, kidneys or anything around that area. He's up, he's moving around, he doesn't want to come off. Nothing wrong with him.
In the meantime, the ball was stopped and they were out and killed up.
They called a stoppage.
Yep.
Oh, that's controversial. That'll be discussion.
Yeah, Ross won't be happy with that.
Well, he shouldn't be either.
I agree. They were out. I think Higgins was out. There's the kick out. It's an errant kick. The umpire waiting for it. Darcy Wilson did really well. Came back inboard, then slewed off the side of the boot. Dangerous areas. The Saints have got it as a hold. Which way? St Kilda. Butler.
Yeah.
4-6, 4-4. St Kilda. Wanganeen Miller just gets away with it. Same area that Tracy took him to ground. Keeler. Oh, tell you what, that was out of bounds. And then he just stepped over the line. Not a lot of intent from the big fella. Ushered over by the little fella Dudley.
He's the rule is give it to Wanganeen Miller at every time he runs past. Give him the ball.
They were out too. I'm just watching a replay. They'd hand pass their way through all of that, the Saints. It was a very unlucky call to stop the play and then go back to a stoppage. Here's Butler attacking the contest on the forward 50. Still time in this quarter. Ball's going to squeeze out. Higgins intercepted. Cox. Johnson. Hand pass Brayshaw. Hand pass to the outside Murphy Reid, who's been busy, but mostly in the front half. Kicks down the line. Amos has barely touched it. The ball come to the back. He's put his ribs back in place here, Tracy, but Taru is wearing him like a second skin, ushered him over the line. And something about Taru in there. He's got no fear.
He doesn't know what he's doing.
It's
but
just crazy.
He's kamikaze. They've got to look at Butler as a sub role. Goss, he's actually costing the Saints at the moment, the way he's playing.
Ross Lyon clapping young Taru on the replay, just loving what he's doing. Get it back now, and up and under kick. Taru got a big suspension in the VFL. There's a terrific mark
that was
by
the
Ryan.
Taru. Okay.
Yeah, the controversial one. They end up getting it down because of the bye weeks and all sorts of stuff going on. Yep. Kick by Ryan. Very good. Short the kick. Sarong. They've got to work their way through it. Now Erasmus. Tell you now, the Purple Army are hereby officially frustrated. This is what we're talking about pre-game. They want to be able to put teams away. Here is Taru. There he is again. Knocked the ball. Oh, Dudley tries to do a Marshall. Hacks it to the top of the square. Almost a mark. The ball comes down. O'Driscoll, he's not in the favoured pocket. He backfeeds a hand pass. They try and get Voss. Trying to do plenty. Hand passes it back. O'Driscoll with the left. Up and under kick. Goal umpire says you've gone to the near side. 4-5, 4-6. 1 point the margin. 23 and a half gone. Thanks to Mate Internet and Mobile.
Great kick in.
Brilliant. Oh, drop mark on the far side. Wilson. Pulled up a bit short too. Marshall. Bouncing ball. And the ball goes over. Clark is involved. Throw back in.
This game's all over the shop at the moment. Goss, no one's got control, to be honest. It's sort of turnover to turnover situations. And, you know, what happens the next 5 minutes is critical heading into half-time.
Jackson over the top. McRae almost gave it one-handed to Ryan, who got it back. Or should I say, and there's the kick down the line. The mark's been taken by Oscar McDonald's done some good things at half-back. 1 point the margin. St Kilda's way. Bill has texted in. Boys, how can Freo not have been prepared for this? Everyone knew how this game was going to be played. Disappointing Freo hasn't come with a plan, says Bill, listening from Melville.
Yeah, well, their plan is to play their way, and you know, it's only halfway through the second quarter, and it might break open at certain stages, I suppose. So, you know, what Ross does do, he changes the way he plays. The game plan's different every week, which works sometimes, and sometimes it doesn't.
It's working today because they've got the slender of leads. 1 point, 4-6 to 4-5. 4-20 Traveller and Elders for Australian Agriculture. The other game is over at the MCG. The Crows by 68 points in a spiteful contest. Mark's been taken by Owens back with the flight. There's a runner outside in Wilson. Back feeds a hand pass to Owens off a step. Inside 50. Jackson flew, dropped the mark. Should have marked it. Comes down. Mason Wood up and under kick. Got to be courageous here. They're running back. Warner. He tried to take the mark. They all take it high. Should get a free kick and does. Well done, Warner. St Kilda should have done better. It was a 3-on-1, but Warner again showed nothing but courage. Gets the free, gets some relief.
Geez, they hold him up well. The Fremantle defenders probably saved 3 or 4 goals this quarter.
Terrible O'Driscoll. That should be a free kick against Clark. That's pretty cheap in the back of McRae. But, gee, that's sloppy by O'Driscoll. Fremantle are dishing up some easy turnovers. McRae, 55 metres out for goal. Didn't travel the distance. Owens will go back. McRae will have to try again. That's better by Clark. That's what you're good for. Did really well by Clark. Brilliant, actually. Made great ground. Kicked it along the line. Frederick trying to chase down Caminiti. There's a hand pass to Travalia down the line. Good kick. Patient kick taken by Owens. Has it on the wing. 1 point St Kilda. To go to the middle. That's ignored. Wanganeen Miller was declaring I was on. Big fly, no mark. Ball come to the back of the pack. Sarong going back with the against the tide. Jackson, hand pass back. Taken out of there by Hall. Threw it on the boot.
Yeah, more time.
Bounds on the full.
Just haven't quite got the polish to finish off St Kilda's forward line, and Fremantle doesn't have the polish to get it out of their back line. And then we're going to get this type of game. So this doesn't suit Fremantle. They need to be a front half side, guys, for them to be successful, and the back half build-up doesn't work for them.
Tell you what I'm sniffing.
What are you sniffing?
A Ross Lyon masterclass. If they win. Oh, I get sick of it. Jay Clark will be absolutely excited. Hand pass over the top. Fremantle, can they chip it forward? They do. Voss has got it. Amos is on his own in the pocket. Voss saw him there, but he'll square it up. Good kick, good vision. Very well done. They worked it nicely. You know, Driscoll has marked 35 metres out directly in front.
Yeah, just got out the back, and what the Saints have been doing all day is just making it a one-on-one game. So if you do get breached, there's not a lot of support behind the play. So that started in the back pocket. Frederick's got out the back, and great centering ball. And is he a good kick, Driscoll?
Better on the run.
Okay.
He's normally in the left forward pocket.
Nice kick.
Gets it home. Just his third for the year in his sixth game. It was clever by Voss to square it up. We're inside 2 minutes on the clock for New Tech Automation for Manufacturing. Fremantle have arrested the lead again, 5-35.
Well, it's frustrating, but it's entertaining. It's a close game as we see Fredericks, who hasn't really got out much today, had enough time to drop a bounce and still connect in the front half. And once the overlap starts against St Kilda, there's not a lot behind it. So, to their credit, it's a tough way to play. Just one-on-one, countable, grind it out. You can break them open, Goss. So, the longer this game's on, you may see some more goals like that. And if you're a Fremantle supporter, just hang in there. It might open up. But if you're a St Kilda supporter, they've got the right formula. It's just, can they do it for the whole day?
Well, under the rest of the network now joined us from the Adelaide Richmond game. So we're just closing in on half-time. Fremantle by 5 points. But St Kilda, and if you get a chance to see it, Rowan Marshall's goal of the year contender out of a ruck contest. He hacked it out from a ball up out of the it was a brilliant goal, and he put the Saints in front. Hand pass, Brayshaw got him. Great tackle. Tried to get it on. It was a terrific chase and tackle from behind, and it's done by Max Hall, should I say. Centre half forward here for the Saints. Here's the tackle of the kid. He likes it rough and tumble. Tattoos into the pocket. Saints in pretty good position here with the extra. They bust their way through. Off one step. Snap on goal. Sharman, I think, hit the post. He has. 4-7-31. That would have been a great response. 5-5-35 for Mate Internet and Mobile.
Clark's doing the damage, Goss. He's up to his 14th possession. 350 metres gain. I think Windhager hasn't got a roll. Maybe that's something you can look at in the second half.
Simpson for MEGT, our expert, kicks towards the wing. There is Marshall in the role of destroyer. The ball comes back now. Get it again through Garcia, who got it from Wilson. Up and under kick. Big fly, punched away by Keeler. Loose ball, hand pass through the traffic. Here he is again. Max Hall looks up. Great kick. What about that? That was deliberate. Absolutely deliberate. He saw Mason Wood sliding on the far wing. Inside 50. Didn't have to change stride. That is a terrific kick and a chance for the Saints on the stroke of half-time to take the lead.
Who kicked that?
Max Hall.
Oh, geez, well done. Great hands from Keeler as well to set that up.
So Mason Wood's had some chances, I must say. This is the easiest of one, but he'll kick it with the left. He's got to strike it right. He doesn't want to hit the wrong side of the footy.
Got 10 seconds left as well.
Kicks around the corner and hits the post. The last two shots, so he's had some chances. And that's a bit of a body blow for the Saints, yeah. And he lets out one word. It's 4 letters.
Frustrated.
5-5, 4-8, 35-32. 4-20 Traveller Elders for Australian Agriculture. Fremantle hold a 3-point lead. A very low-scoring contest around the grounds for Chemist Warehouse. One other game played today. And in the end, it was the Adelaide Crows, 18-14, 122. Richmond 8-6-50 for Tom Lynch on report, and well, he'll get plenty of weeks for his strike on butts. Just take a look at some goal kickers in that other game. 5 goals to Thilthorpe, 3 to McElhinney. Came in with 1 goal in his career, kicked 3. Walker, Rochelle, Daniel Curtin 2, and Jasper Elgar in just his second game, the only multiple goal kicker for the Tigers. Adam Simpson, how did you see just in a snapshot that first half?
Yeah, look, I think it's a Ross Lyon game. He's decided to come in with an attitude, and I've seen him play games where he has extras behind the play and the game's open and it becomes this up and back type of game. So he's decided, no, we're going to play a pretty accountable game. We're going to go with the same strategy we did in round 8. We're going to have one-on-one accountability, no tags, and we're going to try and get some field position from our clearances, and that's exactly what's happened. They should be in front. You know, their shots, they've had 2 more shots, but it feels like they should be 2 goals in front.
4-20 Traveller, Elders for Australian Agriculture. Adam Simpson's our expert for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. We'll take a break and come back with our halftime wrap, because we love this. Simo's been working feverishly because we've got 77 categories that he's got to dissect at halftime, thanks to Choices Flooring. It is the Fremantle Dockers by 3 points in the West.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Mate Internet and Mobile. Save $180 over 6 months with Mate Internet. Use promo code MATE30 at checkout.
Humankind has lived through some historic phenomena. The Stone Age, the Space Age, and now peak chicken with the crispy, juicy new McWings from Macca's. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Available after 10:30 a.m.
It's here. The new 7-seat Isuzu MU-X SUV. With bold lines and performance to match, the new Isuzu MU-X is our most capable family SUV ever. It'll turn heads as you tackle the daily commute and easily handle your next off-road adventure. Stylish and confident. Own it. Go your own way in the new Isuzu MU-X SUV. Visit your local Isuzu Ute dealer today.
While people are sleeping peacefully in their apartment, a team from the Drain Man are down in the basement preparing to fix the leaking sewer drain inside their bedroom walls. Using Repiper's revolutionary relining system, they'll permanently seal any leaks on the inside without even disturbing them. That's the Drain Man difference. With Swedish technology delivered exclusively in Australia by the Drain Man, losing sleep from leaking sewer drains is a thing of the past. Call 1-800-843-372.
The Drain Man. This June, it's not just the players hitting the footy big time. You can too. Get a tradies insurance quote with IMAR for your chance to watch the footy from the SEN corporate box as IMAR's guest. Just like you back your team, we've got your back. Because when you're covered with IMAR, you're backed by a team tradies can trust. Get a quote before the end of June to go into the draw to win. Plus score a discount on your tool insurance. Call 13-IMAR today. 134627.
They're the tradies, mate. That's IMAR.
Tradies love Supergates because when you order a DIY gate or fence kit from Supergates, it comes already cut to fit any custom size. The aluminium slats come with a protective film, keeping them scratch-free and easy to install. There are also no visible screws. And all their Fenstar fences and gates come with a 10-year guarantee. Custom gates, automation, and aluminium slat fencing.
For a limited time, get 25% off all DIY kits.
Supergates.com.au.
Pies, Blues, Hawks, Saints, Swans, Bombers, Tigers, D's, Dogs, Lions or Roos. Doesn't matter which team your business supports, there's one team that will always support you. CommBank. As a proud backer of Melbourne's business yakka, we've got the tools, tips and tech to keep you kicking financial goals. Whether you need lending support, new equipment or cash flow solutions that work for you, we're here to keep Melbourne business moving. So talk to one of our local specialists today. Search CommBank Business.
And the local hero's done it. Dave's taken a mark inside the 50 in the last minute of play. He's been building to this all season. Oh no! Dave's down with muscle cramps and can't take his kick. Oh, it's difficult to watch him go through this. Hang on, the coach is rushing out a bottle of pickle juice. He's up! He's kicked the winning goal!
Get back into the game with Pickle Juice. You've got nothing to lose but your muscle cramp. Visit picklejuice.com.au.
Claiming new camping gear as a remote work setup this end of financial year? Silly. But claiming a great end of financial year deal on a Kogan credit card? Sublime. Apply for a Kogan Money credit card with no annual fee and earn $400 in Kogan.com credit. Claim a great deal in Kogan.com's end of financial year sale. Search Kogan Money credit card and apply today. Kogan.com. Clickin' awesome. T's and C's and spend criteria applies. Offer ends June 30, 2025. Credit provider National Australia Bank Limited.
Tough job? Get tougher boots. DeWalt Work Boot. Built for comfort. Made to last. DeWalt. Guaranteed tough. Now available at Bunnings Warehouse.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Elders. Open an Elders Rural Products prepayment account to win. And 4 and 20 pies. You can't have footy without a 4 and 20 pie.
Clark has already had a chance. He sliced one the other end of the ground. This is a more genuine chance to kick a goal. 35 out, leans back, makes them pay in the highest order. Loose ball come out. There's Henry off one step with the outside of the boot. There's the goal. They're in front. And he might just shush the Fremantle crowd. He did. He does. Right to Guerrero. One hand pass back taken by Murphy Reid. He has a crack on goal and puts it through. He's a very classy player. So that's his first. 4-4 to 3-6. Oh, hacked out of the air. That's the goal of the year right there. The big fella, Rowan Marshall, has hacked out a ruck contest goal.
Maccas, I'm loving it moments. Making their debut. It's the new McWings from Maccas.
Yeah, if you get a chance to see it, it was a terrific goal by Rowan Marshall. Outstanding, one of the goals of the year contender. Little doubt about that. Half-time, it is Fremantle by 3 points. You have tuned into the Half-Time Floor Show. Earn while you learn. Here it is, thanks to Choices Flooring.
The Halftime Floor Show for Choices Flooring. Shape your future with a Choices Flooring apprenticeship.
AFL Nation for Elders for Australian Agriculture recruiting now in 4 and 20 pies. Adam Simpson, Tim Gossage with you. What do you make of that first half? You've had a couple of minutes to dissect it. It is on Ross Lyon's terms, is it not, this game?
Yeah, it is. It feels like the strategy they came in the game with, we just haven't seen a response yet from Fremantle. They're just sort of, okay, we're playing this way, we'll match you until we break this open. And that might happen, before the Fremantle coaching staff decides to do something different. So that might be get an extra behind the play to rebound or send an extra to the stoppage or just make it a non-one-on-one game. But at the moment, I think Fremantle's saying, okay, it's one-on-one. Okay, we'll beat you playing that way. They've got to win the ball around the clearances for that to happen, and it's just not working for them at the moment.
6-4-2
They're still in front, though. They're still in front.
Yep.
So
6-4-2 says our commentary is a joke. You said this game would be over at halftime. What a disgrace. That's incorrect. We actually said Fremantle fans like to have a game that would be over at half time.
No, I said this is what should be happening. Yeah, I thought, the type of game you'd want is you've got a 2 or 3 goal lead halfway through the second quarter, and then away you go in the second half. It's clearly not happening, and Ross has come up with a plan, and it's working. It's making them competitive, which it's just great for this, and it's great for the Saints supporters watching. But what does it do to the style of play? Because next week it'll be a different style. So credit to the coaching staff at the Saints. They've come up with a plan. Now it's over to Fremantle to either just grind it out or try something different in the second half.
Who's the toughest player in the first half for truck line? Keep your truck on the move with truck line.
Well, I just like Garcia's game at the moment. He's going head-to-head with Sarong. He's had 14 possessions to Sarong's 8. So I think he's been pretty tough as well.
I agree. He's been terrific. He was the player, of course, who was the centre of attention when Ross came down at half-time at Marvel and made a point, and the kid, I think, got dropped the following week and came back the following week, and has been terrific. And I agree, he's been terrific today for Truckline. The unmissable moment for Drink Wise. You won't miss a moment if you drink Wise. I think the unmissable moment is Rowan Marshall's goal.
I think the Marshall goal, which, it wasn't goal of the year. It was just clever. To not take the hit out and just kick it out of midair for a goal. It's pretty smart.
The breakout player for the first half for Australian Outdoor Living, bringing backyard dreams to life.
Is Hall a breakout player? I feel like his use has been pretty good with what he's done. He's had 12 possessions, 200 metres gained, 5 tackles, 7 score involvements. So let's put it down to him.
What about Taru?
Taru's been exciting and scary at the same time.
So you've talked about his aerial skill set, which he's got plenty of, might be best suited somewhere else?
I don't know if he's got an aerial skill set. I think he's got a great leap. So the run and jump, I mean, eventually someone will put work into that. If you take away that, what's underneath? I don't know how good he is at marking. Looks like I don't know how good he is with his skills, but he's pretty courageous, isn't he? He'll go for everything, and at the moment it's to spoil.
For Australian outdoor living, bringing backyard dreams to life. Who's making it look out there easy for Inside Tech Pivot? Quality assured, nutrient guaranteed with IPF's Easy Liquids.
I reckon Clark's making it look pretty easy at the moment. They might have to put some... He's actually holding up this side at the moment with what he's doing. He's doing what he does every week. He's getting off the chain. He's supporting others. He's giving a free kick away here or there, but he kicked an important goal. So I think he's the one who's just doing what he normally does.
Very much so. He's the leading stat getter so far for Fremantle with 14. McRae, Garcia, Steele and Rowan Marshall with the most on the ground so far. Quality assured, nutrient guaranteed. That's Inside Tech Pivot. Around the grounds for Chemist Warehouse. Get discounted prescriptions and save more money at Chemist Warehouse. It was a pretty easy win in the end to the Adelaide Crows. And with that said, the game will be known for Tom Lynch just completely losing his banana.
Right.
In the end, 68-point win by the Crows, who continue to enjoy being in the top four. The leading power play rankings for Red Energy for 100% Australian electricity and gas. And I can tell you, Rowan Marshall leads the way as it stands right now. He's on 75, Jordan Clark 60, Wilkie 56, Bracewell 56 and Luke Ryan and Max Hall, your man, also with 52. Now, the flexible player of the game so far, we could possibly see another move in the second half thanks to Flexalt.
Well, Wanganeen Miller is doing some damage. I think Wagner's trying to go to him when he's back, but then he goes on ball and he's doing some damage out of the middle as well. So he seems to be the one who's using his flexibility, because it's flexible players, then there's actually guys who can be flexible. That makes sense.
It does make sense, thanks to Flex Alt Oral Lice Treatment for Sheep. Now, the tackler of the first half for Bar Crusher Boats, Australia's ultimate fishing weapon. I can tell you that Corey Wagner leads the way with 6. Max Hall has had 5 and Andrew Brayshaw has had 5 as well. We haven't seen our respective subs, Jack Carroll and also Nat Fife or Corteva Agriscience, the future of agriculture. That was the Choices Flooring halftime floor show. Shape your future with Choices Flooring Apprenticeship. Simo wants a cup of tea. I want a sausage roll. As we go to the break, let's hear the goal of the first half for the team at Beaumont Tiles. Beaumont's massive range of tiles on sale now.
The goal of the day for Beaumont Tiles. New flooring at Beaumont's. Laminate, engineered timber and hybrid.
But good defence from Fremantle.
4-4 to 3-6. Oh, hacked out of the air. That's the goal of the year right there. The big fella, Rowan Marshall, has hacked out a ruck contest goal.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Elders. Open an Elders Rural Products prepayment account to win. And 4 and 20 pies. You can't have footy without a 4 and 20 pie.
Be the sharpest tool in the shed this end of financial year with a discount on tool insurance from IMAR, the tradies mate. For over 35 years, IMAR's trusted team have backed tradies with the sharpest, that really is sharp, the sharpest tool insurance from the trusted team at IMAR. Call 13IMAR today and be the sharpest tool in the shed with your discounted tool cover. That's 134627.
They're the tradies mate. That's IMAR.
Hi, James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals. In Australia, prepaid funeral funds are often exempt from the asset and income tests for government benefits, making them a viable option for many. So when you pre-plan your funeral with us, you can have peace of mind knowing it won't affect your pension. Your family won't be left with all the decisions and costs of planning your funeral, and you get to decide how your life is celebrated.
Find out more and get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Who's that from? A quick look won't hurt. What time are you picking up, Kate? Oh, damn it.
Saw you on your phone. License, please.
Pick up your phone while you're driving and it's a $593 fine and 4 demerit points. Distracted drivers can be caught anywhere, anytime. A message from the TAC. Drive safely for everyone.
You don't cut corners and neither do we. And that's why onlinefencesupplies.au is Melbourne's #1 for aluminium fencing, 35 years in the game. Built strong, delivered fast and priced right for the job. From vertical blades to timberlook battens, our fencing is made for tradies who take pride in their finish. Order by June 30, mention SEN and pocket 10% off, including a 10-year warranty. Fencing made easy. Onlinefencesupplies.au.
Tradies love Supergates because when you order a DIY gate or fence kit from Supergates, it comes already cut to fit any custom size. The aluminium slats come with a protective film, keeping them scratch-free and easy to install. There are also no visible screws. And all their Fenstar fences and gates come with a 10-year guarantee. Custom gates, automation, and aluminium slat fencing.
For a limited time, get 25% off all DIY kits.
Supergates.com.au.
With over 1 billion vehicles on the road worldwide, finding one of yours can be tricky. But with vehicle tracking systems by Radius Telematics, they'll not only find your vehicle, but they'll also tell you where it's been, where it's going, and how long it's taken, including location and speeding alerts, even driving behaviour, plus so much more. Speak to Michael and the team about dashcam and asset tracking technology that'll help keep your business's valuable assets safe and secure. For more, visit radius.com today.
An important message from when insuring one of your biggest assets, you can ask, can I choose my repairer? Well, it might cost a few bucks more. There's a reason your insurance company doesn't want you to. Choice of repairer means exactly that. You can choose a repairer. Conveniently close and not miles away, genuine parts, an accident replacement vehicle, and a lifetime guarantee. Your choice of repairer, not your insurance companies. Choose Visit sheengroup.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Due to construction works at Melbourne Airport, travellers are advised to allow additional time when passing through the precinct. For faster pickups and drop-offs, head to the Terminal 4 car park. For more information, visit melbourneairport.com.au.
In 1610, Galileo discovered Saturn.